Welcome back to the Red Bull Battlegrounds Dota 2 competition here. We're live from the Red Bull Esports studio. I'm Gods and he's Bo3. How you doing, buddy?
Tongue twister this morning.
Yeah. It's been a long day. We had a big action-packed CIS carnage yesterday, but today we're here for another group day, and we're going to find out one more team coming out to the Red Bull Battlegrounds playoffs.
Who knows who this is going to be? Everyone thought it was going to be anyone but Hellraisers yesterday. Today we have 4 equally competent teams and formidable teams.
It's going to be a fantastic day for Dota 2 action, guys. You guys are here for the Red Bull Battlegrounds Dota 2. We're going to talk a bit about how things go down. What is the Red Bull Battlegrounds Dota 2 competition? This is what you're looking at. 20 of the best Dota 2 professional teams in the world are competing in 5 different regions to make their way out to the playoffs. One team will emerge from each region to come out to Santa Monica, compete in May 5th and 6th during the playoffs. And from there, the top 2 teams go to the best of 5 finals at the Warfield Theater in San Francisco, California on May 10th. Tickets are already available there. So if you guys want to come out, if you're based in California or don't mind making the trip, San Francisco's being home to some amazing Dota. Also the San Jose LAN on May 9th. So you guys can get your tickets there at redbullbattlegrounds.com. You can meet the players, interact with the players, shop at the secret shop to get all your amazing Dota 2 merchandise. That goes down on May 9th, as well as the main event on May 10th, where the best of 5 Battlegrounds finals will take part. But that's the format. That's what teams are going for. We already know some of the teams who are actually going to be making it out there, though, Ben. Our first group qualifier that we had was for Southeast Asia. That was where Team Malaysia managed to come out on top, taking down Rave, CSW, MVP Phoenix. Mushi's looking pretty good.
Yeah, not too much of a surprise there. Mushi's teams are always solid.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe, I don't know about a surprise, but probably some good news came out from China with IG emerging victorious over LGD, a very close 2-1 series. That was a bit of a comeback because IG were actually knocked down to the lower bracket by LGD and had to go all the way through the lower bracket before managing to take down LGD. Speaking of comebacks, though, the group that we saw yesterday, the CIS region, Hellraisers. Nobody called it. Our iPowwow voters online, nobody predicted that.
I certainly did not see it coming. We were just hating on Hellraisers after the first game and just thought they were a one and done. But they had a lot of fight, a lot of good strats, a lot of, resilience.
Yeah. Well, they made a big comeback. We actually have some of the best moments, the highlights from those games, guys. We're going to show you, if you didn't happen to tune in yesterday, some of the best Dota from yesterday's CIS region. Guys, our finals, best of 3, Na'Vi vs Hellraisers. Draft is underway. Let's hop ourselves into it. As the Impale on Artez, your Mystic Flare, and Artez gets silenced up, but the armlet toggle's decent, keeps him alive for now, raises slightly off the mark, and he goes in because he's kept alive by the Nature's guys, and may look to turn and fight. The dust comes out, but that's from your dire side. They're going to turn. Dendi looking for the ulti, gets cancelled. Going to wind up once more. Artez going to infest inside, dodges it. He comes out as well, gets a kill on your Nyx Assassin. Nice play from your Lifestealer. Meanwhile, your Storm's still in a lot of trouble here, out of mana, but Dendi goes down. Infest into your Necrobook. That's one thing you can do. Artez just comes and says hello, but he's still going to watch this mid-racks go down by the looks of things. The Mystic Flare not going to land. Dendi takes out your Storm. No overgrowth this time around. It comes a bit later. It's going to delay the push, if anything, but goddamn on the Witch Doctor, the delay Death Ward.
Did that even do any damage?
Dendi just too tanky, and it did next to nothing. A level 1 Death Ward at that. Artez going to go down, and this is game 1 over. Nothing Hellraisers can do at this point. Game 2 has begun. Hellraisers vs Na'Vi. Let's hop ourselves into the draft. Looking to go in on a Vost as the Mantis-style illusions now come out and be unleashed, but Sniper's going to turn and fight. The blink forward from your Antimage onto your Dazzle. Finally, we see him go and Dazzle, but Earthshaker's there, ready to fight. Mana Void not enough. That's a dieback from a Vost. Hellraisers in great position. They march back. They may have lost their PA, but it's the Sniper dishing out the damage, and GG is called. Let's get ourselves into our Game 3 decider. It's Na'Vi versus Hellraisers. Let's get things underway. Oh boy. Things suddenly got a whole lot harder for Na'Vi. Crimson Guard, they're going forward. Their glyph is available. They're focused down the Tombstone. Appa Ninja has to do a bit more with the Soul Rip. There we go. Tombstone down. Meanwhile on the side, they catch up Goriax on the Night Sword, but they want this gem. There's your Echo Slap from goddamn again. Followed by the Sonic Wave of Force. He managed to get off the BKB, but Dendi, BKB's afterwards. He's already low. The Requiem going to negate a lot of this damage output. Where's that Bat Lasso? Coming up in 10. Both mid-racks have been claimed. Na'Vi trying to find a pick-off on the retreat. It's going to be goddamn on the Earthshaker they want, but he gets full stuff out of there. Na'Vi still chasing. They're grouped up. They really want to commit to this one. They better watch out for the counter initiation. There's a Blink Echo Slam available. Gory, Blink, Echo, goddamn catches out 3. The Sonic Wave to follow. And Na'Vi get eviscerated by this. Dendy's low. He's brought down. And it's an absolute disaster here. Na'Vi going to get team wiped. The buybacks come out from Hellraisers. They want to go for the GG push. The throne is all that's left standing, and Hellraisers have held strong, taken down Na'Vi, and they're coming to Santa Monica. They have won the CIS group stage for Red Bull Battlegrounds. Of all the teams from CIS, Hellraisers took down Empire, took down Virtus Pro, and took down Na'Vi. What a story to come out from the CIS region.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi thought they had it in the bag. It looked like it from the looks of game number 3, but yes, Hellraisers emerge victorious.
Well, that's 3 of your regions. Coming up in about 10 days' time, we've got the America region as well, where Team Tinker, the favorites of this group, will be taking on the Peruvian squad, not today, as well as Jimmy's team, champions of Summer's Rift, as well as a to-be-decided team from an America pre-qualifier. Bit of a mixed group of teams here. I feel like you've got teams from all over the place. Tinker, though, probably the heavy favorites.
Mm-hmm. Don't count Jimmy's team out.
No, you got faith in your boy Jimmy?
Not much,
but some. We've seen, after seeing what Hellraisers have done, I don't want to count any teams out. And the group where that applies more than anything is today's group. Europe is stacked. There's 3 big, heavy top dogs here: Cloud9, Alliance, as well as Team Secret. And then you've got kind of the underdogs in the Ninjas in Pajamas. First team, though, I want to talk about is going to be Team Cloud9. This is a team who has been very dominant and had kind of figured out a formula for success. About a month ago, they were looking a bit shaky, but since then, things have gone very smoothly for them. Qualifying for the Summit 3, they've really found their form, picking up all these kind of vision-centric heroes. The Fata Beastmaster, the Zeus, the support Night Stalker. It seems that map control is really key with this team, rather than prioritizing ganking and going for kills. Yeah,
a lot of people were questioning EE's decision to change around the roster, but I think that these 2 new supports are more than apt to fit this team. And, I mean, they're amazing. They're a great team.
Yeah. Absolutely. Another great team, though, is Team Secret. This team has sported a 45-win, 15-loss record online since Arteezy and Zai have joined the roster. They have been dominant online. Their LAN results, despite not having a championship, though, have also been pretty solid because they've only been playing some really tough competitions.
Yeah, and people are like, oh, wait, they haven't won any major championships, but they've only been to, DAC and not that many others. And it's always tough competition that they're up against. They don't even want to play against the T2 teams in tournaments.
The teams they're losing to, it's like EG during DAC, Vici Gaming at DAC, or you go back to Starlighter where they got to the finals and lost to EG after beating them down to the lower bracket. So maybe there's some thoughts they maybe fail when it really matters, but for the most part, they're making it to the top of these big tournaments. So that's Team Secret. After that, the team who is maybe the Hellraisers of this group, the Ninjas in Pajamas, probably pretty heavy underdogs coming into today's games.
Yes, NIP, they lost to Empire multiple times, and they always seem to get like second place at the Tier 2 lands. And
they did beat Alliance recently, though, so
yes.
I mean, you give them a shot against these teams. If they're on form, they can play some really aggressive early mid-game Dota and win games. They took down a game off of EG, or multiple games off of EG at MLG as well.
I love watching NIP. They have some great strategies. They pick some cool heroes. And, yeah, overall, they're just a fun, great team to watch. And their personalities are very likable.
Well, the last team in today's group, Team Alliance. This is a team who's found some new form with the new blood in the form of Mad, who's, I mean, as a captain, he's made things work.
He's been searching for a good team since Sigma, and Alliance have been searching for any sort of form post TI3, and they finally found some decent teammates and had some good results.
Absolutely. Well, those are your 4 teams competing today in the Europe group. The way things will go down is that these 4 teams will be placed in a best-of-1 double elimination bracket. Best of 1 until the finals, that is. Then it will be a best-of-3 match. We're going to start things off with Alliance versus Team Secret. From there, we go into NIP versus Cloud9. We go to the winner bracket final and then make our way through the lower bracket before we get to that final match. So first match of today, Team Secret versus Alliance. For those of you at home, be sure to follow all the action at redbullbattlegrounds.com. You can vote on the iPower polling. You can take part in some of the kind of interactive aspects of the broadcast. We'll have the leaderboards coming up. Yesterday, our boy Nick G managed to top the leaderboards all day long. Nobody came close to him. But also be sure to check out the Dota 2 ticket as well as the bundle, which is available as well. All the information at redbullbattlegrounds.com, as well as tickets for the finals in May 10th at the Warfield Theater in San Francisco. But our first game, it's underway, Ben. Team Secret versus Alliance. We haven't got much time. We better get into things. Our first game of the day is underway. So draft has begun, and Team Secret, they've already picked up a few big heroes here. Well, we didn't get to see this fella at all yesterday. Alliance have first picked the Troll Warlord. Are you excited, Ben?
I'm more excited for Spirit Breaker and Sniper. I think that's one of Alliance's solutions to Sniper, is just pick Spirit Breaker and pick it early. A lot of teams choose to go with something like Clockwork, but I'd say Spirit Breaker is one of the better ones, and Alliance, in the hands of Alliance, it's very scary.
Yeah, and this is one of, I guess, the natural ways to counter a hero like Sniper. And Secret get the Night Stalker with the Sniper. That was their opening 2 picks. We're seeing, teams when they either go for like the Zeus, the Night Stalker, use the vision advantage you get from these heroes. And with Sniper, you've got Shrapnel. With the Night Stalker, during the nighttime, you've got incredible vision advantage. Even before the Aghanim Scepter, you've just got that great night vision, and that's something which Secret can look to use to their advantage. Because for now, Alliance, right, they got the charge. It's not too bad. I mean, if you latch onto someone, you can use that to kind of keep vision of them. But for now, we'll see what Alliance can look to build around this Troll Warlord of theirs.
And some interesting bans coming up from either side. Alliance, we see ban Chen. That's not surprising. But the Queen of Pain first phase, which had a lot of success yesterday. Secret also banning out the Treant Protector. I think if they were scared of Spirit Breaker and Treant Protector, I guess if they pick Sniper and they expect a Spirit Breaker pick, they don't want Spirit Breaker and Treant Protector. So I think that they expected Alliance to go with the SB pick. I don't really know how they're going to protect the Sniper, though. I don't think Night Stalker is really that great as it stands, just because his darkness isn't particularly useful if they're just all-inning on Sniper with charge, and they already have vision from that.
Yeah, they need that kind of defensive support to sit behind the Sniper, maybe, but Dazzle gets taken out, one of the more go-to Secret supports.
It could also be like a red herring Sniper. A lot of teams just focus all their farm on getting the Sniper fat, and at the same time they might pick a pretty heavy farmer for Zai in the off lane and get him stacked and help him take it on late.
Yeah, even like around a safe lane farmer that's more heavy in the farm. I think it's Empire who sometimes will get a Sniper and then still pick up a Juggernaut for Silent, and then Sniper just goes for a more tanky build. Goes Tread, Sanjin Yasha, Skadi. Doesn't even have to pick up a Mask of Madness if he doesn't want to. So you can, like you say, use the Sniper as kind of just the bait to create more space for your other cores to farm. But we'll see what Secret have in mind as the second stage of bans kind of conclude. Support bans from Secret, Skywrath, as well as Lion. Dazzle and Enigma banned out by Alliance, and for Secret, we'll see what they look to do. Night Stalker, what do you kind of make of this here? Is this something that's going to be played as a 4th position support? Do you see it as an offlaner?
No clue from Secret yet. It's too early to tell how they choose to deal with Alliance's kind of face rush lineup, right? Troll Warlord and Spirit Breaker, they're pretty much what you think of when you expect, okay, these heroes are going to man mode, get BKBs, and just run at us, right? It's just a run at you lineup. So if they need something up in front, I don't think Night Stalker really fits the bill just because he's not really that great in BKB wars. So I think they need something up in front that can just tank through the BKBs, or something that can actually just kill them in BKBs.
Kind of tanks up in front if you can get his farm. Shadow Fiend gets picked up. Maybe moving the Sniper over to the safe lane with this pickup.
So this I would say more expected of Secret. Like, if they pick Sniper as their solo core, they're going to get destroyed. Yeah. And I mean, solo scaling core, that is. The other cores are need to be farm intensive so that they can just draw attention away from the Sniper. So what do we see now? Troll and Spirit Breaker. It could be like a dual offlane from Sniper as well. We actually don't know what it's going to be. Sometimes does innovative stuff.
Puppy as a drafter, I mean, for the most part, Secret have tried to stick to a formula that worked during DAC. Was that Shadow Fiend Chen opening, which they kind of pioneered. But for the most part, Puppy can also be very reactionary. That's where, back in the Na'Vi days, he managed to take the team to 2 finals in a row at TI2 as well as TI3 as captain. So we'll see what he has in mind here. The problem is, this is best-of-1 games all the way throughout today until that final. So you have one bad game or just don't know what your opponents are doing or get caught out by a spirit. I mean, at this point, they kind of knew the Troll was left in the pool when they didn't ban it, but something they were well prepared for dealing with.
I'm also not sure what Alliance is going to do now that a couple of the better supports at face rushing lineups are banned. They have banned out the Dazzle as well as the Enigma. Like Dazzle with the Grave can just own people during like Spirit Breaker's burst, as well as Enigma with his BKB Black Hole will also just destroy Troll Warlord and Spirit Breaker. So I'm not sure if he's going to 100% commit to, okay, we're going to face rush them, or go for a little bit more finesse. And Bane is actually one of Mad's best heroes.
Yeah. This is more kind of on the finesse side of things as well, I feel. Where they'll have some more versatile ways of taking fights, going for ganks here. Secret, though, get one of the best heroes against Bane. Clockwork going to be your offlaner for Zai. And that's going to be kind of their space created, with Shadow Fiend and Sniper being your two greedy farmers. They couldn't pick up really another farming core for Zai here. They needed more kind of, I guess, ganking, and it's something to actually initiate a fight. This puts Night Stalker onto a support now, so it will be that 4-position Night Stalker for Team Secret.
Juggernaut, more face rush. So it's like face rush, a little bit of finesse, and then more face rush. And Bane actually is, I think, pretty good here just because it's anti-BKB. And if you're Alliance, you're worried about them getting BKBs and on all their heroes and just trying to take a fight there. And again, with Juggernaut, they also shore up anti-BKB by having tons of physical damage output with the Omni Slash. So Shadow Fiend, it's going to be a difficult game for him to build. Is he going to go mech? Is he going to go Yules? Is he going to go BKB? He might need all three.
What do you make of Alliance, though? Picking up the Troll and the Jug together. Putting Troll most likely in the mid lane where it doesn't feel like he's most naturally suited. He doesn't win the matchup versus Sniper, but he does have a Spirit Breaker on his team. And Night Stalker is not that great of a counter ganker. And they don't really have a good defensive support right now to protect him. So, yes, Troll might be underhanded in the lane, but he still might win just because of the threat of the Spirit Breaker, or even the Bane. I think Bane can also set up kills on Sniper, because all you need to do is just close the gap, and Sleep is one of the better spells at doing so. And Bane can just be annoying in general. One of the first times I saw Bane like a month ago come back after being disappeared for some time was Misery playing it for Cloud9, where he just came mid, spammed the Enfeeble all throughout the early game, and suddenly the mid lane was completely one-sided just because of 2 to 3 Enfeebles from a Bane. So that's something where, be it Sniper or Shadow Fiend mid, they're going to have some problems dealing with a Troll, Bane, and potential charges from a Spirit Breaker.
So another defensive support banned out for Alliance, and Secret don't have that many options left. They are very light on hard stuns. They are light on just pretty much any sort of AoE disable. And instead of trying to shore up that weakness, they will go for a very early defensive game with the Lich. And with all the physical damage, I think Frost Armor is going to be really, really good here. They almost have no magic damage on the side of Alliance.
It does not give them a very good kind of support to protect the mid lane. Neither Night Stalker or Lich is really a counter ganker or someone who can TP in to save someone from a Spirit Breaker charge, though.
Yeah, but they could do a lane mid.
Yeah,
with the Lich, and that's almost a guaranteed win for Sniper Lich if they wanted to do that lane, or Sniper or Shadow Fiend Lich. Either of them are going to be just miles ahead of whoever's in the mid lane.
All right, we'll see what Secret look to plan with their lanes. Alliance now, last pick coming their way. Probably as support, unless they want to run that Spirit Breaker as their 4-position hero. But most likely looking to run that off lane for Nikwa and have that last pick come their way. Probably Ake's hero to go with the Bane as a support.
Right now, they're like purely relying on Spirit Breaker to initiate fights. I mean, Juggernaut can kind of walk in, but if there's darkness, he's not going to be able to. So I would like to see them with another tool of initiation. Just because Secret are just going to be playing around the clockwork, and he's much more reliable because you can choose just hook in if you want to, and just wait until a perfect opportunity. Whereas Spirit Breaker is like, well, you don't really have to want to go in with charge and just make it completely obvious that your team is setting up for an engagement.
Yeah, and Secret don't even need to initiate. They've got that, let's just sit back and kite you around with Sniper and Shadow Fiend. For Alliance, you've got Troll, you've got Spirit Breaker, you've got Jug. You've got to get in close to dish out your damage, which means you need that good initiator, which still seems to be primarily the Spirit Breaker. It's a last pick Witch Doctor for the secondary support for Team Alliance.
Witch Doctor is pretty good here. I would have preferred one with more magic damage, but I like the defensive capabilities of Witch Doctor here.
Okay, gives them some more firepower with the Deathwater, though. This doesn't look like an easy game to get off a Deathwater when you're against a Clockwork. Night Stalker can find you out as well, so...
And he's anti-BKB. I think this there's going to be a lot of BKBs this game.
Yeah. It does feel like it is going to allow Alliance to do the face rush you're talking about. With going for a Voodoo Restoration build, he can keep everyone healed up as they kind of aggressively take fights in the early to mid game. It seems Alliance will not want to give Secret space to just sit back, farm, because with a Lich Night Stalker support you, Secret just going to be looking to avoid ganks and avoid fights for the most part.
It's good counter initiation against Clockwork too. You just throw your cask and then just dump down your ward, and it's really difficult to stop the ward if Clockwork has to hookshot in. And you don't really want to hookshot in on the Witch Doctor.
All right, well, things have unraveled here with our Game 1 draft. Alliance taking on Team Secret. Opening game in the Red Bull Battlegrounds Dota 2 Europe group play. We're going to see Team Alliance on the Radiant side. It's going to be Mad playing the support Bane. We're going to have Nikwa playing the Spirit Breaker. We've got Pycat playing the Troll Warlord. Loda on the Juggernaut. And that leaves Ake playing the Witch Doctor. They're going to be taking on Team Secret on the Dire side. It's going to be Zai on the off-lane Clockwork. Boots first for him. S4 going to be going mid lane on the Shadow Fiend. Puppey on your support Lich. TZ going to be playing your Sniper. And then it leaves finally Kuroki playing the Night Stalker as that 4-position support. Currently up in the top lane. So seeing these two drafts, feel either team has a draft advantage coming out of this one, Ben?
I'd say Alliance's is far easier to execute. And aside from that, I think both of them have their strengths and weaknesses, and overall they're about equal. There's not one that I like in particular. How about yourself?
I think if Secret execute their draft and manage to avoid the early game aggression, they can just sit back and... I slightly favor Secret, I guess, but I'm not dead set on that. The Troll Warlord factor is definitely there.
I mean, Alliances has much better later, I would say, just because they have so many things against BKB. Pretty much all their heroes can do a lot of work against BKB, whereas Secret, Lich, Clock are both pretty useless against BKB. Night Stalker isn't terribly useful, and Sniper doesn't have any bash, which Spirit Breaker and Troll Warlord do, so he's also going to lose to BKB War. So if it comes down to a passive farming game, I think Alliance will end up winning. So that's again why it's easier to execute for Alliance.
They're also going to get aggressive with their lanes as well. Offensive trial at top. Ake is completely zoning Zai out of his safe lane. He can't even get to his tower until a creep wave comes along. And Bane's going to head back mid lane. Probably look to drop down some Enfeebles on this Shadow Fiend. Alliance going for a very aggressive laning set with the offensive trialing, but Secret have kind of preemptively put their Sniper in the bottom lane to make sure he can get some farm.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea for them to do the Sniper dual lane off. Firstly, it's not that expected, and secondly, it's just really easy to protect them down there.
So it's just the Witch Doctor zone at top lane. It seems like both teams setting their off lane into the safe lane at this point. Neither safe lane solo hero are going to be able to get too much. Nikwa as well as Zai thinking they maybe had an easy safe lane, but not quite the case.
Yes. If you pair up the Sniper versus the Spirit Breaker is not that big of a threat. What's he going to do? Charge you with no one else in the lane? It's only scary if Spirit Breaker comes from another lane. So ideally, our TZ should always be matched up versus Spirit Breaker.
All right, well, similarly, top lane. There's not much the Clockwork can do up here. The Bane's coming back, hasn't skilled anything just yet. Has gone for the boots first, so maybe hoping for a potential nightmare initiation onto Zai, but for the time being, not finding too much. He's going to swing back towards mid lane. 2 minutes approaching, so these first couple of runes are going to be coming out, and I think Puppey a bit worried about this top rune being a death trap, as he's not even going to go.
He has scouted it, though.
Yeah. Knows it's a bounty rune, and it's a haste rune bottom lane. Kuro's going to look to rotate. They're going for a gank here. Pycat takes a raise. There's your Void Slow, but from behind comes Machka. He's going to have no spell leveled up just yet. One Frost Blast comes out from Puppey, and neither team going to be picking up any early kills here.
And looking at the CS in the mid lane, Troll is winning big. 11-3 versus dual lane, and this is with a lot of creeps being sacrificed. So I'm very impressed with Pycat's CS in the mid lane.
Yeah, has the early bottle up, and 2 points in the Whirling Axe is standard stuff, but yeah, S4 has just not found the farm that you'd hope for with a dual lane Lich Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, they need this lane to win. Lich's greatest strength, I'd say, is just straight up winning his lane and denying the opponents a lot of farm.
And looking at the two farmers, RTZ as well as Loda, pretty similar as far as the actual last hits go, 14-12. Fair few more denies on Loda, but he's actually sitting on 14 last hits, 14 denies. Last hitting machine up in this top lane, and Zai, as a result, just level 2.5. Similar story for your Spirit Breaker, though. He's just level 2.5, not really getting too much out of his lane against the opposing carry.
Yeah, and both heroes are probably equally useful or useless, however you want to look at it, without farm. So I don't think either team is getting too much of an edge in these side lanes. Zai is able to creep pull, though, so that's definitely working in his favor.
Yeah, he's going to be able to lead some XP here. Mad comes in, has a point in the Nightmare, gets pulled into a Cogs, no Battery Assault leveled up, but with the creeps here, some good damage coming out, and Mad going to lead with a Nightmare now. The cast coming from your Witch Doctor. Can Loda get here in time? He's going to be close. The body blocks is there. Zai gets out of there. No, he's getting blocked by his own creeps. They work against it. First blood goes the way of Mad. The counter kill's now coming. Puppey gets one with the help of the Frost Blast. Nightstalker getting the last hit. He's got a stick and another void in just a second
Nighttime in
here.
3 seconds.
Uh-oh. The healing ward keeping Ake kind of healthy here. There's your slow from the void, and it's not going to be enough from the healing ward. It looks like Ake with a cast, trying to keep himself alive. The healing ward finally going to be brought down by Kuro. As Nighttime hits just 1 point in the Hunt of the Night, but here's your Bane. Back with the Nightmare. Loda not going to get the kill on Kuro, but the Bane will. He gets the Brain Sap off, and 2 kills apiece. A bit of a bloody mess here in the top lane. Alliance break even, but they got the first blood, and Bane, 2 kills to his name now.
And now Shadow Fiend has closed the gap in between the CS and the mid lane, just 1 CS apart from the Troll Warlord, who was dominating him so much early. And that gank on Zai just took forever.
Yeah.
Because they were stuck in the cogs, and then he ran away, and then he got slept. And they're going pretty much behind the T1 tower, and that just allows all the time in the world for Secret to come up, and also just biding time for that 4-minute mark, which is so crucial for Kuro to get his kills.
He
almost
even managed to kind of get out of there as well. It was if that creep wave didn't block him, I think there was maybe slight chance he could get away from Loda. Speaking of Loda, getting constantly mana burned by the cogs, not really fun for him as far as having that kill potential now that he's lost that mana pool.
So they've scouted out the 2 heroes on the bottom lane with the Observer Ward that blocked the spawn, and looks like Arteezy is setting up for a kill. If Ake were out of position, they would certainly go on him, but Nico with 800 HP is...
Oh, here we go. There's an Assassinate coming in. Ake gonna go down. Nightstalker gets the kill. Nicely played by Secret. Just a Shrapnel as well as an Assassinate. They're actually gonna go Nico with charge on cooldown. They think they can get this kill. The second Shrapnel comes out, and Arteezy with the headshot slows. They're gonna get another. Sniper gets one. Nightstalker gets the other. Nice aggression from Secret in the bottom lane.
Secret's just doing a very impressive job of protecting the Sniper. When you look at Sniper versus lineup, you view him as the weak point, the hero that you want to kill early, you want to kill often, and then it's going to be useless come 15-20 minutes into the game. But looking at him now, he's the highest CS in the game. He's been protected, even though he's in the off lane. He has gotten a kill on the Spirit Breaker as well as another kill on the support. And he's also way over level. They were able to blow up that Witch Doctor because they had the Assassinate.
S4 getting charged at mid, but is invisible, so Nico not going to follow that one up.
Mad gets scouted out by Kuro.
Does go both ways here, but Kuro for now probably just want to heal up a bit with the Tranquil Boots, and has got backup on way. S4 has 2 raises available, and they're going to lead with the Void. 1 raise, 1 more raise coming out in a second. With the Silence, Mad will not get a spell off.
The Night Stalker nighttime vision is underrated. I also don't know why Bane stood around. I'm not actually sure if they saw the Night Stalker.
I think he pinged it.
They pinged it, but I think they might have just like expected him to be there without actually seeing him. I think if you see him, you just immediately peace out.
Loda now getting spotted out, but it's going to be onto Kuro. They go in with the cast, looking to body block him with the illusions. Nice bit of play there. Kuro getting taken out. Loda gets the last hit. Good micro coming out from your jug.
A little bit of help from the Ogres too.
All right.
The cask bounce.
And Loda just going to rotate fully into the jungle at this point, giving the off lane to the Spirit Breaker. Probably going to make his way towards this bottom lane unless they decide they really want to give Mad the solo XP. It seems Loda actually is going to go just for a straight up full jungle at the moment.
So finally they've moved the Spirit Breaker out of the Sniper's lane. I think this should have happened a while ago. But now that Nico has died, it's a convenient opportunity for him to switch lanes.
Arteezy going for very early game items here. Phase, double Wraith Band. He offers a lot of damage output here in the early game.
You can't go greedy versus this lineup. If you... Oh, Nico?
He gets slowed down by the Void Silence up, but should have a charge out of this one. But Zai's there, ready, goes in with a Battery Assault. Can he get the charge cancelled? Yes, he can. Nico, I think, just charged Kuro, actually. Did he not charge down bottom, I guess?
It didn't look like it. I think it would have been stopped anyways, but maybe he could have timed it in between Battery Assaults.
If you get far enough away from the clockwork, I'm not sure how likely that would have been to cancel.
See some stacks coming up. S4 taking on the Ogre and the Satyr stack, but no large camps stacked on the Dire side. Mad trying to catch up in experience after roaming for the fair amount of the early game.
Decent as far as farm. Having boots as well as an urn on him. I'm looking at some of the supports. Kuro's got good farm. Tranquil's wand and almost an urn himself.
Oh no, they spotted out Arteezy's ward in the bottom lane, and the Alliance supports will ping it out and very likely deward it. And now they can't let a solo sniper farm their offlane, not versus their lineup. That's just unheard of.
I imagine Zai will give up this top lane at some point. He's level 6, approaching level 7, has his bottle TP coming out. This is kind of time for him to go gank with the hookshot. But if he's giving up to the sniper or the Night Stalker, we'll have to wait and see. It is daytime, so Night Stalker probably unlikely to want to go gank some of these other lanes just yet.
And Arteezy, being the efficiency king that he is, will start farming the Ancients. So that's kind of a nifty tool that you can use as the offlane sniper. You can't stay in lane.
It's not going to be fast by any means, but it beats farming nothing. I guess you could go back to your own jungle, but hey, why not? Take a little bit here and there, and yeah, he's going to get some at least okay farm there at your Ancients. And Secret making the most out of what they can get here. The mech coming soon on S4, and then probably around the next nighttime, I imagine they get aggressive using the SF mech, using the Clockwork Hookshot. Speaking of Clockwork Hookshot, he goes looking for the bottom lane, but Creepwave completely blocks the hook on the Aki. Not even close to that one.
Yep, a lot of that is due to that very nicely placed Observer Ward by Alliance. They scouted out the ward, they scouted out the Clockwork gank. It's paying dividends.
See what Alliance's next move is going to be. Right now they have both Troll and Jug who kind of both want to take over some of the farm in that jungle, but Pycat getting enough out of the mid lane. 0-0-1, he's sitting on 57 CS, is being out-farmed by the Shadow Fiend by a pretty big margin at this point. But that's kind of the nature of the Shadow Fiend, who can rotate into the jungle, taking out the big camp stacks. He's getting a lot out of the lane as well as the jungle.
Alliance
right now.
Going in for a kill on Arteezy.
Not going to succeed. They do get the D-ward off.
So much of Alliance's strength is being able to take out Roshan. And Secret, they have enough of a lead that they have good enough control of the pit, but if they give up one fight, especially during daytime, then they can easily just give up a Roche. And even if Secret know that they're in there, they might not be able to stop it. So they have to be really careful not to give up any unnecessary kills, and especially like big team fight wipes. Pycat and Juggernaut are still a little bit under farm right now, but they're going for a pick to take down some towers and then to take down Roche. Mad and Loda smoked up in mid behind the T1, waiting for someone to peek their head out. And it will be S4. He has a mech.
Treads. This is not going to be the easiest kills with an Omniscience. They think they can get it. Pops the mech now. S4 still tanking up. And this Blade Fury may not be enough. Just level 1 on an S4. Going to get around. The hook shot off the mark though. Zai cogs in S4. Bit of a mishap there from your Clockwork, but it looks like they'll get the slow and Loda anyways. And all these guys are healing ward at this point. Chewing through the Omniscience Blade Fury. No cancel onto the TP on the Bane. So
what a disaster.
Secret rotate in all 5. They could have got even more off of that, but they did not come close to killing. Oh, they came close, but
this is why Sniper and SF are just going completely non-greedy builds. S4 just built pretty much all the defensive early items that you can. Magic Stick, Mech, and Treads on the Shadow Fiend, as well as the Bottle. So he is probably the only hero that can take that amount of burst.
He's going to get charged at the mid lane. Nether Strike comes through as well. The silence on the Mad means no brain sap for now. Kaz goes flying with a Death Ward. S4 getting low, gets another mech off, gets slowed up, but now the Urn comes in. He's being healed back up. Has a rune waiting for him at top lane. Make it a double rune if he wants it. DD and an illusion. Actually, Zai going to refill his bottle with that. No one going down just yet. And Alliance going to be forced back once more.
These are also with missed hook shots, mind you.
Yeah.
Zai hasn't really been doing that much in the way of hook shotting and initiating for them, but Secret still coming out ahead. 7-3, the kill score.
He's got another hook available. Doesn't have the mana for the battery assault as well, but possibly a hook into a cogs. Although he throws out the rocket flare. There's your hook shot. Where's the follow-up, though? Assassinate, not going to be enough. Kuro wanted to go for that one, maybe thinking he should have cast the Assassinate. Again, Zai not being the most impressive game from his Clockwork, but I guess he did zone him out so they could get the T1 tower.
Space greed.
Yeah. It's not the ideal result. Your Clockwork hooks in on a low HP Bane, you're thinking you have a kill, but
yeah, it's nighttime for Secret. It's time to take down objectives, take down those T1s, and protect the Roach Pit. The Roach Pit is just so important, and they're already Alliance is already having a hard enough time face rushing the Shadow Fiend. and the sniper. And if they get an Aegis, they're just going to play so aggressively on them that their face rush strategy is going to completely fall apart.
Okay, well, we'll see how many objectives they can take during this time. Arteezy's back towards the offlane, just solo farming as an offlane sniper. He's
without
looking
wards.
Really good. Yeah, 2,100 gold. Phase, double Wraith Band, nothing super impressive right now as far as items go, but the fact he's on par with the top farmers.
Oh, they smoke up top. Kuro's out in front.
Can they get him? The charge is going on to S4. Once again, they want to go on the Shadow Fiend. He picks up a TP. Kuro there. Gets a silence on Nikwa. No Nether Strike for now. S4 pops a mech, but the Omni Slash will finish him off.
I don't actually know why Kuro waited to silence him. I think he could have interrupted the charge.
It doesn't interrupt charge, the silence.
Well, what about the Void?
Oh, the Void, yeah.
Yeah, he could have interrupted the charge and then...
I thought you meant the silence, yeah.
Well, he silenced the ultimate, but by that point, he was already in a terrible position. And if he had stopped the charge, they could have retreated back to the T1, and then Alliance may have reconsidered engaging on him. However, he will take a spill, and Zai, again, nowhere to be found. Whereas those clutch hook shots, he was in a pretty good position. Like, if they hook shot and then he went a little bit to the northwest and then cog blocked them, and then they Requiem, they would have been able to take a fight there. But an unreturned kill.
Just need to tank some of the Omni Slash as well. That's just a level 1 Omni Slash from Loda, so if he hooks in and helps SF out there, it could have been a very different fight. We'll see the move towards the mid lane now. S4 going to start throwing up some razors. Pycat doesn't get hit by the hook. Again, Zai slightly off the mark. This has just not been his game on the clock. Secret's still looking okay here as far as the farm goes. Shadow Fiend topping the net worth chart. Sniper's picked up a Blink Dagger as well. Not a very common item to see on snipers anymore.
Yeah, most certainly not. We also see Kuro. He's getting Fiends gripped up top. TP reinforcements coming in. He is saving it for the Midas.
Fiend's grip is going to end, and the slow's not going to hit with the big nighttime Tranquil Boots, giving him so much movement speed. That's a hasted troll, but Kuro going to turn and fight now. The Void Slow is there. Chain Frost available. They may not even need it. Pycat going to go down to your Lich. Gets too aggressive up top, and Alliance feed away a bit of a freebie there to Team Secret.
I must say, like, Kuro is playing amazingly on this Night Stalker. He's a support Night Stalker, and he is really highly leveled. He almost has his Midas, and he's been putting Alliance in these really bad positions. He's like farming right outside of their T1 tower, and he's daring Alliance to go on him.
Kind of making up for, I guess, Zai's performance. He's actually out farming Zai on the clockwork, despite Zai having that safe lane just for quite some time. Kuro now going to help bring down this tower. This will be his Midas money, although he doesn't quite get the last hit. Goes away with S4 Shadow Fiend in. S4 now close to a Yule Scepter, just 200 gold short.
And notice every time it's nighttime, Secret go and push for an objective.
Aki at mid lane, could be in some trouble here. Arteezy thinking about chasing, but not going to fully commit to that one.
Another ward placed for Secret, a very aggressive one right above that T2 ramp in the mid lane. Alliance, they have 2 wards, but they're only covering the bottom. And that's only to protect Spirit Breaker's farm, which is not of utmost importance, but they do have Troll and Juggernaut. Both can take out Ancients, both have lifesteal, both can also solo Roche.
Okay. S4, going to finish up the jungle farm, get up his Yule Scepter, and Kuro, he wanted that farm, he wanted his Midas, but he's going to take a separate camp here, so... Things looking very good for Secret. And kind of as you mentioned, Alliance's inability to take down Roshan is going to really hurt them moving forward here in the mid game. Medallion up on your Lich is just going to make it so that it's much more likely Secret who take Roshan for themselves.
The items are coming out for Secret, but this is the point in the game, I think, where they're supposed to be slightly ahead, given their lineup, with Night Stalker being, I'd say, more effective early before BKBs come out, Lich really effective in the early game because of Sacrifice, and I don't actually know if they have enough of a lead. It's only about 6,000 gold for them, but once BKBs come out for Alliance, or for Troll and Spirit Breaker in particular, it's going to be really rough for Secret to cope with that in team fights. However, they will have the Aegis to help them.
Blind Roshan. I guess Alliance have no good scouting tools, and just not. At this point, Alliance have much better vision on the map. There's no wards for Secret. This is some risky stuff.
It's because they took out those 2 towers.
Yeah.
Alliance don't have that much vision to work with because they're busy trying to spend time pushing out their lanes. And if they don't, it just makes it so obvious as to where they are and where they are and what they're doing.
Arteezy picks up the Aegis and makes his way back towards bottom lane. He's got Aquila, Blink Dagger, another 1,200 gold, and Imagine he'll be starting to look towards a bigger damage output item at this point.
Alliance want to regain control. They have 3 Observer wards out on the map right now, but at the same time, they can't really take a fight. Not with that Aegis and not with all these defensive items on the Shadow Fiend. He has a Yules on top of that. So screw getting defensive supports. He has all the items that they need because of a very successful early game.
Yeah, I mean, as much as Secret maybe meant to be ahead at this point, it feels like their lanes in early game went better than it possibly should have, with Alliance not really getting too much done with the offensive trial lane. The Bane rotation's not really amounting to too much. They really had to kind of overcommit to even kill Zai in that top lane. So we'll see what the next move is going to be. Alliance have got that kind of scary face rush mid-game with the Jug, but now level 11 too.
That's one of their main facets of their strategy, as well as Roshan, and they've kind of failed at both, I would say, at least in the early game. So now that Rosh has gone to Secret, now that Spirit Breaker has been very ineffective in the Pycat trying to TP out, he will get Chain Frosted and Assassinated. Easy kill.
Okay, well, Troll caught out in the top jungle, meaning Alliance give away even more. Nico even TP'd up there to try and help out, but it was well too late.
They're getting kited by all the slows, and this isn't supposed to happen, at least not what Alliance had planned into the game. So now they pretty much play defensive, farm up the jungle, farm up Ancients, get BKBs. Troll Warlord looks like he has an Ogre Club. I'm not sure if it's going to be S and Y or not, but Spirit Breaker certainly needs one. They just cannot walk in. Ake.
Well, more freebies going the way of Team Secret. Kuro gets gripped up, but there's your hook shot. They're going to hit Mad with that one, and Bane Sap maybe going to heal him up a little bit. Zai pushed out of his own cogs, and will find the kill regardless. It's Kuro getting that one. The Death Ward comes out. Nether Strike onto Kuro. They change target with the Death Ward. Kuro still alive and kicking for now. Will earn back up and turn and fight. They want Nico, and with the Frost Blast Rocket Flare, they'll get him. Jug goes down elsewhere. That's Arteezy getting a solo kill, it looks like. Oh, boy. Oh, blinks forward once more, wants Ake. Assassinate is there, and with the Void, Ake goes down. Sniper on a 4-0 dominating streak. 4-for-1 trade.
Everything's going wrong for Alliance. They have a sniper who's blinking into them, who's solo killing their sniper, who's blinking right under the T3 tower, and is just not scared of anything. It was just daytime, too.
Secret are playing this one very well. And right now, Alliance running out of options. They're just...
I think the 2 things have gone really well for Secret that maybe Alliance didn't expect. First is a sniper off lane, and second is the roaming Night Stalker, who picked up a couple of early kills. And he like when Bane was sitting up that hill, he actually prevented with that kill on Bane, he prevented him from sending a vision. And once you don't have vision for that, you're really, really scared to go out for the next nighttime, the next darkness, and it's just a chain effect at that point. And now Alliance, I mean, they don't have wards in ideal positions. Before it was protecting Spirit Breaker, but they want offensive wards. They have a face rush lineup. They want to go in and get kills. They want to be able to use battle trends on people. They want to charge in on people, use Nether Strike as well as Omni Slash, and they just aren't getting anything except for some farm on neutrals.
I do have an idea where S4 is here as he walked past a Radiant lane ward, but he'll make his way back towards this bottom lane. Getting scattered out once more. Charge coming out now. S4 in the side shop here. Has a TP, not going to use it just yet. Has the Yule Scepter as well to cancel the charge, and I imagine, Nico's going to have to cancel it.
That Observer Ward has died now, so Alliance's vision is just getting worse and worse as the game progresses.
Yeah. They got a new ward now down towards the mid lane river, but we'll see what they can get done out of that one. But the farm on Secret, on heroes that you wouldn't expect the farm on. Kuro almost has an Aghanim Scepter at this point. He's on 1,700 gold, just another 1,300 away from the completed Ags. This is scary amounts of farm. They see Nico charging with a Rocket Flare. Zai's getting the hell out of there, and another unsuccessful charge from Nico, just going to cancel. It's still not necessarily a bad thing for him, as this is kind of just what you've got to do with the Spirit Breaker. Just throw charges around and hope you find one which is going to succeed.
Yeah, I think they're hoping a little bit too much at this point. Clockwork has been doing a good job of scouting out with flares and not dying. I mean, he hasn't hit that many hook shots except on a Bane who's channeling Fiend's Grip.
Hey, sometimes those are not the easiest. He had to sidestep around the Night Stalker even to hit that one. You know?
Sometimes creeps are in the
he
way.
Hit a hook shot mid lane. Pycat locked in place, gets out of the cogs, looking to get past the next one, but his own creep's going to block him, and Pycat goes down. Kuro with another kill. Suddenly just 500 gold away from an Ag Scepter.
That is a ridiculously farmed support. We call it support.
He's out farming the Troll. He's almost caught up to the Jug.
Yeah, I mean, he has been just playing amazingly this game, phenomenally. And it's an unusual build with a Tranquil Boots and whatnot, but it allows them to just always stay on the other side of the map and always get vision. They don't really need Observer Wards because Kuro is just constantly scouting them out and seeing where they're going, seeing where they're going to set up Spirit Breaker ganks. And I mean, if Spirit Breaker can't gank, he's not very useful. They can't really play the farming game with him.
Well, Secret now going to get to work on more towers here. The tier 2 at mid lane, unlikely to be standing for much longer. Arteezy almost has a completed Skadi. And going for just pure survivability on the cause of Secret. They say we don't need to go for your Mask of Madness, your Yashas, your S4 on the Shadow Fiend. Doesn't want to go for a big flashy damage upward item. Everyone's just going defensive with their item builds. And
yeah, no Yashas even, which is a little bit surprising. No Maelstrom.
Well, Nikwa now, the charge going down towards bottom lane. He's going to spot up Puppey. There's your assassin. Arteezy realized what's going on. Oh, he traps himself on the high ground. Nikwa gets himself a bit stuck, but it looks like Secret decide they may not want to take this fight regardless.
It's just a terrible positioning for them. They don't really want to fight outside of the creep wave.
Oh, Rocket Flare will scout Nikwa out on the high ground. Zai could go for a hook shot, but these Jug Illusions causing him some problems. Gets past him. There's a Frost Blast. Charge to the low ground. Nikwa goes in on Puppey. Assassinate is there. Now, Chain Frost going to go through. Bounces back to Nikwa. Oh, dear. And the hook shot's still available. Zai may look to go back in and hit Loda with this one, but on the sidelines, it's S4. Looking to bring down Pycat. Kuro again on the front lines. Loda gets an Omni Slash, but it doesn't bounce. It catches just one. The hook shot now there as well. Loda going to be on the run. Mask of Madness as well as Manta Style gets him out of the silence. That's a Mask of Madness soon, but a couple of raises going to bring him down. That's a team wipe. S4 gets a triple kill, and Team Secret plow their way through Alliance to a 20-6 kill lead. And a very sizable gold lead on top of that.
Man, those illusions just own Nikwa.
Oh, man.
A bit of friendly fire there. Yeah. Doesn't happen too much in Dota.
Secret off of that, get their Sniper Skadi, the Night Stalker Aghanims.
And you can tell how pressured Alliance are, though, because they're taking fights like right next to the Roche Pit without vision and during nighttime. And those are usually big no-nos, but they're desperate. They're taking fights that they normally wouldn't want to take just because they know they have to do something to try and get back in this game. But this game is all in Secret's control right now. Everyone's really farmed.
Even your support Lich is sitting on close to 5,000 net worth, is working on what looks to be a Crimson Guard, I guess, with this buckler. They've already got the mech on Shadow Fiend, unless they're thinking about swapping things over with that. But well, for now, 15 seconds of very fast Roshan respawn. Secret are going to be very pleased if they scout that one out fairly soon. And
I still think they want to like take a fight around the T3s and then maybe siege high ground. I don't think they always want to play on their side of the map and keep farming up just because of one BKB coming out for Spirit Breaker pretty soon. I mean, they're farming amazingly well right now, and they're certainly outscaling just because of how much map control they have.
I think Loda just dodged a hook shot with Manta Style. That was pretty sick.
Oh, nice.
It's not a game-winning play, but it's something cool to see. Other problems for Alliance is they lost their gem. Matt actually bought a gem and lost it during that last fight. Goes over to Arteezy on the sniper. So, I mean, you lose your Curie, you lose your gem. Everything just looking pretty poor for Team Alliance at this point. Yeah. They're smoking up. This is a bit of a Hail Mary play, perhaps. I feel like they're just one team fight away from almost even tapping out, despite having Rax still standing. The comeback potential just isn't really there when you fall behind by this much against a lineup with Sniper as well as Shadow Fiend. And you've got such a vision disadvantage because of the Night Stalker.
They see Zion mid and they just completely ignore him. Completely skirting around, looking for an easy kill.
They get into Roshan at the right time. Seems that's what they have their eyes on. Where's that Rocket Flare? We'll cool down for 3 seconds.
He expects something. They know something's up. They've been missing for far too long, and they know that they're so far behind that they have to do something.
Oh, spots out Nico with the Rocket Flare, but not Roshan. They're going to be too late.
Yeah, where's the Rocket Flare? I would have expected it to come out a long time ago.
He shot it at the Spirit Breaker. The Spirit Breaker. They may fight this regardless. They may just say, who cares about Aegis? Let's go in. And that's exactly what Zai has in mind. 2-hero cog. Aki gets silenced up. The Omni Slash is there. But to the high ground goes Zai. Nice fall stuff. Gets him out of there. Magicka on the Bane. Likely to drop to one more Rocket Flare. That's a 2 for Neil so far. Lich going to go down in the backlines to Loda. But the chase is on. Pycat getting slowed down by the Skadi. Nice Centaur stun coming into play. And Pycat still going to be brought down. That's not going to save him. 3-for-1 trade. Loda has the Aegis, but an easy team fight for Secret. Just as soon as they know where Alliance are, they're like, oh, Alliance are 5 men in the Roshan pit. Let's go take a fight. We don't care about this Aegis.
Well, they all had to run away. They had good vision around there, too. Nice hook shot.
They have good vision around everywhere at this point, Ben, with the Night Stalker.
True that.
From behind comes Loda with a DD, but still not an easy fight for him to take. They're just going on Arteezy. Mask of Madness and look to bring him down. Loda gets slowed down. Nice defensive cogs. Arteezy still being chased, and Nikwa gets hit by a hook shot. Battery assault there as well, and with the silence coming into play, he can't get off the Nether Strike. That's one more kill. Arteezy blinks forward, looking for Mad on the Bane, and they'll bring him down with the clock once more. Aki next in line. 4 dead on the sidelines. Alliance getting overrun. Their base now under siege. Tier 3 tower going down fast as the Rax next in line for Team Alliance to lose here at the mid lane.
Secret getting their revenge after Alliance.
Well,
recently 2-0'd them.
Arteezy just saying, let's go for the tier 4s, let's go for the throne. What are they going to do at this point? There's three dead. Loda may have an Aegis, but...
He's like, Omni-slash me, bro. Look at him. He's ridiculous.
Ice Armor is just so useful here as well.
Yeah, it doesn't look that useful because mitigation is hard to see unless it's like GA or something like that. But, I mean, that armor, 9 armor. It's rough.
Not to mention just the attack and movement speed slow when Loda's trying to kill heroes outside of the Omni Slash.
I don't think Alliance varied their damage type enough. I think going for the Jug pick was a little bit over the top. It worked well with their strategy, but at the same time, they didn't have any outs. Like, they already had a good Roshan taker. They already had good physical damage, and they already have good, like, anti-BKB and, like, bash. So I don't really think they needed to go for the Juggernaut. And he was the one that ended up having, you know, a decent amount of farm in the top lane, but he just couldn't translate it to anything because him and Juggernaut, or sorry, him and Troll overlap in a lot of what they do.
All right, well, we'll see bottom lane now. Mad caught out by Kuro. Where's the TP cancel? Yules is there. Side misses another hook, but this one not going to amount to too much. Easy kill on your Bane, who was just trying to get down some deep wards. Does get the ward above the Roshan pit. Meanwhile, oh, Zai would have loved to have a hook shot for that one, but was still on cooldown.
He has an axe.
Right. Yeah, at this point,
you can throw out more.
Fine. Yeah, you can miss more and maybe hit a few more as well at the same time. Everyone on this dire side just getting scarier and scarier.
The systematic push.
Yep, they've almost got a Crimson Guard as well on Puppey. Dreaded Vanguard Lich coming soon.
Loda.
Can they bring him down? The charge is being used on Kuro.
He has Aegis. It's not worth it for them. Not when all 5 of them aren't there.
They want to kill Kuro. He's got a gem, but nice Yule Scepter coming out from your Shadow Fiend will prevent the charge, and Loda going to give up the chase. It's bottom lane, or where'd Sniper get that kill? Top lane, where they kill off the Troll.
That's another thing about the Night Stalker with the gem. Spearbreaker can't ever catch you by surprise.
And they keep sniping Couriers. Second Courier kill in a row. Team Secret just finding more and more money to throw their way as Kuro gets up to 4k gold now. Could see like a BKB or something come from him, although not necessarily a BKB game against all this physical damage. Zai gripped up at bottom. Here comes his teammates, though. They're going to be able to protect him soon. He just needs to get out and stay alive. Nether Strike is there. Zai gets the Yule Scepter coming from the Shadow Fiend. Requiem to follow. 4-star out. Zai still alive for now. The cast. Death's Ward. Zai, is he going to be kept alive? Almost with the hook shot. 4 dead, though. Loda, the only one left standing. Alliance in all sorts of trouble.
This has to be GG soon. Yeah. They are just masochists if they stay in this game.
There's nothing to be gained here. The Shadow Fiend and the Sniper both so tanky. Both going for the Skadi build.
4 heroes committing on a clockwork. Couldn't even get the kill on that.
They almost...
Or barely got the kill.
Yeah, barely got the kill. When he hook-shotted there and canceled the Death Ward, I actually thought it was going to live for a second, but... Team Alliance get manhandled by Secret. That was a very one-sided affair to open things up here in the Europe group for Red Bull Battlegrounds.
I think Secret had a very good strategy. It was difficult to execute, but I think the Night Stalker just played amazingly well. They were always scared of him. They never really wanted to gank the Sniper past like 6 or 7 minutes because they were always living in fear. Crippling fear.
They were living in a lot of fear that game. Secret through to the winner bracket final. They'll be taking on the winners of the Ninjas in Pajamas and Cloud9. That best of one coming up next here at Red Bull Battlegrounds. You guys can follow all the action at redbullbattlegrounds.com. You can play along and take part in the broadcast as well through the iPowwow voting and polls that are going on. Head on over to redbullbattlegrounds.com to vote there, as well as check out tickets. If you're based in the US, you want to come out to San Francisco for the finals, May 10th at the Warfield Theater is where everything is going to go down. But guys, for now, we're taking a break. When we come back, the Ninjas in Pajamas take on Cloud9. Welcome back. Our second game of today's Europe group for the Red Bull Battlegrounds about to take place. We've got Cloud9 taking on the Ninjas in Pajamas. Cloud9 favored series, but we've seen some underdog stories happen already here at Red Bull Battlegrounds. And
not that much favored, like
yeah.
60-40-ish.
Okay. That was
I would say 2-1 maybe. So it's around there.
Cloud9 can be very hit or miss, especially in some of these online competitions. I think they're almost a team that can perform better offline at LAN events, but for now, it's a best of one. Ninjas in Pajamas, very aggressive in the early to mid game, and I would say a team that could take on Cloud9 if they get their right hero picks and they get a draft that really suits them.
Yes, we've seen NIP perform a lot recently, and the thing is they never perform like super amazingly well in any one aspect. They're just very good at all aspects of the game, very well-rounded, and yeah, they don't really have that many big weaknesses for Cloud9 to take advantage of either.
Well, we'll see what Cloud9 are going to be looking to do. I imagine it's just going to be their kind of tried and true. The kind of picks that have been working for them. Fata, his Beastmaster's been good. His Shadow Fiend's been solid. The Zeus, looking at some of the kind of key things for them. It's kind of less about the hero kills for this team. They kind of split push. They look to create space for Envy. Envy kind of the one off split pushing while the rest of his team group up more and look to use, I would say, map control to their advantage.
Yeah, they definitely have a unique playstyle that isn't really mimicked by any other team in the competitive scene.
Okay, well, as for the Ninjas in Pajamas, we're going to see what they can bring to the table. Era, I mean, this guy always delivers. As far as a carry go, he's probably got the best KDAs out there. But I feel like there's still a lot of importance on the rest of his team. It can't just be Era who shows up today if this team wants to go far during this Europe qualifier.
Yeah, definitely. And their lineup has a decent amount of depth. Maybe not as much as all the other teams in the tournament, but Limp and Johannes, you don't even know how to say his name. Jonas as...
Jonas. Jonas fam.
I don't know any people named Jonas. But anyways.
No one, apparently.
Yeah, he's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
But again, just not as deep. And
yes.
they rarely like solo carry to games like you see some of the playmaking offlaners do.
When they get their heroes, they seem to do well. Like sometimes they get their Wisp Tiny, if they get their like Axe Dazzle, if they get Limp's Lina.
Oh yeah, his Axe is pretty good.
Yes, his Axe can be very impressive. But guys, we're going to see exactly what picks they're going to be getting. The draft now underway. Cloud9 versus the Ninjas in Pajamas. Let's get into it. So a best of one winner bracket match. Loser drops down to meet Team Alliance. Winner will have a date with Team Secret in that winner bracket final. And for now, it's the Ninjas in Pajamas banning out some of those kind of heroes we talked about. The Vision heroes, the Beastmaster gets taken out. Cloud9 going to ban the Night Stalker themselves. And well, our good friend, the Troll Warlord, we kind of talked about... Will we get to see him today? We had 0 Troll Warlord games yesterday. He was banned out in the first stage every single game.
But as we just saw in the last game, the sound drubbing that Secret dealt to Alliance, Troll is very manageable. I don't even know if Pycat picked up any kills last game.
He had a pretty rough time. It definitely felt like there was some drafting issues with Alliance, having just all in on the physical damage, and then Secret, the way they itemize just to tank up and negate that kind of play and strategy from working.
The 1D lineup. Man, I always gripe about how theaters advertise 4D. It's like, what exactly is 4D? I mean, like, fourth dimension is time, so technically all movies, like, if they advertise 3D, they're 4D.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just one of my pet peeves.
So all movies should advertise as 4D, is what you're saying?
Yes, it's just a buzzword. It's like, oh my goodness, 4D,
yeah.
So amazing.
Throws me buzzwords.
Definitely
as possible
not
to
Alliance's
hype
lineup. It was not 4D.
What would be the fourth dimension in Dota? What would be the third? Physical damage, magic damage. I mean, there's pure damage, but I feel like that's kind of, I guess, a third dimension. Third damage type. Fourth, I don't know. We'll have to see what you guys think. So Cloud9, Magnus as well as Phoenix come out. They love their Phoenix.
Phoenix versus a Troll, though. This is, I would say the two no-nos for picking Phoenix are against a Troll and against a Meepo. Those are the two ones that you're just like, okay, let's not pick him. But Cloud9, very, very bold with the Phoenix.
I feel like they're just so confident with their team fight and their group up play. So,
wow, another hero with increased attack speed, although you don't see it that often because you think of her as a huge magic burst, sometimes with the pure damage burst, the Laguna Blade.
Well, Fiery Souls with the Troll ultimate, get that machine gun Lina attack going. And
oh god, she hits for 40 every hit.
Oh yeah.
Actually, she hits pretty hard.
Get the damage going. You throw in, like, Lina's normally get either phase boots or treads as well on top of that. Your Yules gives you some damage.
Her nukes are too strong.
Yeah. So, Treant banned now from Cloud9.
Is the Magnus a deny pick?
No, I don't think so. I think Cloud9 just love their... Fata to me has 3 big heroes at the moment. Beastmaster, Magnus, as well as Zeus. So it seems Cloud9 are picking those 3 heroes.
Oh yeah, why did they ignore Zeus? I think they should have gone for a Zeus, over the Magnus. Just because, again, as you talked about before the game, it's a very vision-centric. And NIP, they already banned out the Sniper, gives free vision with Shrapnel, and the Hawk with the Beastmaster. So without most of those, there's, I guess there's Night Stalker left in the pool, but that's been banned out first phase by Cloud9. And then we have Zeus, who is also the most common, and Na'Vi picked up on that, banned it out against Hellraiser yesterday, but it's still very potent in most teams' hands.
Could still go for the Zeus as a support if they want to. Hasn't been banned out. They targeted the no-tail jungling heroes and Chen as well as Enigma.
They also need damage, I would say. Like Magnus, you need something to follow up the RP with.
Who's being empowered is always the big question when you pick up the Magnus, typically speaking.
I mean, EE plays like any melee carry, or every melee carry, rather, so...
Ooh, Undying. So we're going to see Undying Phoenix dual lane, I think, out of this.
What do you focus in this lineup? Do you focus the egg? Do you focus a tombstone?
They've got lots of physical damage to at least kill them off, but you group up, you try and focus them down. That's what sets up a good Magnus RP.
And again, Cloud9 banning the Treant Protector as well, often seen as a good partner with the Phoenix.
I guess you couldn't really get the Treant and the Undying, but who knows if they wanted the Undying from the get-go, but...
Yeah, I don't know why they banned out Tree. They also have Phoenix to deal with the living armor. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's the brute, maybe it's the invisibility ganks that people are scared of.
It feels like the more we've seen Treant lately, it's been much more about roaming around with Nature's Guys, more so than, I guess, living armor as well, but the Nature's Guys giving you like tons of scouting information, map control, which Treant with Nature's Guys seems to give you a lot of.
But it seems like since both of these teams are banning those out, they would have prioritized the Zeus much, much higher.
Yeah.
There's so many Vision heroes banned out in this. There's also, I guess, some more substitutes for Treant Protector. You can also go like Bounty Hunter, although just not as good in that role.
Yeah. So the Envy Juggernaut going to make its appearance here. There's your hero to benefit from an Empower. And
do we even need to mention this melee hero?
It's
the Magnus Juggernaut Cleave.
Tried and true. This has been proven to work very well. Can split push pretty decently as well. It's got good escapes. The Blade Fury TP if you ever get in too deep. And even just your incredible movement speed, allowing you to zip around the map very well. And IP go for a Queen of Pain now. So maybe putting Lina onto a support role depending on how they want to run the Queen of Pain. Although also we've seen Eunice play the offlane Queen of Pain as well.
And Cloud9 really lacking on the disables. I mean, you
all
have
in RP.
Well, Phoenix stun, if you want to count that.
Yeah,
Omni slash mini stun, that control.
I don't want to count the Phoenix or the Omni slash stun. I'm going to count the RP, and that's about it at this point.
Skewer, I guess, is actually decent because it's such a long time.
They probably want, like, what, the Lion as their last pick? That's one of kind of Misery's big heroes that he plays.
Yeah, that's...
As far as lockdown goes.
Probably one of the best ones, I would say. And it's also a nice line stun that you can follow up the Magnus with. Sand King's pretty good, too. I like Sand King a lot here.
The main thing's not having a zoning support in the laning stage if you get the Sand King. That's where if it's
I mean, Cloud9 greed, dude.
Yeah.
The greed.
Some games it's just like, so who's supporting this game?
Undying can zone, though.
Yeah.
I guess it's really hard with the K.
I guess it depends where you want the Undying to go, because generally you see like an Undying Phoenix, and I think they're going to be paired up in the offlane together. But could do like an Undying in the safe lane with the Jug and get someone else offlane with the Phoenix, or just try and line it up.
I just like Sand King more because he has a lot more damage output to throw into the Magnus. Like if Juggernaut for some reason isn't in the fight or doesn't have Omni Slash or can't get there to Omni Slash, they have something to just completely destroy NIP if they get hit by a 3 or 4 man RP. That's what's really disappointing when you're a mag is you hit an RP and no one does anything afterwards. And sometimes that's based on heroes.
At this point, he's very reliant on there to be like a Jug there maybe for an Omni Slash. And if Envy's off split pushing, that's unlikely to happen.
They also might try initiating in a different manner, which is just going with Phoenix, hope that they go on the egg, or just RP a couple people who are focusing at the egg. So the Mirana with the last pick, very unusual.
A lot of early game pressure this hero can put on by throwing arrows towards the mid lane
the Vision with Moonlight Shadow game.
Vision, yeah.
We've been talking
Vision
about
with
Vision so
arrow,
much.
yeah.
I just had to say that.
Yep. Got that those scouting arrows. This game's all about the scouting arrows, Ben. This is the Zeus substitute. You just go Arcane Boots and just, or no, you get 10 clarity and just keep spamming arrows for Vision.
Save it for Necrobook. Send those out to Scout.
Yep. I like it. This is thinking outside of the box in Cloud9 fashion. As NIP last pick Disruptor, one of the Handskin specials.
Some AoE control, some setup for them to dump the Queen of Pain and the Lina damage into. Decent at maybe killing a Mirana, although I believe it will be a support Mirana, so not their highest priority.
Yeah, Misery picks up the Mirana, so imagine he's going to be spending just time moving around the map, throwing arrows towards the Lina at mid. Will be an off-lane Queen of Pain by the looks of things. Unless NIP, they could actually well just offensive trailing this. Troll, Ogre, Disruptor. Definitely potential there to get aggressive during the laning stage, but that's something where Cloud9, if it is...
I don't think you aggressive versus Undying. That's like asking to lose a game just based off lanes. Also, Disruptor is just doesn't have too much to offer in a tri-lane.
Undying Mirana, pretty potent. Disruptor's got, like, what, one of the best level 1 nukes as far as damage output goes?
Compared to Undying, though?
Yeah.
Undying's is multiple target, it buffs them up, it's instant, as opposed to damage over time.
Not just damage, it takes away your strength as well, your max HP.
Gives him damage. You can't compare it.
I would much rather have Decay than Thunderstrike.
It does do a lot of damage. It's really good at zoning, which is why he's usually put in the safe lane. But it looks like Handskin's already making his way to the off lane.
Okay. Yeah, Jonas,
bold.
8 tangos and circles. I think they're expecting this dual lane, like Bone 7. Or Bone 7's actually on the Undying. It's going to be Phoenix as a support, it seems. So we'll run through our drafts here. On the Cloud9 side, we are going to have Big Daddy No-Tail on your support Phoenix. Bone 7 going to be on the Undying. Fata going to be playing the Magnus towards bottom lane. Eternal Envy going to be on the Juggernaut, and that leaves Misery on the Mirana. For your Dire side, the Swedish squad, the Ninjas in Pajamas, going to be running Handskin on the Disruptor. Era playing the Troll Warlord. Seal Kit on the Ogre Magi. Limp going to go mid on the Lina, and that leaves Jonas playing the Queen of Pain.
Do you think they would have run Bone 7 on the Phoenix had they not picked the Disruptor? I'm not sure whether they or not they had planned on having the Phoenix offline. I guess it is flexible, but I'm curious as to what they would have done had the Disruptor not been picked.
Yeah, I think Cloud9 probably had this set already is my general thought on that, but I think they want to do this Phoenix Undying dual lane. It's just a matter of, I guess, where the farm priority goes for. But we'll see things begin here. The Europe group stage unraveling today. We're going to know our Europe representative for the Red Bull Battlegrounds playoffs by the end of today, taking place in Santa Monica early in May. And moving on towards the finals in San Francisco at the Warfield Theater on May 10th. Tickets are available if you guys want to check out the event in San Francisco on May 10th. You can head over to redbullbattlegrounds.com for information. Get to meet the team, interact with the players, Dota 2 secret shop, and all that good jazz as well. But for now, here we go.
Lina Arcana.
Oh, disappointing. He plays so much Lina too. You'd expect it to be a Lina Arcana. Poor form, Fata. From Limp, sorry. Arrow goes flying. Whoa, that one. For a second I thought it was going to hit Fata, and I was like, hold on a second. It's early in the morning, and that's an arrow aimed at the Lina. So it is going to be dual lanes coming out from Cloud9. Phoenix Undying up top against a Queen of Pain. Can't really... Unlikely to kill off the Queen of Pain, but they can put a lot of pressure on.
Oh yeah, it's great for harassing Phoenix.
Yeah.
Or great for harassing the co-op.
So we'll see. As for the bottom lane, it's going to be a Juggernaut solo against an offensive tri-lane. Not a lane you'd expect Jug to get too much done and too much farm. He's completely on his own. Misery just sitting above mid and looking to throw arrows a bit left, right, and center.
Got some issues.
Uh-oh. That's a good start for the day. We've got it through one game, and the Dota 2 gods decided, that first game went a bit too smoothly. You guys are going to have to deal with a few issues here. Let's throw some your way.
So looking at the lanes, Cloud9 definitely should have a good handle on top. Right?
Yes.
I mean, Undying can't really do that much to co-op, but Phoenix can do a lot.
Jonas should be able to get experience out of this lane, but I don't see him getting much in the way of farm. If he has more than 10 CS in like the first 5 minutes, I'd be kind of surprised.
Misery put a stranglehold on the middle lane Lina.
He may even go top lane and throw arrows at Jonas as well, which may be something slightly unexpected for your Queen of Pain. If you get like a good line going over the trees, we can shoot over the tree line and catch him before he can react. Could be a move he looks to make. He'll go anywhere except bottom. There's no point going bottom lane to throw arrows if it's just a jug down there. You can kill the Lina with an arrow, you can kill the Queen of Pain with an arrow. One of those two is going to be the target for Misery's Mirana rotations.
Yeah, they could probably get a kill on bottom, but it's not worth it just because Jug will most likely die in that situation. But I think it might be time for Nip to move some heroes off. I think Ogre running around and mirroring the Mirana's movements and just keeping track of her and making sure that Lina doesn't die in the mid lane is far more important than having that extra body on bottom. Because they can already have 2 range heroes just simply right-clicking the Juggernaut over and over on the bottom lane.
And we talked about Disruptor. Static Storm with the damage output this offers is one of the most high-damage nukes out there. So at level 1, that is. So Envy should be able to get zoned out just by the Disruptor alone down at bottom lane. So it does look like Misery's intent is to head towards top lane. He's already drawn an arrow on the minimap to say, look, that's where I'm going to head to. I'm towards top, and that's where I want to go for my next little arrow gank attempt. But yeah, I totally agree. The Ogre should be probably spending time moving around, chasing the Mirana around, figuring out where Potom is going with these ganks.
Or he can just go top and bully out the Phoenix, because Quap can't do it alone. So Nip is having some issues in the other 2 lanes, and yes, they're going to win the 3-on-1 situation, but it's not worth what they're giving up in the other 2.
I mean, they win a 2-on-1 at the same time.
Yes,
so.
exactly.
Silkid has boots, so he should be able to rotate pretty quickly. Maybe he's thinking he wants a TP scroll or something first, so we'll take him about 20 seconds to farm that one up just by getting the gold over time. So.
Sealkid's a cool name.
Sealkid, yeah. I remember, I think it was at Starladder last time, Ina was interviewing him and was like, so why did you choose the name Sealkid? And he's just like, I don't know. And she's like, do you like seals or something? And he's like, not really, no. It's like, okay. So, are you into like animals or zoos? And he's just like, no, I'm not much of an animal person. It's like,
he has to have a reason. He probably
I think he just thought it. I think he just thought. I mean, I think he explained it. He just thought it sounded cool, but
why would you pick a name that sounds cool if you don't like the actual thing that it represents?
I mean, what is a seal kid?
I mean, he's a kid that likes seals.
Okay.
Or as a seal aficionado.
Just seal aficionado. Knows all.
He could have made that his
variety
name.
of seals. Seal aficionado.
Yeah.
If he was an aficionado, he would have done that, not seal kid.
Well, he also might like Ogre, and he has like the walrus whacker.
You know, that's the thing. I see this name Seal Kid, and then I see he's playing an ogre with this little.
Oh, he doesn't have the walrus whacker?
No, he hasn't got. Okay, he's got.
I can't say that word properly.
No, he hasn't got much in the way of cosmetics. Just got the common bracer.
You know, I have an item from Coddle Guy in my inventory. I gotta show you it. He gifted it to me
Is this for
Christmas.
the ogre?
Yeah.
I saw something that said secure the bonus.
Yeah. Where'd it go? Oh yeah, here it is.
Is this your walrus wrecker?
Yeah, secure. It's called secure the bonus.
That is some next level ogre cosmetics. The uncommon mask. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm liking it. You need to help out Seal Kid. You need to hit him up on Steam and be like, dude, next time you're playing Ogre Magi, you can borrow this from me.
He doesn't even like seals. Why would I give him a walrus whacker?
He can show off your cosmetics, and then he borrows it from you. He returns it. That's where there's like a new market to be untapped there. It's just lending cosmetics, so to promote yourself.
Advertising through cosmetics.
Yeah, yeah. That's how it works in some other games. Like I see, like in CS:GO, where they have their knives, and it says like who gifted it to them to give this like super expensive knife.
So
or
next time someone plays Brewmaster and has a big keg, we'll name it the Red Bull keg.
Yeah. Just full of Red Bull.
Yeah.
That's right. So.
It's for the under 18 crowd, under 21 crowd rather.
All right. Well, right now, hopefully things will get back underway. A couple players have reconnected here. For those of you wondering what's going on, it is the Red Bull Battlegrounds Dota 2. We're waiting on Cloud9 to reconnect and get things back underway. I do have some pause time remaining here in their opening match, as well as just being a minute in, so maybe we could be looking for a stand-in if their final player, who is missing? It looks like Bone7. It's always Bone7, man.
He always has issues, visa issues.
Yep. You name it. Visa issues. I don't know what are they.
Feeding issues.
I was going to say that. I was like,
well popularized in the Chinese scene for his knack to feed. That is something special.
My favorite Bone7 moment was when he was playing Legion Commander and had like 8 TP scrolls. Because every time he was about to die, he just wanted to spend his money so he didn't lose money. So he bought TPs. And then suddenly, 15, 20 minutes, and he had 7 TP scrolls.
Then you can sell them. It's a good investment.
You don't actually make that much money back off of it, necessarily.
Hey, it's Bone7 we're talking about. He's always poor. Actually, he has some amazing games. His Batrider sometimes is freaking phenomenal.
He just has the highest deviation between his top performances and his bottom performances, I think, on this Cloud9 team.
Keeping the opponents on their game. It's like, can we kill him?
Yep. The last month where Cloud9 have found their form, I think he's been really good and dominant, though. So,
I mean, this patch, you have to have a stable offlaner.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just rough. If your offlaner dies like 10 times in the game, how do you win with that?
I think really like looking at the teams like who've been at their best at any period of time in Dota 2 or Dota 1, whatever it may be, they've all had like the best offlaner in the world at that time. Like IG at TI2 had YYF. Vici Gaming for the past year had Ice to me, and like Secret recently with Zai has been amazing as well. I mean, Secret's not at the top of the Dota scene right now.
Universe.
But yeah, Universe for EG. Like, I mean, you have to have a great player in every role, but it feels like having one of the best offlaners there is very important.
Most certainly.
Maybe the most difficult. I don't know about the most difficult role, but the most unique role.
Either support or offlane.
Yeah, I feel like offlane is completely different to anything else you do. At least it especially used to be when you were just 1v3 every game, and it's like, okay, what do I do? I'm 1v3 and getting zoned out. How do I make use of having zero?
Hanskin, immediate G.
Yeah. And I be ready.
Good.
G, let's go. Hanskin unpauses, both teams ready, and we'll see things unravel here. Misery looking for his next arrow is going to stay towards the mid lane. Looking to shoot over the trees. Or is he?
It's a tough one to see coming. I think it's easier if you're Radiant with the arrows, just because Dire camera is usually in a bad position to see them coming.
Just going to hold on to the arrows for now. Bottom lane, Envy continuing to getting zoned out. You do want to use this tree line here to shoot it over, but looks like Limp does have the Observer Ward behind him as well, so he does have that high ground vision to some extent. Here's your arrow, Limp.
There's Seal Kid. Whew. Coming on in. Trying to find him.
All right, he's going to bring that Will Whacker and see what he can do here. Sees Misery no longer on this perch, so probably giving warning to Jonas at top lane that things could be a little risky up there. Keep an eye out for some arrows yourself.
And now they're going to see him coming with the Observer Ward. Seal Kid is going to walk right on in. He might get hit by an arrow. But he's Ogre.
Yeah, let's say he's Ogre. There's Fire Spirits as a dive. They could get the movement speed slow. Arrow going to be off the mark, and I think with that, they back off. Maybe want to lead with the dive to get the movement speed slow, but even with the dive, I think that was a hard to kill to get.
Killing an Ogre is no easy feat.
And Jonas, he's getting decent XP up top. Well, 2.5, doing at least decently well. Compared to Envy, who's still stuck on level 1. He's maybe just considering transitioning into the jungle at this point. Pick up a Quelling Blade and just take what little farm you can get at some of these medium camps, perhaps.
And NIP has a lot of heroes that can do well with farm, right? They have Lina, they have Troll, they have Quap, even an Ogre who can get an Axe Scepter. But for Cloud9, they have to have a farm Juggernaut.
There is catch-up potential with Empower and Stacks, but he's got absolutely zero. Oh, Limp sidesteps the Skewer at mid lane as he'll get himself out of there. Fata has a couple bottle charges. Should be more than okay here. Both Lina as well as Magnus. Lina with the edge there as far as CS goes. 17 CS to the 12 on Fata's Magnus, but seems like a relatively even matchup so far.
Yeah, even with the threat of the Priestess of the Moon arrows, they can't seem to secure
Flips back on Envy, and I think they know he has no Blade Fury. He's going to drop the Healing Ward, and that level 1 Healing Ward going to get taken out with ease. Not micro back, and Envy gives up first blood.
That's so Envy-esque to get Healing Ward at level 1.
Yeah, I think they knew as well. Like, possibly seen it earlier, or... I mean, they know Envy as well.
It's like, I remember someone was talking about how when they were trying to gank Terrorblade, and he's like level 8, they're like, there's no way he has Sunder.
It's Envy, yeah. Yeah, he's gone the 4-4 build with Illusions and Metamorph.
But, I mean, how sad is that your safe lane carry isn't level 2, 3.5 minutes in?
Not even able to leech XP. Now he goes to the Centaurs.
The Pro Man Shield, though. He would have much rather had a Quelling Blade.
Yeah. I guess he's going to get both, I guess, over time, but picks up the PMS first. Top rune coming soon. Fata going for it. There's going to be a Fire Blast coming out. Seal Kid. You know, just use that on the Phoenix. Limp taking a bit of damage here. Mirana, no arrow for the time being. Limp.
If that shockwave had hit.
Whew. Limp's done a good job of dodging skewers, dodging shockwaves, and keeps himself out of danger through this. Right now, NIP, both mid lane as well as their, well, quote-unquote off lane, their Era Troll Warlord, both farming very, very well. And it's just a farming Undying. This is not the hero you want farm on. It's Envy you really want the items coming out for.
Level 1 Healing Ward in action, and of course, level 2, the crit.
Okay, so for NIP, probably pretty happy with how things are going here. Jonas did rotate towards mid on the Queen of Pain. I guess he wasn't really getting much out of this offlane anyways, but...
Yeah, there's no way he could have.
Swinging into this Radiant jungle. That gets spotted out by an Observer, but I think they know. They're like, Envy's only move is to go into the jungle. Let's go and punish this.
I wonder what Envy's going to do.
And he's level 2. He's jungling. Do you think he has Blade Fury? No, I don't think so. He's gone for the Healing Ward and the Blade Dance, so...
So greedy.
I mean, I don't even know if at this point it's like not even greedy. Your only way to catch up is the jungle potentially, and he's thinking,
but you don't die.
Yeah,
right? Like just getting spin and crit, I think is much safer.
Yes, as opposed to the Healing Ward. Yeah, I guess he was in the lane thinking, okay, I'll get Healing Ward to save out on Tangos and then get XP in the lane.
Yeah,
but he never got XP in lane.
That's greedy. You could have just fought Tangos. 2% of your HP for 50 seconds, so 50% of your HP. That's a whopping like 275. Which is like 2 Tangos worth.
Look what they're doing down bottom to his jungle and everything. They get deep Observer wards down. They have a ward near mid lane, which sees towards into the enemy jungle as well. They have complete control of this bottom side of the map. And Envy, he's trying to Quelling Blade through these trees. Era searching through every little gap. Multiple TPs coming their way. They spot out Envy, and he has not got a Blade Fury. RP will, well, not keeping alive. Here comes Jonas. Skewer into the tower. 2 heroes caught in that one with the RP, but Era going to turn and fight. Fata's already used the Skewer, and it looks like Era will bring down your Magnus as well. Misery already throwing out the arrow as Era does go down to the Phoenix damage over time, but the Fire Blast now coming into play, and it's another kill going the way of the ninjas. Misery, no leap for the time being. Is he going down? Is there follow-up?
What is going on with Cloud9? Why is Undying not here in this fight? Imagine a tombstone dropped right there, a level 3 tombstone. Bone 7. Okay, and Juggernaut didn't have spin and died again.
Yeah.
Big surprise.
There were so many TPs in as well. It's like, okay, all these TPs, Cloud9 are ready for this, but yeah, like you said, no Undying.
NIP is just taking complete advantage of Cloud9, and Cloud9, I mean, they're... yes, the tower is important, but I also think not losing 4 heroes on your bottom lane is also very important.
I think they'd already pushed the tower as well. That tower, when I looked before going towards the bottom lane dive, like it was on sub 150 HP. With 3 heroes pushing it still, so...
Yeah, and Bone 7 is just on a hero that doesn't do that well with farm. And if he were like a Bat Rider, and it were his BOTs or his Blink Dagger that he was getting up there, okay, sure, so be it.
Just you wait, here comes his Midas, then he'll show you what he can do with farm.
Not carry as hard as EE would with farm.
EE smoked?
Okay, he has Blade Fury.
Yep.
And he has a Quelling Blade before boots. Going full greed.
Just the smoke to get into my jungle so I can farm. Like, let's smoke past their wards to get into the jungle, and then I can actually take some camps.
I don't think he is used to being in this situation.
Oh, Limp, another shockwave off the mark, and the glimpse back. Limp will still go down as Phoenix dives on through, and back towards the mid lane. Magnus goes down. He was glimpsed back and became the focus of attention for NIP.
Okay, Undying.
He's coming into play. He's in the mid lane, shows up. Still not involved in any of the actual kills just yet. And bottom lane, it's Era pushing down the tier 1 tower. And we can just sit and watch as this happens.
And Era's going to be so fat, and then he's going to be able to control Roche too, especially if Undying doesn't fight. Undying's pretty much our only way to control Roche at this point because Phoenix is not level 6. But he's almost there.
May even they see Envy, it's like, okay, he's level 4. Do you think he has Blade Fury by now? 50-50.
Stats plus more stats.
Stats plus Blade Dance.
Well,
or yes,
they're probably looking at his stats. If he doesn't have stats, they have to assume that he has Blade Fury.
Yeah, he wouldn't go 2 Healing Wards, so. Alright, so they know his Blade Fury. But NIP now, their next move going to be rotating Lina as well as Ogre towards the mid lane and even into this enemy jungle. Lina taking enemy neutral camps at this point.
I think that's a big problem that Lina's underfarmed though. because she needs mobility items to deal with not getting RP'd, to not getting caught in the Phoenix stuff, to burst heroes down before they can Omni Slash and drop Tombstone and whatnot. And I mean, she's doing decently in terms of farm.
Still has more farm than anyone on Cloud9. It's just not exactly impressive
I think she
for 9 minutes.
should be more farm.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. Another smoke from Cloud9, another kind of odd smoke.
Protect the jungle.
Yeah, they're going to go on through. It looks like Era may be the target, but Arrow has to land. That's really their only initiation here, outside of a Skewer RP.
Yeah, the Mirana pick in general, which is so risky by them.
Yeah, without a good initiation, Hansen just TP's out bottom lane. He's not really got anything to worry about. That's why I don't get... They just use 2 smokes in a row. How do you smoke gank with like a Mirana? You've got no way to guarantee this arrow. If you find someone, there's a chance you get the kill with an arrow, but it's not like a guaranteed kill like if you have a lion with an impale or something. Bit of an odd one.
Maybe they were just confident.
I mean, with Mirana, confidence is always key. That's how you find those early kills. And for now, Cloud9 down many kills and a lot of net worth. The top 3 farmers all on that dire side, and you give Era a bit of a lead on that Troll Warlord, and he will take advantage of it. Ancients, Roshan, your Radiant jungle, the Dire jungle, whatever he wants on the map, he will have access to.
How's good old Magnus doing in terms of his quest for the Blink Dagger?
Decent, 1900 gold, not going for the arcane boots, so going for the straight blink rush. As Undying picks up a first item mech. So Bone7 has got a fight now. He's got max Tombstone, he's got mech. This is where he needs to be very active and involved.
Yeah, no Midas. I mean, if he goes a mech, they're kind of pushing for the mid game, right? But their mid game isn't that strong, just because Envy is really underfarmed. Phoenix just hit level 6, and Troll is kind of overfarmed. If they like let NIP take an Aegis, their mid game kind of goes out the window until like the 25-minute mark and later.
It also feels like they may not have a good way to stop Era from taking an Aegis. And they're going to just try 5-man at this point.
Tombstone and Egg.
Well, it's not even 5. Yeah, Tombstone and Egg. They have got the team fight, but they can't take Roshan themselves. If NIP just back off and then wait for the Tombstone and Egg to wear off, then they go back in. So they can maybe delay the Rosh, but preventing it altogether seems kind of tricky. Era comes in, going to look to bring down the Tomb. Hit by the arrow, but they do take down the Tomb. No more zombies to worry about, but a Shockwave comes through. And
they really need to blink. If Mag had just a slightly better start, he could blink Skewer back, and that would be an instantly one team fight and a tower.
Yep.
So Mag not having his items are really costing him at this point.
Yeah, Mag's died, what, twice? Yeah, 0-2 on Fata, and...
Yeah, all it took was one of those deaths to be prevented, or one arrow hit by Misery in the mid.
They're going to give Hanskin some farm at bottom lane. He's got his max glimpse now as he hits level 7. So we'll see if they can hit some static storms at this point. And Limp on the Lina needs that Yule Scepter as soon as possible. And it is coming pretty fast.
You know, I was playing with someone once and they called it Elu Scepter.
Eluse?
Maybe they have dyslexia. Yeah, it was Eluse. It's like the U comes before the L. I'm fairly sure.
There's some new school play. There's your RP. The Blink Dagger coming into play. Fata just picked this one up and kills off your Lina. Envy taking the Laguna Blade. That's some hate for Eternal Envy. But he's going to Healing Ward up, gets the bottle charges, and take the T1 tower here. Suddenly Envy could be, I don't want to say caught up, but in a much better position. Problem is he's not really feeling confident about going for this tower.
Why is he scared? What is going to kill him? Can he just spin away from
Static Storm, I guess. Maybe like a straight up Static Storm connect field, but outside of that, not sure. Both teams get a tower. Troll gets the deny on mid lane, though. See, Envy's got some at least damage now with the Empower, Phase Boots. Not
max crit.
Yeah, max crit. Pure farm mode right now. Pro Man Shield, Quelling Blade, and...
Pure farm mode would be no play Fury. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on now.
No
Omni Slash. Oh, wait, I guess Omni Slash can
farm
improve
heroes.
efficiency.
Yeah.
Farm creeps.
Oh, farm creeps.
I see you, tomato and potato, will raise you an Omni Slash.
Stack a big camp and then yeah, throw Omni Slashes out.
Not a viable farming strategy, I'm
no.
sad to say.
Do not try that one in your pub games, guys. So NIP, they... Normally, I feel like we see more aggression from them. And despite how big of a lead they had, like we're not really seeing the Ogre, the Lina, the Queen of Pain get hyper aggressive by any means. They had a good fight at bottom lane, but since then it has been pretty quiet from the Swedish squad. They're still in the lead though.
I think they should be threatening Roche. I think they should have been threatening Roche.
They've got the Yasha now with the lifesteal on Troll. He's gone for a max fervor build, so he's got the Roche build. He's even gone stats. I've not seen a stats Troll this early on normally. That is a slightly unorthodox build coming out from Era. Here comes NIP. And I think, oh, here comes Cloud9. I think NIP recognizing the potency of that Tombstone Supernova teamfight. They back right off. Envy, though, he's now got to a point with decent farm that...
He's going to try and do Roche. Don't tell me that he's going to try.
Power.
He has no lifesteal.
2 points in healing ward.
They're crazy.
Vata with a DD. It's possible.
They are crazy.
Cloud9 are doing it.
Are they really? This is so slow and really bold.
Oh god, what's NIP's next move? They're going to keep throwing Dragon Slaves from afar, I imagine. Here comes your TP from Queen of Pain. Possible Sonic Wave from the higher ground. They throw in the Axis to slow things down. RP catches out 2. Limp not going to get any spells off. They get sliced on the Lina. No Laguna Blade. Vata, though. Silence in the Static Storm. Not the best X Storm. The Supernova from the side. Here's Jonas. Sonic Wave Scream brings down Jug as well as Magnus. And that's a 2-for-2 trade so far. Cloud9 at least breaking even and look to add one more. They get a third. And
did she not have Blink Up? What happened there?
It was on cooldown.
It's on cooldown now.
Yeah.
Well,
Misery brought down 3 for 4.
That was a great RP by Fada to set it all up. And yeah, the Tombstone is really strong there. I'm just surprised they got the jump. Do they have good vision around there? They have that high ground ward. Guess they wouldn't have done it without that one. And the low ground ward.
What's Era up to here? Looking to 5.7. Just going to find some backup in the form of No Tails Phoenix, who has a Blink Dagger up already. This Phoenix as a support, one of your top farmers on the Cloud9 side. And okay, I guess Cloud9 at this point saying, look, we may be behind, but we have the better team fight.
Yeah, but no egg and no mana on Bone7. I also don't know why he stuck around for so long. Now they're going to have a window of like 20 seconds, I would say, where Bone7 can't actually be there for the fight. And if NIP were more keen on taking Roche, I think it would have already been taken down.
Well, they're going to de-ward the high ground ward as well, so I think they may make a move towards it. Era smokes up once more, and Arrow... I heard an arrow. Didn't see him. Okay.
Yeah, Bone7 didn't go heal fast enough, and I mean, Cloud9, they went in, they won the fight, but they still lose the Roche, and that's the thing. Like, they don't have a way to secure the Roche quickly and easily.
It also wasn't like a clean fight win. They lose both Magnus and Jug. Like, having Undying survive a fight is not your ideal candidate. Like, you'd rather your Undying go in, throw all his spells and die, and then the Jug comes out the winner as far as not having to die in a fight.
Bone7's not doing what he's good at.
He's not feeding. Bone7, come on, man. You're meant to be creating space for Envy and feeding to help him out, but...
So much for being EE-centric. Well, they do have Cleave on the Juggernaut. Some ancient stacks.
Handskin, TP out. Where's your arrow? It's been already used, and it looks like Handskin will TP himself out. So yeah, Envy farming up ancient stacks, has a Morbid Mask back at base, and this will get him close to his Mask of Madness.
Yeah, he's catching up decently. The ancient stacks certainly helped, but looking at his net worth, it is still number 6. And a little over half of Troll's net worth.
Troll not leveling up Berserker's Rage. This is just a new Troll build I've not seen.
HP is nice.
It definitely helps him out against some of the nuke damage, but yeah, you get movement speed, you get extra bash duration. I guess he's around the time you get the SMY is when you want more points in the Berserker's Rage for sure, because you get the slow, you're more likely to be able to bash people down. But he's going kind of range mode for the most part for now. TP's coming towards mid lane. They want to defend this T1 town. Fata has a blink ready to go, but NIP have backed off, and
that build's pretty cool actually. It's a good range build.
Uh-oh. Limp hit by a 5-second arrow. There's gonna be a TP in from Misery. Fire Spirits from afar, and one dive could finish him off. The Shockwave is there, but Lino defensive Yules, and there's your skewer, Fata. Gonna help bring him down, but Phoenix gets the last hit in the end.
Big Daddy No Tail on a killing spree. Juggernaut still kind of down in the dump with the gold, but he's moving on up in this world.
1,200 gold with a blink. He's gonna get silenced by the Jonas Orca. That's a new pickup, and No Tail going down. Jonas, nice little arrow dodge there as Phoenix gets picked off.
That also means the Juggernaut is very vulnerable because he doesn't have a Manta to get rid of the Orchid. The Mirana is also very vulnerable. Having an Orchid this early is great on the Queen of Pain, especially considering what happened to her in the early game, where Phoenix was just like, hey, I dare you trade hits with me with Fire Spirits and an Undying here to back me up.
If you're fast, when Mag tries to blink in with a blink RP, you can catch him with that Orchid. But we'll see. For now, Era going to continue his farm. He's got an Ancient Stack awaiting him. And he is still top of your net worth charts alongside that Queen of Pain. Cloud9 just not in the best position here. As far as this early game goes, 2 minutes on the Aegis for your Troll, and I imagine NIP may look to take some more objectives with this. The T1 mid tower looking pretty tasty, but it's the Cloud9 team fight which is the one kind of scary comeback potential that this lineup does have for them.
Cleave them all down.
Yeah, 1 RP with a cleaving Juggernaut Omni Slash, and that is a level 2 Omni Slash right now.
Or like a missed egg kill can also cost them a team fight.
Envy in some ways is caught back up, at least as far as experience goes, having hit level 11 and got his basic items. We're going to Moonlight Shadow and look to go in. Meanwhile, from the side, here comes NIP. Have they got detection or vision? They're going to glimpse one back, and there's going to be a kinetic field. Nope, going to get dealt with by Supernova. Defensive Supernova just to keep himself alive as Sentry wards spotting out the Moonlight Shadow for now. The Tombstone gets used, but that's maybe something Arrow will look to focus down, especially with the protection of Aegis. He gets arrowed. Likely get focused down. RP on the side, going to push back Sealkid and Limp. They're going to lose Lina as well. Now the Tombstone brought down, but it's too late. And IP may have already lost this fight. Great Static Storm kinetic field, but where's the Queen of Pain ultimate? It's not available. It's on cooldown for 15 seconds, and that's some much needed damage. Arrow hits Era on respawn. Omni Slash to follow, and NIP lose 3.
Wow, these RPs by Fada are just really amazing. He always hits 2. And brings him back in the tower. It's so quick too. He doesn't really hesitate with them, and that's a good sign of a great Magnus player. Just sees 2, it's like, okay, boom, I'm not gonna wait for a perfect opportunity. It's good enough. My team will follow up, and they end up winning a fight. And this is with an underfarmed Juggernaut. This is with, like, look at the net worth chart. Everyone's pretty poor on the side of Cloud9, and that's with NIP having the Aegis. So it's a very bold fight from Cloud9, and they also didn't have the egg because it had just been used.
They made it work with just so little in the way of spells. It really highlights how good their team fight can be, but...
Fada. Carry Fada.
Yeah. He also is like, not only does he instantly RP, it's like he doesn't hesitate on the skewer. There's something like in tennis, like a lot of time you hit a good shot and then you just sit back watching your shot, seeing how good it is. He's already making his next move to make sure he's ready to make sure his team win the team fight rather than wait and see like, oh, did I hit 2, did I hit 3 or 4? No, he's skewering before he even sees how many he hit.
I was watching basketball not too long ago, and some guy had made some like sick 3-pointer, and then he was trying to rally up the crowd by like raising his arms, and then he was like looking towards the bleachers, and then behind him, some guy just passes the ball, and then they get dunked on like 5 seconds later. I'm like, well, you can't revel in your good place. You just do them and then move on.
You've just got to, keep on moving, and that's something Fata's best at. Never been a player for publicity or stardom, and just plays amazing Dota. Definitely, to me, one of the strongest mid players out there right now. And we're seeing him deliver the goods right now. He's 1-3-8, but he's kind of turned things around for Cloud9 with some of these RPs.
I wonder what he thinks of that no shockwave build.
I think he probably thinks it's pretty awful. I don't know, but he plays mid. Finding, to be fair, was off lane, but I mean, you hit a 1v1 matchup, and you got to
Shadow Blade. Dang, he's rich.
Okay. Now the items start coming out.
I mean, he doesn't look that rich. He's number 5 in net worth, but I mean,
I think it's just the Troll and the Queen of Pain are ridiculous. Like, they're really farmed for 22 minutes in. Just, they don't look that scary despite their farm.
Ahead in kills, but behind on farm. That is so unusual for Cloud9.
Yeah, this is backwards. Fata, Shadowblade in towards mid lane. There's going to be a Blink, RP, and Skewer back. Hesitated on that one. The arrow going to miss as well. Arrow going to turn and fight the egg. This is a missed play from Fata.
We just talked about Fata for like a minute. And that was weird.
He even went, he Shadowbladed in and then went for the Blink regardless. Like, he could have maybe saved the Blink.
He also didn't do the turn RP.
No, he didn't. All the previous ones were.
And they missed the arrow as a result. And then he got BKB off, and then he owned the egg. Pretty easy way for NIP to win a team fight due to Cloud9 miscoordinating.
Oh, they're going to catch up Bone7 as well. That's a freebie as Bone7 doesn't have buyback. This will open up to at least a tier 2 tower at mid.
Okay. Good thing he had all that farm. Because, I mean, yeah, you can get all this farm, and he has a mech and a Yules, but he just drops in a matter of seconds.
Bottom lane, Queen of Pain going to blink in. No Orchid coming out, though. This tier 2 tower should still drop. There's no RP available. But still a Magnus TP is coming in. Seal Kid gets low, the skewer back on Era, and he's going down. Nicely played by Cloud9. They don't get the tier 2, and they're chasing for more. Handskin on Disruptor. Not going to find much. They got the glimpse back to base on the Magnus. Actually will turn it onto the Mirana. If Magnus glimpse back, ends up being a favorable fight for Cloud9 regardless, but Limp with a Shadow Blade of his own is still hunting towards this mid lane.
Shadow Blade Wars. They need... I don't know. What item is Envy getting? Standard Mask
Probably
Madness
Manta against the... Maybe Manta against the Queen of Pain Orchid.
Yeah, but there's so much AoE, though, to deal with the Manta. They have the Lina and the Queen of Pain.
Just got a split push and Matt Vision, scout with him. But it does still feel like the Queen of Pain solo kill potential is maybe reason enough to get it.
I mean, he can just TP out, right?
Depends on, I guess it depends on like how much burst Queen of Pain can offer. I mean, this is a level 16 Queen of Pain. Jonas is huge. He's taken over the top farmer.
Wait, Troll didn't have BKB for that last fight? Wow, they really messed up.
Yeah, he took a lot of damage, and despite the stats build, just looking kind of squishy in that last fight. Era now.
No, I'm talking about the one before where the Phoenix, or where they missed the arrow. I thought that he BKB'd and killed the arrow.
Oh, no, no. The arrow just like swerved. The skewer made the arrow miss, it looked like, in some ways. Or he was expecting like a quicker skewer.
Yeah, that was a big deal, because if they killed him right there, he still might not have BKB. Instead, he has BKB and 1,000 gold. Yeah. So next Roche is, I mean, pretty securely NIPs unless Cloud9 has a big RP into like an Egg and Omni Slash. They really need that right now, I would say.
It feels like the previous Roche went really well for them because that was before NIP had their BKBs, and that was when it's like your Undying has just hit like level 7, level 8, and he's really strong. But now we're getting to a point where NIP have the damage to bring down a Tombstone.
It's a very nice Sentry Ward right here. They have this Sentry Ward killed this Ward, and that, I mean, that just makes it that much scarier for Cloud9 to go into the pit.
Limp gonna Shadow Blade through. This is aggressive play. He sees Fartel, LSA, Laguna Blade. Down goes Magnus, and now they can definitely go into the pit. Lina with a nice pick-off using that Shadow Blade. Arrow will... Whoa, oh, thought it hit Era. Didn't happen. So Era will presumably get a free Roche here, unless Cloud9 decide to get aggressive.
No way.
Oh dear, they're going for it.
Are they? Wow.
This is...
Maybe not expecting them to have sentries?
I don't know if they can do this. Jonas, he gets hit by an arrow on the low ground. If they can kill the Queen of Pain or work out BKB, blinks to the side. There's your great Static Storm. LSA on 2. Envy won't even get an Omni Slash off. They're going to lose this fight horribly as the Phoenix does get out of there using a dive for now. Jonas still chasing. Has a Blink Orchid in 2 seconds, as well as the Sonic Wave. No Sonic Wave even needed for that fight.
How do they think they're going to win that fight with BKBs up on NIP? Like, they have to get an RP into a cleave kill, and if that doesn't happen, there's no chance.
And they're going to lose a 4th hero now as Misery goes down as well.
They were just really desperate, I suppose, because I mean that's just uncalled for.
Being desperate's one thing, but that was a fight which never seemed like it was going to work out well for them.
I think they had a hope that they wouldn't have sentries, but I mean clearly they had a sentry around the area because they killed the Observer Ward. Yep. So, I mean they're just maybe really underestimating NIP. They just have nothing on BKB unless they get hit, like they hit him with an arrow. Envy is nowhere near enough farm to kill Troll and BKB. So yeah, I just think that was a very ill-conceived notion to run in there and run into the river. And now with that, NIP secures map control for, I don't know, a good, probably until the next Roche.
Yeah, but by then they may have tried to even breach the high ground. They have got a Troll who's got his Helmet of Dominate, has his Skadi now being worked on, but as he picks up an Ultimate Orb.
Breaching high ground versus Fada's Mag.
Tricky.
All it takes is one pick by the Lina.
Yes, they need the pick off to actually be able to go for that, so we'll see what Lina can do. Needs that, has the money for the Ag Scepter now as well, so I imagine he's picking up the point booster now and making his way over for that. So there we go. Yeah, Limp's going to bring out the Ags, and this is where it gets even trickier for
Yeah,
Cloud9.
because usually you get BKBs to deal with the Lina burst, but if you get BKB, you're going to get Laguna in the face, and that's 2/3 of your HP, if not more. Well, things pretty tough for Cloud9. They have a couple heroes that are just completely petered out at this point in the game. Undying, I would say, is just not useful come 30 minutes, and Mirana, who hasn't picked up many kills, is also not useful considering her farm. So
yeah.
Most of these fights are just simply 3v5.
Yeah, the Magnus hitting RPs is so crucial because of how much these heroes have fallen off. And yeah, the Phoenix Magnus give a lot of team fight. And Envy, despite his bad start, is offering a decent amount to his team, especially when he's got that Empower on himself. But here we go, Blink Skewer into an arrow. Nice bit of teamwork there from Cloud9. It's a kill, but just an Ogre kill. That's where NIP just leaving the Ogre up there alone to defend. I don't think they quite realized how many heroes Cloud9 had up in that top lane.
But Cloud9 is 5-manning and not really farming.
Yeah, meanwhile NIP just going to farm the enemy jungle, farm the bottom lane, pushed up mid lane pretty deep.
Disruptor also almost has a Scepter, so if Juggernaut wants to use Manta, he's not going to be able to do anything.
Okay, well Cloud9 going to TP themselves out. Fata looking for another pick off towards bottom lane, and he may find this Queen of Pain. Blinks to the side just in time before he gets scouted, and doesn't look like Queen of Pain will get caught out here. Queen of Pain Scepter coming soon as well, so items galore for the ninjas in pajamas. Oh, do you go for Envy? Hoping Envy maybe pops a Manta Style or something and gets too greedy for his farm.
Yeah, it's 1500 HP though.
Yeah, even if he does, you're not looking very likely at a kill here, so Limp going to Shadow Blade up once again, just make a move through this Radiant jungle, see what he can find. Bone7 at the mid lane, it looks like is going to be the hero on the receiving end of this aggression. 1200 HP is not enough for you, Bone7, my friend. Laguna Blade will blow him up.
Yeah, this build from Undying is just... again, he has a lot of farm, but he just can't do that much with it. What are you going to do? Get a lot of HP and armor to tank through Troll? Quap? Undying just is not very good at farming. It was so imperative that he was there for an early fight so that he can keep NIP under farm, keep those BKBs delayed, delay those Scepters, but now they have almost 3 Ag Scepters on NIP.
Okay, well, Cloud9, they kind of got their back against the wall at this point. It is not going to be easy to turn this one around if NIP just polish things up and don't give away the kills that they kind of have from time to time with that Magnus RP.
Oh, Quap gets solo RP'd, but...
No follow-up. Close. No, not really close. Sonic Wave's back up and they're hunting. They're trying to find those kills. TP's out all across the board from Cloud9, and
Cloud9 kind of just stalling for time, but I'm not exactly sure what their end game is here. Roshan going to respawn here in just a few minutes' time. Envy may be trying to look for a solo kill around here, but it will be spotted out by an Observer Ward from NIP.
And Phoenix can get orchided up. Another Sonic Wave dodge. Not the first one, but not the first we've seen. We've seen a few this game. Omnislash going through. Handskin brought down on the Disruptor. And can NIP turn this one around? They're going to see... Uh-oh, 2 heroes with an LSA. Fata goes down again. Nicely played by Yerlina. The Moonlight Shadow not kicking in soon enough to keep them alive, and NIP gonna keep chasing forward, looking for Big Daddy No-Tail. Sunray over the trees, but he gets spotted out, silenced up as well. Jonas this time around will not be fooled, as the Yule Scepter is not gonna keep him alive.
Yeah, he tried to blink out, but it was just a split second away from coming up. Well, they end up delaying Disruptor Scepter, but just a little bit. But at the same time, just no real concrete gains from C9's plays.
At this point, delaying a Disruptor Scepter by a little bit to lose like the Magnus again, the Phoenix and all that, it doesn't seem worthwhile.
Do you think Envy can end up carrying this? Like, he's under farm, but he has Empower to make up for it.
Yeah, I think you put Envy on a similar level of, like, even if you can say, let's say Envy is the same farm or has the same impact as a Troll in a team fight, I think the problem is Queen of Pain and Lina also ridiculously farmed. Disruptor with an Ag Scepter can have a high impact, so it still feels like, okay, Envy's back in the game, but Fata has to be hitting insane RPs to give Cloud9 a shot at winning this game still.
I mean, can they kill Troll in an RP now? It's 2,800 HP. Or, yeah, with
Omni Slash, I'd say definitely, but without, then it gets tricky.
Yeah, I mean, if they have people tanking there with him, though. Or spread out enough so they aren't getting hit by Cleave.
I mean, if he can start hitting pretty hard soon, especially once he gets his Skadi of his own. Hit him in an RP and then just give him the Blade Dance.
Watching Fada, looking for the setup over here.
Limp is in Vizzo.
Do they not have a gem?
Okay, there we go. They get the Blink RP, catches out Limp, and they'll bring him down through the AoE damage here. They're going to drop the gem on the ground as the Ogre dies as well. Lina going to buy back, and Troll brings down the tomb, looks to move forward. They get the glimpse back on Fata. Magnus going to be the casualty of war for Cloud9 as Jonas wants to chase down and catch up to Misery, but not sure he's going to be able to do so as Misery gets back to the high ground. Jonas has an Orchid ready. Misery with 6 seconds to go before he can leap, and Yule's arrow. BKB dodges it. Misery now in some trouble here. Could just go for the Sonic Wave. Doesn't have mana for it, though. One more right click going to be at least necessary. There's your gem drop. And Cloud9 do recover Misery's gem. That's the important thing there. But the push is coming their way.
Yeah, going for a risky play right there. And now they won't have RP up for the defense, even if Fata were to buy back right now. And it's still, what, 50 seconds left? 45 seconds? And Era not stopping. We'll take this T3 out shortly after the Glyph.
Okay, well, the Rack's now completely vulnerable here in the mid lane, and there's just so little Cloud9 can do. Even when Magnus respawns, it's 30 seconds before there's an RP. Bone7 in the front lines gets taken out by a Laguna Blade. Rax goes down next, and NIP will take their prize and probably leave without any potential to take another lane. There's still T2 towers standing at both bottom and top, but for NIP, it's still a decent achievement for them, especially now that Roche has respawned. So Aegis and Cheese await the Swedish squad here.
This is it for Cloud9. They have to, I think, smoke and go for a play here. If they don't...
They're too late. They're too late. DD rune. They're not getting here in time.
It's pretty unfortunate that there was a DD rune that spawned, but I mean, with the Aegis and the Cheese on top of what Era already has...
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under
I don't think Envy can carry this one. He's going to need a lot more in the way of items. Not just him, but he's a solo carry at this point too, is the other thing. For NIP, the amount of damage a Lina or a Queen of Pain can offer makes it kind of feels like a 3-carry lineup for NIP. For Cloud9, all the damage is coming from Jug. Magnus can give him that big team fight capabilities for the RP, which is amazing in the late game, but as far as damage output goes, Magnus doesn't offer a whole lot.
And their supports just don't do anything versus BKB. I think that's one of the bigger deals. Whereas Ogre, at least he can still bloodlust his teammates.
Oh, the Static Storm. Envy gets isolated and brought down. Meanwhile, to the south, Fata going to get glimpsed back in. Oh, dear. That skewer not going to save his life, and that's going to be 2 dead at the top for Cloud9.
Yeah, that's rough.
So, Ninjas in Pajamas probably going to look to just push out the next lane and go for another set of racks here. Era's already at bottom lane with the Boots of Travel purchase, and he's probably just feeling confident enough to solo push this tier 2 tower.
Seal Kid.
Bottom tower is under attack.
What's Seal Kid up to?
Just walking around.
Just
clipping down wards.
Just excited by Seal Kid. Now we're talking Seal Kid. Look at that Warden.
I mean, level 4 Bloodlust is no joke. They have so much plus attack speed. Bloodlust, Troll, and Lina.
Everyone's a carry at this point.
Yeah. I mean, first pick Lina is just, or first pick Phoenix is just, I don't want to say like completely counterable, but easily countered, I would say.
Yeah. It was a support Phoenix, so they did invest a lot. I mean, it's a lot of heroes to counter a support Phoenix, but
I mean, it's
the cores didn't do enough.
They can also just right-click anyone else with their massive amount of damage.
Fata going to miss that blink skewer, and Era going to finish off the melee racks. Now look to turn and fight. He's got the Helmet of the Dominator for some life, so the egg now comes out as well. Can he bring it down in time? Doesn't look like it. BKBs, that will allow him to do so. Misery next in line, does have a leap available, and looks like NIP may just back off. They earn up Era, but that's going to quickly get dealt with as he does go down to a shockwave.
No skewer up yet for Fada.
Arrow. Oh, mistime. Era not going to get hit by that one. The Omni Slash is doing okay damage. Gets him down below half HP, but now Era turns and fights. RP completely whiffs. Sonic Wave goes through, brings down your Jug. And
Did he get hit by Dragon Slave?
Hit by something. He must have. Either that or he completely PGG'd it.
This one was just way too much on Fada. Their lineup just completely dependent on him hitting perfect RPs. I don't think they expected the offensive tri-lane coming out from NIP, so Envy just got hugely underfarmed and was playing catch-up the entire game. They had no real good shot at taking out Roshan. They even won that one fight, but still couldn't prevent the first Rosh, which led to the second Rosh. So, I don't know. All in all, I just didn't really like the draft from Cloud9. I didn't really like how everything was on Fada. He played very well, but he couldn't carry his team. And, I mean, Era was just magnificent on the Troll, one of the heroes that he's best at.
The way they laned it, too, they put pressure on Envy from the get-go. They knew he wasn't going to have much help in that bottom lane. You see that? And that's what we're doing for that Undying Phoenix. It works if you get the two heroes against a tri-lane, but NIP put a Queen of Pain solo against, and that Queen of Pain, Jonas went 11-1-9. He did not get shut down. You compare what he offered to what Envy offered, it's light and day.
And what about Misery? Misery, he missed arrows in the mid lane, and as we talked about, they just needed Fada to be online a little bit earlier. He had a lot of farm for the situation that he was put in, and he just couldn't make enough happen just because no one else was really doing anything.
Seemed like an odd last pick support, the Mirana. Well, with that, it's going to be Cloud9 dropping down to the lower bracket where they will be meeting Team Alliance. It's going to be NIP versus Secret in your winner bracket final. That best of one coming up next. Guys, follow all the action over at redbullbattlegrounds.com throughout the day for the Europe group stage here. But for now, we're going to take a break. When we come back, it's going to be the Swedish squad, Ninjas in Pajamas, taking on Team Secret. Don't go anywhere. Our first game, it's underway, Ben. Team Secret versus Alliance. We haven't got much time. We better get into things. Our first game of the day is underway. More freebies going the way of Team Secret. Kuro gets gripped up, but there's your hook shot. They're going to hit Mad with that one, and Ainsap maybe going to heal him up a little bit. Zai pushed out of his own cogs, and will find the kill regardless. It's Kuro getting that one. The Death Ward comes out. Nether Strike onto Kuro. They change target with the Death Ward. Kuro still alive and kick for now. Will earn back up and turn and fight. They want Necro, and with the Frost Blast Rocket Flare, they'll get him. Jug goes down elsewhere. Oh, Chain Frost gonna go through, bounces back to Nikwa. Oh dear, and the hookshot's still available. Zai may look to go back in and hit Loda with this one, but on the sidelines, it's S4. Looking to bring down Pycat. Kuro again on the front lines. Loda gets an Omni Slash, but it doesn't bounce. It catches just one. The hookshot now there as well. Loda gonna be on the run. Mask of Madness as well as Manta Style gets him out of the silence. That's a Mask of Madness soon, but a couple of raises gonna bring him down. That's a team wipe. S4 gets a triple kill, and Team Secret plow their way through Alliance to a 20-6 kill lead. Nether Strike is there. Zai gets the Yule Scepter coming from the Shadow Fiend. Requiem to follow. Forced up out. Zai still alive for now. The cast. Death Ward. Zai, is he going to be kept alive? Almost with the hookshot. 4 dead though. Loda the only one left standing. Alliance in all sorts of trouble.
This has to be GG's. Yeah, they are just masochists if they stay in this game.
There's nothing to be gained here. Welcome back, everybody. Red Bull Battlegrounds Dota 2 continues with more Europe action today. We're getting step by step closer to seeing who will qualify for the playoffs here in Santa Monica at the Red Bull Esports Studio. So far, it's the Ninjas in Pajamas and Team Secret winning their round 1 matches.
Just one game away from approaching the finals, best of 3.
Yep.
And NIP, yeah, they played decently, but I would say Cloud9 just overall very disappointing.
I think more than anything, that's what I take away from that game is that Cloud9
Not to take anything away from NIP.
Yeah.
I mean, they just played their game. They played very solidly, capitalized on the many mistakes that C9 had draft-wise and gameplay-wise.
I don't feel like NIP really outshined their normal performance. I feel like that was like a standard, really good, solid NIP performance. They had a few little slip-ups here or there where they got caught up by a big RP. Lean at the mid lane kind of got shut down a little bit, but
there were no 3 or 4 man RPs, right?
Yeah.
It was only 1 or 2 most of the time. So they did a good job of handling Fada's Magnus, but at the same time, C9 made it easy for them because it's like, okay, if you don't get caught by 3 or 4 man RPs, you win the game.
They were so far ahead from the laning stage from the get-go. It was like a 5,000 gold lead just off of a few kills. So from that point of view, NIP was a kind of hard game to lose, but yeah, Cloud9, they need to step up their game. They're going to be taking on Alliance. That's going to be an interesting lower bracket series. But first, we've got NIP versus Secret. That's going to be your winner bracket match here. Guys, a quick reminder, if you want to follow the action, if you want to watch inside the Dota 2 client, you can do so. You can pick up a ticket, either standalone or bundled with a couple of item sets. Head on over to redbullbattlegrounds.com for all your information there about the bundle, as well as links to buy that inside the Dota 2 store, as well as information about the finals. May 10th, the 2 best teams from the players will be going to San Francisco to compete in the Warfield Theater, where tickets are available, where you guys can meet the players, interact, shop at the Dota 2 Secret Shop, and get involved with all that. But for now, Ben, predictions, NIP versus Team Secret. Is this going to be fairly Secret-sided, or do you think NIP have some more kind of upset potential?
I think it's hard to say that Secret are not favorites. I mean, Secret they look really, really good in game number 1, and they've delivered consistently solid performances in the past few months, or actually since their inception.
Yeah. It feels like NIP, especially with their picks, you know what they're going for. They're somewhat easy to read and maybe a bit too predictable as well, where Secret could easily kind of put together a good strategy to take them down.
Yeah, it's not all on Era anymore, though.
Yeah.
I think that Limp and Jonas both play pretty well, and I mean, Delina did die a fair amount of times, though, and this was with Misery not playing at his A game, so I think versus a better support duo, he's going to have a much tougher struggle.
All right, guys, well, the draft has now begun. It's time. Ninjas in Pajamas versus Team Secret. It will be Team Secret playing over on the Radiant side. NIP on the Dire. And we'll see our first couple of bans coming into play. It's going to be the Sniper, Queen of Pain taken out by NIP and Team Secret. It's the do you ban the Troll Warlord moment of the draft, and they leave it in. They beat it once already today. They feel confident they can do it once more. And I'd be very surprised if NIP do not take the Troll Warlord here.
Do they take the Troll?
Yep.
Well, there goes
Both
that.
teams.
Well, it's just Secret already had a good game plan versus it, and are they going to go with the same opener?
I guess they maybe just say, Alliance made the, I don't know about made the mistake, but Alliance run kind of an unorthodox way of laning things where they put it mid lane and had the Juggernaut as well, so. Secret have something else in mind. They get the Bat with a Chen here, so Bat Rider always amazing, but the Venge is still in the pool. If NIP want to take that as the Bat Rider counter, as well as a hero to ease Troll's ability to take down Roshan, it does seem like a natural fit to the NIP.
Yeah, the one thing I don't like about Venge against a Chen is that he doesn't offer enough counter push. And Troll is not that great at counter pushing either. You don't want to like walk into the Chen creeps if you can avoid it. So I don't know. I think that Secret, if they don't pick enough anti-push, I think they'll just sweep towers down very, very early. So I think Lina is a really good hero at that. She has a lot of long distance ranged AoE, but her big weakness is being vulnerable to Chen ganks. And as we saw yesterday, a Chen played well in the early game by art style, can completely take over and just dominate and make that 2 position completely worthless and knock it down to a 4 or 5. So we'll see if Puppey wants to go that route. I would say he's much more interested in farming generally, though, on his Chen as opposed to art styles.
The Lina, not even just the lane stage in general, like when Lina start losing, it's because of how vulnerable they are to ganks. Like in the mid to late game, that's going to be the main Bat Rider lasso target a lot of the time, I feel like. Except if NIP are pushing the Trolls in the front lines, yeah, you grab him. But if you're the ones pushing, you take the Lina out, there goes most of NIP's counter push as well as burst damage potential. So definitely Bat Rider can fit in very nicely here. So we'll see how NIP look to deal with it, if they even bother to get any kind of a counter. Yules on the Lina is always nice if she's not the one being lassoed, but that's kind of, as mentioned, not likely to be the case.
NIP still scared of getting pushed down. Ban out the Drow Ranger, and Secret ban out the Disruptor. Disruptor ban is very strange to me. I mean, NIP did pick it last game, but there were much better heroes that Static Storm is good against versus Team Secret. It's okay versus Bat Rider, but as you said, there's a Vengeful Spirit still in the pool, as well as, I mean, Abaddon, LC, Shadow Demon. These heroes are like okay at dealing with the Bat Rider. Naga Siren support is also decent, but yeah, Secret, let's see what they ban next. Are they going to try and protect the Bat Rider? Is that what the Disruptor was for? Or maybe...
Disruptor is a hero that NIP love to run. I think that's it's a very kind of targeted ban at Hanskin, just because of how much he plays the hero. Which I guess is where, let's take NIP outside of their comfort zone.
Giving them Troll.
Yeah, well, you give him Troll. So Troll Lina has Era as well as Limps coming, two of their best heroes per se. But
they could have also left Jug in the pool and get either Troll or Jug. I don't actually think that would have been that bad of an option for them, but Puppey has other plans. Will ban out the Axe, someone that we haven't seen too often as of late.
Yeah, it's every now and then NIP pick this hero more than others, with Jonas really kind of liking that Axe Dazzle duo especially. But
NIP trying to take Secret a little bit out of their comfort zone by banning out the Shadow Fiend.
Shadow Fiend and Drow Ranger taken out of the pool, so we'll see what Secret look to go for instead. A lot of their popular mid heroes, SF, Queen of Pain.
I mean, sometimes they do stuff like Sven. Right?
Well,
Sven.
They also do the S4 Magnus, that's a classic.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where you look towards that RTZ carry being something that will benefit from the Empower. We always talk about this, but the main ones, the Troll, the Jug, have been kind of claimed by NIP or banned out, so...
Sometimes you even see range carries like Luna and Gyro with the Magnus, though. So it doesn't always have to be one.
Medusa not bad as well, especially because Medusa goes these heavy stats builds where you don't actually have that much physical damage, so Magnus can help make up for that.
Yeah, so this game they have an offlaner that can actually initiate, and last game we saw Fada, okay, if he doesn't go with RP, then NIP have nothing to be scared of, but this time they have a Bat Rider as well as a Magnus, and the offlaner can just offer a lot more. So even from the first 3 picks, I would say it's a much more well-rounded draft than what Cloud9 had constructed.
Right, we'll see what the rest of the Secret Draft is going to look to do. They need that Kuroki secondary support as well as the Arteezy farming hero. For NIP now, This is where they got to start thinking about how they're going to deal with that big initiation, that big team fight Secret have off of the Batrider and the Magnus. Because
I would say they do need like a counter initiator, though. I would have thought that they might go for Avenge or SD. I think those are both pretty good versus Mag and Batrider. But they will go for Earthshaker, and still probably another support left open to them if they want to protect Troll Warlord. Because if they don't have anything for Troll, he's just going to get bursted down, BKB or not.
yeah, Earthshaker seems solid here as far as being able to fissure when the Batrider blinks in for a lasso if you're fast. And Secret pick up an RTZ-PA. This brings back some memories from the Summit 1 with his PA critting all over the place. This is RTZ classic in some ways.
PA is not typically picked versus some heroes. Like Troll, I think, is pretty good versus PA. Lena's also, I think, pretty good versus PA, just because she has such a low HP pool. But maybe Secret want to go for like Omni Knight last. I'm not exactly sure still why PA over some other heroes, but we'll see.
I guess the main thing is that you've got a hero that can benefit from the Empower. Other options would be like an Anti-Mage who's even worse at fighting into the Troll, or Aghanim's Lena. But for now, NIP then get their Phoenix, so they'll have that big team fight off of this, which they were somewhat lacking before the Earthshaker and Phoenix picks. So
yeah, Secret just wanted to fight a lot. I think some teams might have picked something like a PL, I would say. PL is pretty good versus all of those on NIP. Maybe not so great versus Lena, but still decent versus the other two. Also, melee hero can cleave and whatnot. But yeah, it looks like Secret don't want to take it super, super late. Want to fight a lot early. And Phantom Assassin excellent at fighting that level 7 to 12 phase.
okay, so just that Kuro hero remaining for Team Secret. Rubik banned out with good reason when Kuro's in the game, and see what that support might be. You've up against likely a disruptor in that a Phoenix in that off lane, which is where having some kind of good silence could work, or the Skywrath or the Silencer maybe used as a pseudo counter to the Phoenix. But NIP could always switch that Phoenix over to a support role if they want to.
It seems like they actually lack damage. Chen doesn't provide that much damage. Phantom Assassin is going to be highly focused, so I don't think she can output that much damage. Batrider and Mag don't do too much damage on their own, although they do set up for a lot.
What are your good damage supports? Witch Doctor as well as Skywrath are the two that kind of come to mind for me. And Venge is going to get picked up. So no real damage output directly from the Venge.
Yeah, it's all on PA with the crits.
This is a true 4 Protect 1 draft. This is kind of old school coming out from Secret. This is all built around Arteezy, keeping him alive, or at least getting him his farm and getting to a point where he can take on the NIP squad.
They also don't have a good way to kill the Phoenix egg. Venge has low range, Chen often not in the fight, Magnus, you don't necessarily want to be sitting on the egg, Batrider has pretty short range, and Phantom Assassin, her steroid, you can't target the egg with. So she doesn't have any plus attack speed or mobility in reaching that egg. So that's somewhat of a deficiency that I see in the Secret draft. Also, just no silences to deal with the Phoenix. They do have the Batrider ultimate as well as RP, but they might just be ignoring it in the later game. If they do focus it, Earthshaker will be there, and Lena to clean those, daring to kill that.
Okay, well, we'll see what NIP have in mind for their last pick now. We'll kind of shape things up as far as what the lanes will be. We're expecting the Lena mid. Talked about how Limp plays this most of the time, but there's always that potential to mix things up, put Lena on a support role, but I don't think this is going to change things. And that's what it seems Mag does okay versus Lena mid if you just sit back with your bottle rush and spam out the wave. Lena is very squishy, so if you ever hit a skewer on a Lena or get her low enough with enough shockwave spam, there is that slight kill potential for a Magnus, but in general, not exactly an easy lane for him.
Skywrath Mage, the PA has to get BKB this game. There's no question about it.
I think even before this, it was like against Phoenix, against the Troll Blind as well with the Whirling Axes. This was not going to be like you say, he needs BKB. May not have to go for the Battle Fury because he's got the Magnus. It could go for more like a rush BKB type play even, but depends how.
It's also a lot on the Chen. If Chen gets a really good start and maybe gets a kill on Alina, maybe takes down Troll's tower, I think they can get a lot accomplished. However, Secret do not have the best late game. Magnus is decent, PA is decent, but Magnus can be somewhat countered by BKBs, I would say, and Phantom Assassin can be countered by MKBs or even just Alina with an Acceptor. So this is not an easy fight for Secret. Again, I would say they're slightly underhanded in terms of the draft, in terms of ease of execution. But still, they do have multiple ways to win the game.
Yeah, the opening game, I definitely think Secret, had a kind of harder to execute draft, but this time around it just feels like it's very overly reliant on the PA of Arteezy, but we'll see what he can get done. Team Secret in the winner bracket finals after taking down Alliance in our opening match. They're on the Radiant side. They're going to be running Kuroki on the support Vengeful Spirit. Arteezy going to be on the Phantom Assassin. S4, the son of Magnus, on Magnus himself. And it's going to be Puppey playing the Chen, the captain and drafter for the Team Secret, and Zai on the offlane Batrider, taking on the Swedish squad. It is going to be the Ninjas in Pajamas on the Dire side. Hanskin going to be playing your Earthshaker. Limp on the mid laner. Jonas going to be on the Phoenix in the offlane. Sealkit on the Skywrath Mage, and that leaves Era playing the Troll Warlord.
We already see a ward placed out from Zai. I think he's expecting to be met with a lot of resistance from the NIP tri-lane, which he should be. I mean, it's a Skywrath, Troll, and an Earthshaker. I mean, Troll alone is pretty difficult to deal with. Sky is pretty difficult to deal with, but all three of them combined is most likely going to lead to a dead Batrider. So placing the ward there, probably because he expects to run to the jungle pretty darn soon. But at the same time, Chen is going to be there. And I'm actually surprised NIP didn't take over the jungle a little bit earlier. They have Earthshaker, I'd say, is pretty good for level 1. Phoenix is like mediocre, but trying to deny Chen those early creeps and try and make it very limited to what the Radiant can work with in their jungle when they have a Batrider and a Chen, I think is key in shutting down their mid game. And the longer you draw this game out, the better it is for NIP.
Yeah, it's very different with what you see most teams do against the Chen. So I guess Kuro does have sentry wards to start things off, but just the pool camp, which has a ward on top of it. So we'll see how things will unravel here. NIP, it looks like they may be gearing up to fight this bottom rune, but Secret with 2 heroes down here to see if they look to fight this one. Already Arteezy backing off, and it looks like NIP may be able to snag both bounty runes here with Limp poised to take the bottom one, and the top one likely to go the way of Era on the Troll Warlord. Small edge to start things off, but it's an edge nonetheless for the Ninjas in Pajamas. And Kuro currently struggling to get that Sentry D-Ward off here at the pool camp.
Unusual ward right inside the middle.
It's the, if you put sentries like on the right and the left, it may, I guess, be missed by both. We'll see if that works out, but the first sentry, Kuro gonna kind of get greedy and looking to cover the tree area over here on the side of the lane, as well as some of those possible ward spots.
So he's going to check it, going to see that it's blocked. Let's see where he places the next one. I mean, typically you place it, what, right here or right here, I would say?
There's a lot, yeah, exactly. The observer ward block could be like, it's pretty big, this box here. I mean, it goes even further down, like down towards the bottom here. And Kuro, where is he going to plan it? There we go. Okay, so he gets it there. If the ward was further down to the south, he would not have been able to get that D ward off.
Yeah,
so that was like a 50-50. Oh, and he even got it before the spawn. That was a nice play as well.
Well, that's really important for them. They need to be able to work with the jungle as much as possible, and having that pool camp blocked is really bad for their 2 supports.
Yeah, because Phoenix, if this lane pushes out, gets a lot of XP, and Phoenix just with XP can slow down a lot of the PA's farm and cause a lot of problems with the Fire Spirit's harass. But for now, he's getting zoned out. Meanwhile, Puppey is jungling it up.
Shaker setting up for a kill in middle.
Can he find much off of this?
There's a ward there. I'd be highly surprised if S4 died to that.
We're seeing the contrast between what Puppey does on his Chen now and the art style Chen, where Puppey is going pure farm mode. He's farmed up a double stack, and now he's sent it over to farm up a medium stack already with the same tornado. Doesn't clear out the entire camp, but gets it very low. And now he's going to stack again. Puppey plays this super... He plays like kind of how AUI used to play on his Chen, it feels like.
We'll scout out the bottom 2-minute rune. Will be a bounty rune.
Jonas gets it. Tried to leave it for Kuro, but that's not going to work. But now he's got no dive, and Kuro has a stun in a couple of seconds. Going to get 1 or 2 more right clicks, trying to body block with the Wild Wing. No, but he's just going for the damage. And Phoenix, with that low base armor, survives with the Tenga regen. 20 HP with the stick.
Did he cancel the attack on the Wild Wing?
I don't think he got it off. I think it was like a long-range attack. Could be wrong.
It was close.
Yep. So now the Wild Wing going to make its way down towards his big camp, and Puppey just going to continue to farm away. He's got a double stack ×2. Mid lane S4 needs to be careful. This Earthshaker on the high ground has a fissure ready to go, but Bottle will arrive and will heal S4 back up.
If he gets really low, he can just get sent back by Chen. So Let's see. Puppy not going to stack up
First
once
blood
again.
top, Skywrath Mage. That was just constant harassment with an Arcane Bolt. Did not expect that to be a kill.
It's a really tough place to be in. But where does he retreat to at this point? I mean, is he going to stay up in the lane and probably die to the double slow again?
At some point, he's got to go rotate and swing to the jungle, it feels like. But for now...
There's no stacks there. They're all taken out by Puppy.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. You've got a Chen on your team. But this is where Puppy's maybe looking to farm now because he realizes that the Batrider will want the jungle around 5 minutes into this game. So
he also has no smokes. He has no smoke, no boots, not that many creeps.
Just Puppy farming away. He's just keeps going for the Wild Wings, keeps going for the jungle farm and stacks, and so far making pretty good use out of the jungle as far as experience growth gains goes. And it's now swinging towards mid lane. Centaur in hand, Limp spots it out with an Observer Ward, and doesn't look like this should succeed. But Zai maybe looking to come in from behind. Just level 1 though, and Puppy now could be in some trouble here. There's a fissure to set up an LSA, and Puppy... Hastering on Limp. They don't even need the fissure here. They're going to throw it to set up the LSA, and Puppy goes down. You'll lose the Centaur as well. NIP, not fresh off of a win against Cloud9. Start things off pretty decently here against Secret, although they do lose their Phoenix at the bot lane to the Phantom Assassin.
Jonas has been playing pretty boldly. I mean, that dive without any of his without his spirits up was pretty bold, and looks like he has taken 1 death to Arteezy. And Arteezy, he's getting decent CS, but not as good as the Troll, who ended up getting part of the first blood.
Yep. Seal Kid's still up here. Will continue to zone out the Batrider, who does hit level 2. That's the big thing. He can't jungle until he's level 2, so I'm not sure if he'll want to head straight there right now with Puppy kind of already residing over this Radiant jungle, but I imagine he's not really too happy about this top lane. At some point, Troll can almost zone him out alone. With Phase Boots already up, once Era has that like Ring of Aquila, this lane gets kind of unmanageable for Zai. If anything, we're already there.
They can stack Ancients, though, useful for the PA with Empower later, but Secret just looking to play a catch-up game at this point.
Tried to go for a kill on S4 at mid lane with the Fissure, as well as a potential Laguna Blade. Didn't succeed, but here comes the counter kill. Handskin hit by the Skewer, slowed down. There's going to be Napalm. The Batrider gets blown up by the Lina, but here comes Puppy. 1 kill, looking for 2. Can he get it with the Hellbear? Oh, gets hit by the LSA, and Limp barely gets out of there. I thought that LSA was going to miss the Hellbear and it would be a kill. Another kill on Phoenix at bottom lane while all that action at mid was going on. So Arteezy up to a 2-kill streak at bottom on the PA.
That would have been a big kill on the Lina in the mid lane. Just so important to get that Blink Dagger before she gets her Yules.
Well, Hanskin's rotations and assistance towards mid lane so far has not really amounted to too much. Hasn't been able to offer that much help for the Lina outside of that 1 Chen kill, but we're seeing Puppy now, level 5, looking to pressure the mid tier 1 tower, and fairly successful so far. For NIP, it does feel like they can't be letting Arteezy get too much free farm and too many kills, because that's the one hero which will solo carry this game. He's going to have Empower, he's going to have a team fight built around him with Magnus and Batrider. They need to make sure if they shut down anyone, it's the PA of Arteezy they want to shut down.
Yeah, or just get Troll and Lina equally farmed.
As far as those two go right now, Troll farming well. Oh, Lina finds a kill. S4 on the Magnus. This time around the Fissure setup does work, and there was a Laguna Blade being used as ES and Lina bring down Magnus. And you talked about getting the Troll and the Lina farm. Well, those two are your 2 top net worth heroes for now, so Lina having no problems at all in that bottom lane.
Well, Phoenix working on his egg. Not quite there yet. You don't see the value point in Sunray yet from Jonas. What build is Arteezy going to go for this game? We talked about how he can just skip out on Battle Fury since he has the Magnus on his team. But he is going to have to carry hard.
Yes.
And he's also going to have to get a BKB at some point. But if he gets BKB first, it might hinder his farm too much. But if he doesn't get BKB first, he might just die and be irrelevant in the later game. So, yeah, this is not an easy call for him, I would say. He also opted for the Treads instead of the Phase.
Top lane, Zai now getting silence up. He did get the Firefly up with a Fissure. Era will get the kill as well as the T1 tower. This TP coming in from a PA, and Era has to hightail it out of there, heading towards the river. Sees the PA cancel the TP, and will be maybe safe to just go back to lane. It looks like he's going to continue farming, or at least head to the shop and pick up some of his next couple of items. Gets the Morbid Mask, and we'll throw in some Lifesteal to the mix as well now. Nice bit of play there coming in from your troll.
Yeah, both of these games, Secret's offlaner has just been completely left out to dry. And Era is just going to be ridiculously fat as a result.
Troll Skywrath is going to be, as far as lane duos go, it's going to be one of the most potent ones there is. Puppey goes down mid lane. They didn't even need the Laguna Blade for it. Really nice control from Limp to hold on to the ultimate. And
I mean, they've been filtering from that same spot like over and over again.
This is where you ideally just want to throw an award there. And Chen keeps the center alive, but loses the rest of his creep army. So Hanskin didn't find too much the first 5 minutes, but suddenly he's gotten 2-3 kills in a row for his team. He's got 2 kills in the mid lane with the Magnus, and the Chen got the kill at top lane, so his Earthshaker rotation starting to amount to something, and he's now going to be rewarded by getting some XP and farm in this bottom lane, but not an easy lane for him to stay in against the Stifling Dagger spam coming out from the PA.
The Treads HOD build, one of my personal favorites.
Okay. I think this is like Treads HOD and then you go BKB after that, or are you going damage?
It depends on how the game progresses. If you can get Aegis, you don't need BKB. But it's I like it because it just gives him a lot of armor versus Troll. And she does so much physical damage that the lifesteal is really nice. But, I mean, it's not going to be enough unless they stack up Ancients. They get some huge RPs on Magnus. But Magnus has not had an easy start.
Yeah, this Magnus blink timing is not looking like it's going to be too impressive here. As Full now starts leveling up the Empower. He's just got Boots, Wand, and a bottle. A bit of extra stats even with the upgraded wand.
Vengeful Spirit has also been extremely quiet.
Let's see what Kuro's next move. He's got phase boots here, so he's even been given some farm, it looks like, as he at least taking the pull camps and all that.
Are they going to smoke? They're walking under a ward.
Oh, do they realize that? The Ancient seems to be maybe what they have their eyes on here. They sentry to make sure it's not being scouted out. They take out a low ground Observer ward. They can't really farm this just yet. Bottom lane, meanwhile, Arteezy's the target they want to go, and it looks like he got too aggressive, and Skywrath Mage going to get some kills on Arteezy. That's your PA. That's the one here you do want to be bringing down, and looks like he went on the Phoenix, who popped the Supernova and managed to escape with his life as Secret go into the enemy jungle. They see Era here and walks into a magic missile. Here comes your Batrider, no lasso available. Era looking to run out of the Firefly. He's pretty swift here, gets the phase boots up. Lina shows up with the Laguna Blade, gets the kill on the Batrider. LSA catches 2 as well, and they're going to save Era on the troll. Kuro in some trouble. It's a DD Lina, one more right click. Could have been enough, but didn't want to risk it. And now the Chen, Hand of God, comes into play. Fissure blocks in 2. Whoa-oh. Phoenix dives to the high ground, cancels the dive up there, but doesn't hit the Fire Spirits initially until he looks to chase down Puppey. Fissure available in 3. The chase is still on. Hanskin really wants to bring down this Chen. Fissure onto Kuro, gets him down to 20 HP, but not enough. Didn't block him against the wall there, and it seems NIP going to still take what they can get as it's more kills going the way of the Lina, and the Troll somehow surviving that gank as well.
Yeah, it was such an important game to survive too, because they had just killed PA, so they were looking for a kill in return. But now Era is just way more farm than Arteezy. Well, still looking for that Blink Dagger on S4. The Magnuses today have not had that much luck in their Blink Dagger timing. I don't think any of them have been sub 10 and lucky to get it by 12.
This is a hero S4 is well known for. He hasn't died too much, just the singular death, but still been a very rough mid lane for him. Lina sitting on 6,000 net worth. Yule Scepter Treads already complete. Limp starting to gather some momentum here. He goes diving, Phoenix goes diving through this top lane, looking to get away from a gank and gets a kill on Zai on the way out. This poor Batrider burns to death, and Phoenix.
Look at his Blink Dagger timing. It is, I mean, how are they going to make plays? Like, their strength is in this mid game. It's supposed to be right now. They were supposed to get their blinks 3 or 4 minutes ago, start getting RP kills, start getting lasso kills, make NIP feel scared, prevent them from doing Roche, but nothing like that is happening. NIP walking into it right now with the smoke.
Oh, they just got their Magnus blink timing. If there was ever a time to get blink on your Magnus, it was as NIP go for Roshan. If he hits 2 in the RP and gets a Skewer to follow,
they need to do that.
This Satyr may scout this out as well. He's going to get there in time. The wave is there. RP on both. The skewer gets cancelled by a fissure, but it's going to be a good fight regardless for Secret. Lina as well as Troll go down.
That's so big. That oh
was,
my goodness.
I don't know about luck, but NIP, I guess you've got to expect at some point that blink is coming from your Magnus. They're going to buy back on the Troll. They're looking to TP and contest this. They may be too late, though. Roche was too low. Oh, Secret in some... Well, maybe not in trouble here. Go Phoenix diving through. Doesn't throw the Supernova off. And Kuro going to be brought down here by Error. It looks like Arteezy now trying to fight through with the Aegis. He's just looking to blink and get the hell out of there. Double buyback from NIP. Very costly stuff if they don't find some kills. And just a Venge kill does not feel like it's going to be enough. Arteezy still on the run. Caught up by the Yule Scepter. There's going to be an LSA waiting for him. And at least one kill on your PA. Possibly a second. They've got the Silence ready with an Ancient Seal. They get the Silence. Skewer missed as another heal comes in from your Chen. They're looking to bring down Arteezy here. Phoenix with the Fire Spirits. Blink forward from your PA, looking to fight his way out of this one onto Limp, but he's going to go down, but it's two heroes brought down by the Shockwave. Supernova comes now, but it's too late. Oh boy, Secret.
Wow, they could not have asked for a better Roche fight.
Yep.
And a better sequence of events.
Kuro catches out Handskin. They're not done just yet. They're going to get a 5th hit kill at this point, and Puppey with the Test of Faith brings down Handskin.
My goodness. What happened yesterday? I think there was a team like 5,000, 6,000 gold ahead. They went for Roshan, and they got killed right before doing it. And
that was Empire against Hellraisers.
Yeah, it's like the exact same situation. I mean, it's something that you need to do, but when it's risky and when there's heroes off the map and you're not sure if they have blink and you don't have good vision, you cannot afford those type of risks. You need a support sitting up there and maybe sacrifice their life for it, but you can't have those heroes die, buy back, don't get that many kills, and then die again, and then give up the Aegis to the PA that was struggling in the early game.
You're going to Batrider kill it. The blink on this back gets slowed down even further. It's awfully close to it before that one death, and now bottom lane, Arteezy doesn't have the Aegis anymore. 1 or 2 right clicks, evade, 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 he's saying, and where's my RNG? That's not the RNG he's known for.
Yeah, I mean, PA is just so weak against Lina, though. Especially a level 11 Lina. She's slightly over-leveled, I would say, but it's still just not an easy game.
No. All 4 of your main carries are reaching that level 2 ulti point now. As NIP will look to get to work on some objectives. A terrible fight around the Roshan pit, but still, well, they actually know they went into a disadvantageous position. Secret take the net worth lead despite Troll and Lina being your top 2 farmers.
Yeah, but a lot of that's on the Chen. Chen is actually number 3 on net worth on the side of Secret. And they really need the Batrider, who is, I guess, now position 5, to get his Blink Dagger.
Wow, I didn't even realize. Okay.
Zai just has not been on his game today. His Clockwork was less than impressive, missing a lot of hook shots. His Blink Dagger is just ridiculously late. I mean, you could kind of see it coming from the draft with Chen occupying most of the jungle and then the other lane struggling. They're not going to have enough control for Batrider to get his Blink Dagger, but at the same time, like even struggling Batriders usually find it by 13, I would say.
All from here, NIP. Not going to be happy about that Roche fight, but they're still in a pretty decent position here. Arteezy will be looking to get some catch-up farm in the form of a big Ancient stack. The Empower just level 2, but that should be more than enough with the Helm of the Dominator to heal him back up. Getting some good farm here on your PA.
Yeah,
and we'll kind of see
BKB though.
It really feels like against the Fire Spirits of the Phoenix. I mean, the stuns of the ES Lina. Well, it's not an answer to the Ags Laguna Blade. If you get thrown up in the air by a Yules, you need to be able to BKB so you don't get hit by the full combo.
Yeah, you also need to just be able to kill the Earthshaker. Like, if you don't kill the Earthshaker, he's just going to stun lock you. And yeah, he's probably going to die too, but he's going to kill your PA in most of these fights. So she just needs it to be able to kill people and as well as just keep surviving and keep accruing items. She cannot afford to die in most of these upcoming skirmishes. Looks like they're gathering in position for a smoke. Oh, Batrider does have his Blink Dagger, but there is no smoke.
Coming out on Courier, maybe? There we go. Venge has a smoke now. Kuro.
It's a little late. I think they missed their timing.
Yeah, it does feel like they do have a ward in their own jungle down bottom, so they had an idea that Handskin was down here.
I mean, look at the heroes. They're already back at their T3 tower just because they expected a smoke 10 seconds ago, and now that it's come like 10 seconds late.
Yeah.
I mean, they're more than prepared.
They were just sitting around missing off the map for so long. They are going to Firefly their way over towards this secret shop. But at this point, even if Bat finds someone, he's not really killing him on his own. And there we go. He gets a Blink Lasso off, but I don't think he's pulling Handskin far enough away. Fissure comes out, and Zai maybe in some trouble. The Mystic Flare, Lina, LSA Dragon Slave kills off your Bat.
He needed a 4-staff for that play. And Zai is just too underfarmed at this point. He can't be going for plays like that. And Earthshaker doesn't have a blink, and he might not have some for that for some bit of time. But if they keep feeding him kills like that, Era heading around the bottom rune trying to control. Kuro gets a stun off before he can slow. Is he going to get a bash? Okay, first hit.
All skill, says Era.
Limp comes in for the KS and misses.
Come on, Limp, man. That Era got the bash. He deserves that one.
And now Limp almost has a Shadow Blade, which is very problematic for these Blink initiators who don't have BKB. I mean, Batrider, is he going to get BKB after Blink Dagger? Highly unlikely. They usually go for 4 staves and then into the Blink Dagger, or sorry, into the BKB. And then Magnus, he's working on his BKB too. But pretty much if she finds anyone else aside from the Magnus, they're dead.
Well, the great thing about the Shadow Blade is you can still gank heroes with BKB because you Shadow Blade stun, and you can stun them before they pop the BKB, so it ends up being a way of actually dealing with BKB heroes to some extent. Zai, for now, still looking to farm that 4-staff up at the top lane. Secret, not looking as hot as they did in their first game against Alliance, where they were just dominant, and the Ninjas in Pajamas making a good showing here today at the Red Bull Battlegrounds Europe
group. The team that we thought
it's the
least likely.
It's another Hellraiser story. You just can't count anyone out in these group stages.
They're all very close in skill.
Yeah,
for sure.
That's the thing. When you're talking about NIP being the weakest team in the group, that's a pretty damn strong weakest team that the group has. They're probably saying that if we were in any other group, we'd be like, if they're in like an SCA or an America group, NIP are probably favorites. So.
So net worth wise, Troll maintaining a constant around 1,000 gold lead over Arteezy. And now that Secret finally have Blink Daggers, maybe looking for some solo ultimate plays from the Magnus here and there.
All right, well, we'll see what Magnus can get done with this Blink Dagger of his, but NIP maybe have their eyes set on this Radiant Ancient stack, which they just scouted out using the Troll. Bat's going to come in with a Firefly to make sure it's not going down, but NIP well aware of it and seem to be somewhat grouping up themselves towards this top lane they go. Dire Sentry will block the camp from spawning any further Ancients here on the Radiant side, but
all they need to do is limit PA's farm, which is trade kills, like maybe sacrifice Alina for a PA kill or block her Ancients. And an underfarm PA will not be able to get carried in this game. Unless, of course, there are sick RPs, which NIP has fallen prey to before.
Yep. Well, we'll see. If that's going to be the case here, they're going to continue to farm these Ancients, but this is the last Ancients they get for some time until they deward this. NIP seem to be having their eyes set on waiting out the Roshan respawn, though. They're getting up what vision they can. They're pushing out the lanes. They seem to be focusing more on the map control aspect, and Roshan will be coming up sometime in the next 3 minutes, and, well, it's going to be a max Roshan respawn timer. That's not exactly the best news for NIP, although last time Roshan was kind of their undoing.
Yeah.
All top, Zai dead. That's your Shadow Blade reveal.
So Zai continuing his struggles. Oh, gets RP'd. Limp. Skewered back.
And they get a counter kill. That's well worth it for Secret in the end. As much as they do want Zai's 4-staff, it's a big kill to be getting.
Yeah, they cannot afford to give trade kills like that. They can't trade Lina's life for Batrider. It's all about the PA, limiting her kills, increasing her deaths, and controlling her farm. So NIP has to be very careful about the Roshan pit engage again. Don't feed PA another Aegis. And then continue your map control, continue your exerting your presence with the Lina, get your Blink Dagger on your Earthshaker, and then they can go for even more picks. Lina on one side of the map, Earthshaker on the other, and Troll, meanwhile, farming.
It's just scary. PA already has almost 2,000 gold on top of the BKB, which Arteezy hasn't even needed to use yet, so you've got to imagine a potential damage item could be coming up in no time at all if PA wants to go for one.
What damage item does it go for? Abyssal?
Abyssal, and you could theoretically still go back for a Battle Fury, but with Empower it seems completely unnecessary.
But
MKB against the Troll, maybe? I don't know.
Nah,
he's got BKB. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he needs Basher or... I mean, if he gets Battle Fury now, though, is it worth it?
So. I don't think it'd be bad by any means. I'm just not sure if the Abyssal Blade you mentioned is probably better, I would say, but I still think Battle Fury would be fine as far as damage goes.
It's great for damage. No doubt.
I think he's going to have more issues with like bursting down a single target like a Troll than he is like pushing out creep waves and...
Oh, does Chen have Ags? Chen does have Ags. I see a Golem already.
Puppey is ridiculously farmed.
Okay, well, Chen, number 5 on net worth. Very healthy lead for Puppey, the Chen farmer. I mean, yeah, it's just two different styles. You can't say like the aggressive level 1 roaming around with smokes is better than it. It just applies for different situations. And Secret, they don't like to lose out on the late game, but they only have one big late gamer in Phantom Assassin, and she has finally overtaken the net worth chart. They're looking for a Lasso.
Close to Jonas here. Now he's going to go swoop back in, and there we go. Lasso comes out. Where's the follow-up, though? Puppey's there. There's a Skewer as well. And PA with the blink in gets the kill, so Secret get a clean pick off, and we'll also find this Dire Ancient stack. He's leaning from the side. Oh, could have almost gone for a Laguna there, but doesn't have the Ag Scepter, and Arteezy going to heal himself up a little bit with the Helm of the Dominator on the Ancients.
Yeah, Dragon Slave Laguna from a not awkward position. Would have killed it right there. So, maximum Roshan respawn. It is up. Golem is tanking. Can NIP take a fight in the pit? This time Secret will be the one starting it off, but it's already at half HP. Their entire team is just not in a good position.
Yeah. I don't even know if NIP realized what was going on though. Kind of split pushing the bottom lane.
I mean, they had to have realized. They had just gotten a pick. It had been 11 minutes and less Roshan respawn, and that's just textbook time to take Roshan.
Oh, there's a Dire Ward there as well, but a DDPA that just got brought down so fast. So
I mean, they've given away so much of their lead in the past few minutes.
Well, speaking of the lead, it's going the Radiant way. About 2,000 net worth for now. Experience-wise, a little less. And they're at top, looking to scurry away from some Secret rotation towards his top lane. But I think Secret may just say, well, we're just happy to go for the towers. We haven't had much in the way of towers. Only the T1 mid lane has been pushed out.
How has NIP not been able to take down that mid T1 tower? I actually think that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
If that isn't up, they might not be able to make the play on the Phoenix. But a very timely smoke. Not the most obvious timing, but obvious enough that NIP should be playing very carefully around that Roche respawn. They also haven't been checking the pit, I dare say.
So it's going to be Limp roaming around with the Shadow Blade now, looking for their next couple of kills. But for NIP, they've really got to just buckle down and not give away too many free pickoffs like they seem to be doing over the last few minutes. They're in the lead as far as kills go, but you've got an Aegis on your PA, and the damage item is going to be an SMY for Arteezy. So a bit of a hybrid item as far as damage, attack speed, HP goes. You've got the maim in there as well.
Yeah, SNY is not bad, especially since I think Lina is working on her Scepter. At some point, you're going to need the HP. If you go Battle Fury or Yasha or MKB or anything like that, you're just going to get Lina ulted in the face. So having this nice mix of...
Oh, PA blinks in bottom lane. They threw the Laguna on S4, but that's not going to do enough. Limp now, defensive Yules. Zai's looking for the lasso. Can he get it on Phoenix? Yes, he will. Pulls him back. They've already lost Lina. Now it's going to be 2. As Arteezy starts a killing spree. Uh-oh. Things getting worse and worse for NIP at this point in the game.
NIP just stopped exerting pressure. Which, like, remember last game, the Lina got a pick with her Shadow Blade, and then they proceeded into Roche. Where's that sort of play this game? Instead, she's the one getting picked, and Secrets are the one taking Roche.
Secret are the ones completely control the map right now. Era just forced into some split push play at the top lane, and doesn't feel like he can fight too well into this Secret team right now. And Secret gonna have 4 heroes towards his mid lane. Chen's actually making his way towards top. May look to just bring in his creep army and defend this tier 2 tower, but the rest of Secret, they're considering going high ground. Phoenix respawns, 10 seconds on Lina, and we'll see this tier 3 tower getting tipped away. Arteezy considering a blink in to decides against it. Has an Aegis for some time still, and Hanskin with a Blink Dagger is going to be that big Blink Echo Slam defender if he can find the ulti that he needs.
Man, Batrider, still no Force Staff. Where's your Staff of Wizardry?
This Bat is in, true poverty right now.
What's his score right now? 0-9.
Really? Whoa, okay, did not realize that. He's more than half of their deaths.
Yeah, I mean, he's just not played well, simply put.
Yeah. There's nothing inaccurate about that.
No need to make it fancy. Okay, we see a smoke coming out from NIP, but where is the objective? They're smoking into an area that they don't have vision. They're smoking against a PA who has Aegis up in her inventory. And it's just not that great of a time.
Yeah.
Actually, they did just place a ward down on the bottom.
No. They're going to lead the charge towards top lane on the secret side. They take out the tier 1, and they're going to make their move to the tier 2. It seems NIP have in mind some split push action. The Troll, though, not down there, who's their main pushing hero, so even if they get to this tier 2 tower unopposed, one of their actual damage output is vacant. And Troll, speaking of which, he's been spotted up by a Radiant Observer ward. S4 nearby has a Blink RP soon. Oh! Heyo! Misses that RP.
But they're giving up the T3. RP is down.
This should not be happening as it is right now, it feels like.
But still, just realizing that
has a
NIP is
Blink
completely
Lasso.
out of position.
Yeah, you've got to really be aware of that Blink Lasso. These Granite Golems, too, can't be dealt with. You get them low, Hand of God heals them back to full HP. They're just going to keep chipping away on these mid-racks, it looks like.
I think they need a bounce. I mean, they do have the Aegis, but they don't have RP.
You also don't have mana for a lasso from your Batrider.
Oh, Hanskin has the Echo Slam with the Blink Dagger.
Level 2 now.
This could be Secret's undoing.
Well, I think they've seen it, though. He had it the last push they went for, so maybe something Secret are ready for, but
Still, I mean, even if you see it, you can ask Navi about the Echoes.
they knew all about Blink, Echo, and Arteezy. He's got the Aegis, so it's Kuro with him. No, he loses the Aegis. Oh, boy. That's a big kill. Now the Supernova going to force Secret even further back. The timing of this initiation works out perfectly, and S4 gets blinked on again by the Earthshaker, making all the plays happen, and really nicely done. That
Terrible
Aegis,
timing for a push.
Yeah, had expired. It had even expired like 20 seconds ago. It wasn't even like it just expired as he died.
Even if they had it, like, and there were like 3 minutes left, you should just wait for an RP. I think it's just far too risky. The only reason they took the T3 was because NIP was completely out of position, pushing down the bottom T2. And then with the whipped RP on top, it's like, okay, well, we have no team fight because our Batrider still doesn't have Force Staff, so if he lassos someone, he might not even make it down the cliff, just because he might get Yuled immediately, or fissured, or, you know, any other thing that can hit him. So, yeah, I would say that Secret overstayed their welcome, missed the RP, which is also a big deal, and mistimed their Aegis. If they didn't have the Aegis, they certainly shouldn't have pushed.
Speaking of pushes, NIP going to make probably the smart move and just back off, decide not to go for this push down mid.
They need to bait out the smoke gank. I think they need to be sitting on a high ground or be sitting out with a support and then go in with a Blink Echo once they come in with a smoke. I think that Secret are going to try and secure the next Roche because that one's a big deal. When you have big ultimates like Lasso and RP, you counter it by having Aegis. So it's just that much more important for NIP to secure it, unless they want to deal with it with buybacks, which is a much riskier way to deal with them, or not get caught out. But, you know, you can't avoid getting single RP'd.
Yeah, if you're using buybacks, it's not really a good long-term strategy if you're going to be getting new items up on your side of NIP. Not to mention...
Chen is ridiculously farmed, though.
He's more farmed than Magnus now. Oh my god, he's the second most farmed Secret hero, the fourth most farmed hero in the game.
He has twice as much farm as Batrider. Ideally, those would be swapped, where Chen would have like Scepter and Boots, and Batrider would have Blink, BKB, Force Staff.
Well, I guess we'll see what the Chen can do. The Yule Scepter, not exactly the craziest of items. It does offer some additional lockdown and control for your Troll. Lena going to get one kill. Now the can kill Arteezy with a BKB brings him down at bottom, and PA Goes through that 9-second BKB. Chaz has now picked up a basher.
Bizzle just means there's another tool of initiation, because if they can jump the Patrol Warlord, he doesn't have BKB. So they can blink strike on him, abyssal him, and then if he doesn't die, they can RP and or lasso him and then kill him. And without him, the PA is pretty much immune during the BKB. I mean, unless Lena drops the PA, but she's not going to die during the BKB. And also, Troll does not yet have an MKB.
Okay, and still some ways to go for it, I guess. He's got just the SMY Skadi with the Helm of the Dominator. There's going to be a lasso grab at top lane. That's on Jonas. He gets pulled in and brought down. Arteezy with the DD rune, going to make himself known. Meanwhile, to the side, it's going to be a Troll looking to fight down onto Kuro. Kuro brought down by Troll, but Arteezy, double damage. Can you fight this PA? I don't think so. The Echo Slam comes in. Arteezy is going to be the main focus. Nice Yules, though, going to lock the Troll in place. Handskin goes down. 1700 crit. Arteezy. Oh boy, making it look too easy, as Era next in line could be going down as well. The Supernova, they need a stun from this, but it looks like they're going to try focus down the egg. Not in time. Arteezy stunned up through the BKB, blinks forward, gets hit by a Laguna, but they kill the Troll anyways. Dive with Fire Spirits, causing problems for Arteezy, but he's going to solve them with a blink forward. Jonas, no dive to escape this one, and Chen gets that kill. 4 down on the NIP side. Blink into the high ground with an RP. Limp next in line for Arteezy again. Mega kill streak as he gets a double kill, and they're going to focus their efforts on this mid-Rax as both range and melee going down.
That Yules was pretty clutch by Puppey. It was when it was their window that they needed to burst down that PA. Her BKB had just expired. There was a big echo coming in. Troll was right next to him, and that is what happens when you don't get a BKB on Troll. You just get kited, and that was just so important. He doesn't have an MKB, so his uptime is very minimal on the PA.
Arteezy getting chain stun. The Force Staff comes maybe a bit too late, and he's going to be brought down. He was trying to get the blink to the low ground, but the Earthshaker fissure into a blink totem was really nicely done.
And Roshan is right about to respawn in about 30 seconds time. Undoubtedly, NIP will head into the pit. The question is, are they going to get the Aegis? They're going to go in there. They're not going to see that it's up. Are they going to camp there, or they're going to keep a chicken there? They're going to have an HOD creep.
Well, they may get there at the right time, especially if Aerith's going to farm the Ancients along the way.
Yeah, why are they not doing Roche? I think they should just do a Roche immediately, especially since Troll doesn't have buyback. That is priority #1. So he's going to walk in. No?
Max Roche respawn is about 20 seconds from now.
Just 1 second too early.
If they wrote the Roche timer down, they know it's coming in the next 20 seconds. And Hanskins goes back in. There's your due diligence from your Earthshaker. This guy has been maybe the MVP to keep NIP in this game with some of his recent plays, but 25 seconds on PA. Era going to get to work. And here come...
Imagine if they had started it like as soon as that respawn, though. I mean, I think Era should have just been sitting in the pit. If they knew that it's like 2 minutes and 45 seconds, then they could do it without the risk of Zai being able to steal it.
And Zai now nearby, ready to go. Is he making a play on this one? The Flame Break comes into play, gets hit by a fissure, though. Nicely played from your Earthshaker again, and Zai going to get blown up by the Laguna Blade. Oh boy.
Man, and
double-digit deaths.
Underfarm Batrider, he needs BKB to make those sort of plays, too. Everyone needs BKBs.
Yep. This is the Blink 4 stuff for now, and it's not cutting it. NIP still holding on for now with this game. It's about an 8,000 gold deficit. And unfortunately, they lost their mid-racks, but you have a Troll with an Aegis and these kind of items. It is potential there for that turnaround.
I do see one of NIP's weakness, though, is being able to control the mid-game with an early-game lead. Like the best teams, you give them like a 2,000 gold lead, they'll eventually increment it up to 3,000 after a few minutes, and then 4,000, 5,000, and never let it go. But NIP, they had a pretty sizable early-mid advantage, and then they just didn't take out Roshan, they didn't take out the towers, and they even let Secret take a free T3 in the mid lane.
That's easy. Once out, not going to get hit by the LSA.
Yeah, he has enough HP, though, to tank it.
Yep.
Maybe Lena should get the MKP.
Possibly. Like you go in with your combo and hit the LSA Laguna Blade. PA lives on maybe 500-600. That's why you, with a Battle Trance, Lena could quickly finish off the rest of the PA's HP.
Yeah, I mean, alternatively, she could get a Ghost Scepter and kite during the BKB of the PA, which is not that bad of an option. I would say either one of those.
Could also go just for like the Hex as another possibility.
Oh yeah, Hex is really good.
That can also get rid of the evasion.
I mean, Secret, I mean, they do have the potential to make cheeky plays later, like send in the PA with a test of faith and then just have her blow somebody up, hope for a crit, and then have some high ground shenanigans other than having to deal with RP. So it is all in on Arteezy, but at the same time, he has been making it work.
Yeah, for now, 10-5-4 with Abyssal Blade complete. Arteezy is sitting pretty. Imagine next up is probably just completing the Satanic, give him some more HP, survivability. Even has the Ice Armor creep for himself as well to allow him to fight that Troll Warlord just that little bit better.
So Troll Warlord is in somewhat of a predicament. Does he want to farm his MKB?
Oh, limp. He walked into this one, pulled to the high ground. Doesn't get a chance to use the cheese as well.
That's a rookie mistake, I must say.
Yep. Yeah, they were ready for him, and now Batrider being pushed forward. He's got another blink as well. He's just charging forward. Look at them. We'll cancel the Handskin TP. And Arteezy will blink forward and probably finish him off here. One more Stifling Dagger will be enough, and like you said, a bit of a rookie mistake, perhaps.
Yeah, that's just something a very experienced player won't make. Like, you have to expect that your opponents will get a gem at some point, especially if you've been making somewhat of an impact. He has 12 kills on his Lina, and they are certainly going to get a gem at some point to counter his deep movements. And now immediately swing up to the T3. And again, Secret, they have a disadvantage. They have the disadvantage in the fact that NIP has the Aegis. And last time it was disadvantage of the fact that they don't have RP up, which are both pretty sizable disadvantages. And still, they force a big cooldown from NIP, Lina's buyback. Last time they got a T3 out of it. And they're just so good at taking a foot when they're given an inch.
And even just the money that Lina suspends will slow down any further item progression we're seeing come out from Limp.
Yeah, he needed a Hex, MKB, or Ghost. Like one of those three. Probably, or a BKB even would be decent. So smoke coming out from NIP, trying to make use of this Aegis. About, what, 1 minute and 10 seconds left on that. Just enough time after the smoke ends. And it looks like Secret. They are pretty wary. They are very scared. They know that, okay, all we need to do is wait out the Aegis, and then we can blow Troll up with an RP. His buyback is still down for 1.5 minutes, but he doesn't even have enough money to complete his MKB nor buy it back after a death.
Yeah, just runs into the Chain Cryptor and right into Arteezy on the front lines. Abyssal Blade BKB popped error. He's going to be brought down before the fight even begins. It may just be an Aegis. S4's got an RP waiting for him though, and they'll use it on the Troll. It's a solo RP, but it's well worth it if they get the kill. But Hanskin shows up, blink, Echo Slam, Fissure. Is this going to be enough? It maybe, but it doesn't look like it. Arteezy blinks out the Supernova, perfectly placed. Will salvage the fight for now. Secret. They've lost 2. Will buy back the bat. Nice blink to the low ground. Arteezy jukes himself out of there and will be sent back to base by Puppey, whose TP gets cancelled. The Earthshaker Fissure. Oh, can he find a little nook and cranny to hide this one in? Doesn't look like it. Gem gets dropped in. Arteezy will TP himself back in. That Earthshaker once again saving up to save the day. Meanwhile, Zai, in a bit of a deep spot here, but it's S4 rocking up to turn things around, brings down the Earthshaker. Meanwhile, the Skywrath goes down in error. He's trapped. He's going to get kited around by the Batrider, and then Arteezy's going to show up with a new Abyssal Blade soon if he needs it.
Man, that blink strike into the Test of Faith. Plays coming out from Secret and just outplaying NIP. They had, again, a great time to burst down the PA. They had Battle Trance up, PA BKB down, and then locked in an Echo. And then again, a Yules to save the day. Secret will get another kill on Jonas at the T4s. And now, I mean, it is... Troll is in the grave for 57 seconds. I'm not exactly sure why he bought out his Javelins when he could have had his buyback available at this point. But yeah, they are crumbling. They are falling apart. And that was a sick jump. They knew that the smoke was coming.
Oh, it's another pick off. Arteezy going to find Jonas once more. He just bought back, and Lim going to get skewered back into the BKBPA. Defensive Yules is there, but he blinks forward on your Skywrath instead. Lim gets off a Laguna Blade, but it looks like he's going down anyways. Magic Missile will find him, and Secret put 4 NIP heroes onto the bench.
Amazing teamwork from Secret, I must say.
Yeah.
Like, Zai didn't play the best, but I think everyone else more than pulled their own weight.
Looking like this may be the game-winning blow as GG is called, and Secret are through to the best of 3 finals here at Red Bull Battlegrounds Europe. Group play, they've taken down Alliance. Now they take down the Ninjas in Pajamas, and all they've got to do is wait to see who will emerge from that lower bracket to challenge them in the finals.
19 kills on Arteezy.
It was impressive stuff from him.
Very impressive. I'm still pretty wild that NIP gave up that lead, but even more impressed that Secret was able to pull that back.
The Roche fights, again, like that one Roshan where Troll, that first Roche that Troll went for where they got caught out when Maggot first finished his Blink Dagger.
So many games have changed on the back of finding inside that Roshan pit. It's crazy. You think teams would be more careful.
It seems teams are getting maybe too greedy. It used to be that you kind of knew Envy, like with Cloud9, would always go for these greedy Roches that would rarely get punished, even when teams knew he was doing it. But nowadays, everyone seems on point as far as checking out for early
I think Roshan's in a good place right now, like position-wise, like strength-wise. He's much more balanced than he used to be.
It's tempting enough that teams go for it early, but also something that can be punished by how it's kind of not the easiest to kill. Yeah. So with that, Secret through to the finals. They are just one series away from clinching their spot in the playoffs here at Red Bull Battlegrounds. But guys, we've got lower bracket action. We're going to be dropping down to catch Team Alliance versus Cloud9. They're going to be fighting for survival. The winner of that will get to verse the Ninjas in Pajamas. Those games coming up next. You can follow all the action over at redbullbattlegrounds.com. But for now, myself, Gods, Merlini, we're taking a break. When we come back, lower bracket will begin. Cloud9 versus the Ninjas in Pajamas. Let's get into it. A best of one winner bracket match. Loser drops down. Skewer into the tower. Two heroes caught in that one with the RP, but Era gonna turn and fight. Fata's already used the Skewer, and it looks like Era will bring down your Magnus as well. Misery already throwing out the arrow as Era does go down to the Phoenix damage over time, but the Fire Blast now coming into play, and it's another kill going the way of the Ninjas. Misery, no leap for the time being. Is he going down? Is there follow-up?
What is going on with Cloud9? Why is Undying not here in this fight? Imagine a tombstone drop right there, a level 3 tombstone.
Fata, Shadowblade in towards mid lane. There's going to be a Blink, RP, and Skewer back. Hesitated on that one. The arrow going to miss as well. Arrow going to turn and fight the egg. This is a missed play from Fata. Now Arrow turns and fights. RP completely whiffs. Sonic Wave goes through, brings down your Jug. And
did he get hit by Dragon Slave?
Hit by something. He must have. Either that or he completely PGG'd it.
This one was just way too much on Fata. Their lineup just completely depended on him hitting perfect RPs. I don't think they expected the offensive tri-lane coming out from NIP, so Envy just got hugely underfarmed and was playing catch-up the entire game.
And we're back. We're getting to the point where we're going to start knocking out some teams from the Europe group.
You sound so excited.
Yeah, this is where it gets fun, you know?
Go home Alliance or Cloud9.
It's been too bland, you know? Just like, oh, winner bracket matches. Okay, secret ring to the finals. Good story, but I want to see some teams get knocked out, eliminated, and that's what's going to happen to either C9 or Alliance now. So we'll see who it's going to be. That best of one is coming up next. We're going to make our way through the lower bracket with these next couple of matches. Cloud9 versus Alliance. Then the winner will be taking on the Ninjas in Pajamas. And then finally, that best of 3 final match where Team Secret will be tested. They do have that winner bracket advantage. They get to sit around, wait. Also get choice of pick and side for game 1. So we'll see if that's going to be enough to get them out to the playoffs. You guys are watching Red Bull Battlegrounds. For those of you who don't know, this is, well, the beginning of the event. The qualifiers, the group stage per se, whatever you want to call it, where five regions, we're going to find out a team to represent each one who are going to come out to the playoffs to represent their region, compete here in Santa Monica. And from there, well, we'll see who's going to make it to that main event, the playoffs. And, well, it's going to be fun. Looking forward to it.
Well, it won't be one of these teams.
It won't be one of these teams, yeah.
Cloud9 versus Alliance is always interesting because I still wonder if Eternal Envy has bad blood with Alliance after getting kicked from No Tidehunter. And
he was pushing for them for the redemption vote, you know? He was back in the Alliance. I mean, maybe it's because he wants to get revenge.
Maybe it's because he wanted revenge. You never know. Yeah. And Eternal Envy is not a guy who, like, I don't know, he doesn't display his emotions that much. So, I mean, getting kicked from a team and then the team had a lot of success, there has to be, like, some mild resentment, I would say. I mean, it's normal. You can't blame the guy for it, but I'm just wondering if it's actually there and if it actually affects your mentality, which is a bigger deal.
This is a very different Alliance than the Alliance that won TI3, though.
It's still Loda
and Aki, yeah.
It's close enough.
Loda and Aki is the duo who've been kind of sticking together for as long as I can remember, at least back to the early days of Dota 2. So.
And there were 2 of the 4 members that were on there when he got kicked. So
so the 2 teams' only matches, I mean, both teams got crushed in one-sided affairs. Cloud9 looks especially bad. I think Alliance kind of got out-strategized in some ways. I don't think they
got outplayed hard.
Yeah, they got outplayed. I don't feel like they made a bunch of like really basic mistakes like Cloud9
I think they made the basic mistake of just being too predictable with what they were going to do. But at the same time, their hero lineup didn't allow them to do that much. I don't know. It was it was a stomp.
Well, guys, Alliance versus Cloud9. Game is underway. Let's hop ourselves into the draft. Here we go. One of these 2 teams getting knocked out. Will it be the Swedish Squad Alliance or the mixed European/North American team of Cloud9?
Yeah, North American.
I got one North American. I was going to call them European, but I was like, we gotta pay homage to good old Eternal Envy. He's the captain of the draft. He's the soul of the team, representing Canada.
Well, Alliance banned out the Zeus, which Cloud9 completely ignored in game number 1. I still think it would have been really good for them, and I think it's a really good ban, taking it out in the first phase. And Magnus is decent, but you need other ways to win fights. And Fada has been so crucial to so many of Cloud9's victories that they may be overly reliant on him.
He has been by far the most, I guess, consistently high-performing player on this team, and that's where Alliance target 2 bans at him, not just the Zeus. They take out Magnus as well. I think there's a good chance we may be seeing another troll game at this rate. We go from seeing no troll yesterday to possibly a troll in every game today.
Well, troll's been met with 2 losses. Already, so it's not easy. And is Alliance going to first pick troll? I don't see why not, especially since Fada plays it.
They really like the sniper for Pycat, and they're going to take the sniper.
Sniper's really good versus troll. I just assumed that sniper was automatically banned, as it usually is.
Yeah, that's been the sniper, the troll treatment in general, but I guess not today. So Cloud9 have option to take the troll warlord if they want to, which typically isn't.
I don't think you do it versus sniper. Sniper is just like it's tough. It's really tough to not get kited unless you have a clockwork or a spirit breaker. You know, some of the tools that Alliance are going for in game number 1 to deal with the sniper.
So Troll Phoenix will be the duo for Cloud9.
Man, they like Phoenix so much.
They've been first 2 picking it for a good couple of weeks now.
I don't really like Phoenix versus a sniper either. Like it's obviously bad versus high attack speed heroes or heroes that have a lot of instances like Meepo and Troll, but it's also bad versus heroes that don't have like mobility issues. Like Phoenix is sitting there with the egg and the sniper just attacks it from like 3/4 of a screen away. You're like, okay, well, what am I supposed to do about this? Especially when many snipers go for high attack speed builds with Mask Madness or Maelstrom or Yasha, and he can just pew that egg on his own. without a BKB.
Yeah. So we'll see how things work out. They have got the Fire Spirits decent at dealing with living armor, but even so, Alliance love this Treant Protector. One of Mad's best heroes and a great hero to have to protect the sniper in general. It's not like the Phoenix, as far as the lane stage goes, is going to be matching up against that sniper. So we'll see how Cloud9 look to run the Phoenix. Sometimes it's the no-tail 4-position Phoenix. Other times they do run it on Bone 7 in the off lane. For now, it's kind of too soon to tell. More bans onto Fata's heroes. The Beastmaster now joins the Magnus. I was talking about these are his 3 heroes. This is all he's been playing.
Fata win game.
Possibly.
Good enough strategy.
Maybe he just plays a more standard mid hero. This is where you bring out the Fata, Queen of Pain, or Shadow Fiend, which I don't think I've really ever seen before. But we'll see what the call's going to be.
Banning out the Undying. I thought that Bone 7's Undying was less than impressive. He was given a lot of space, but Undyings don't need space. They're there to take away space, rather. So if I were Alliance, I'd be probably pretty comfortable with giving him the Undying. At the same time, it is something that Cloud9 do run fairly often.
So last ban onto a Slaughter. I mean that you could
Alliance like that hero.
And it pairs nicely with the Sniper because it's not too greedy of a kind of safe lane carry for Loader that takes away too much space that the Sniper doesn't get the farm he needs. If anything, Slaughter creates space for Sniper.
Yes, he's really good at being in the front line and absorbing a lot of damage and just a lot of heads turning his way. It's like, okay, well, focus me. I'm big and bad. I'm moving around at 522. I take a little bit more damage, and I will crush you if you leave me alone. You cannot ignore Slaughter. He does probably more damage than a sniper.
Yeah. And just the fact that he can keep amplifying up people's damage as well for the Sniper.
And his stun is such a low cooldown.
All right, well, we'll see what Cloud9 look to move into after the Phoenix Troll pick. Something they could always do. I mentioned Fata's hero is being banned out. He used to play a lot of the Troll Warlord. Back before this hero was even popular, he kind of used to go mid on this hero a lot. Would build mech even, back when that was the 150 mana cost mech. But for now, Cloud9, third pick, an Enigma, most likely for no-tail in the jungle.
Enigma's good. I'm surprised we haven't seen a lot more Enigma. I still think the hero's very strong. It's good if you aren't afraid of getting owned in your aggressive tri-lane. Or, sorry, your safe lane tri-lane. But I don't know. Alliance do some weird stuff sometimes. They might like dual lane off lane. I remember one of the first time I was like, WTF is Alliance doing? It was a Treant Wisp Tusk off lane. So it could be punish. Especially with, I don't think Phoenix is that great of a laner either. So Alliance can look to just completely control Cloud9 in the lanes.
Yeah, I think with the Enigma pick, that definitely puts Phoenix into that offlane solo role rather than a support. They just need that kind of 1-2 punch to go with the Troll in the safe lane, or possibly if Troll's going mid, then a dual lane for the safe lane. But Lion gets picked up for Alliance, so they've got their support duo now, wanting to keep their last 2 core picks kind of hidden, or at least maybe trying to... It's also potentially a deny pick. You think of dual lane supports, and one that Misery does love to run is that Lion, so...
Lion's just really good versus Phoenix, and really good at initiating against heroes like BKB, both of Troll and Enigma, and bursting them down. Obviously, it mixes up their damage a little bit too. You don't want to rely too much on physical like Alliance did in game number 1.
Well, we'll see if Cloud9 will look to mix things up a bit here. They've got... To me, Cloud9 have a good kind of mix here with the Enigma, the Phoenix already with the Troll, and they go into a Rubik as their secondary support. So as you mentioned, Alliance have the Lion to give them some magic burst damage to go with the Sniper, and still looking for Loader as well as Nikwa's heroes. Wondering what that may be. Against an Enigma, you always want to consider having something to cancel BKB Black Hole, which they've got in the Overgrowth.
Rubik is theoretically a good pick for Sniper. People have theory crafted, oh, well, you just spell Seal Shrapnel and you get 3 Shrapnels. That's going to win you the fight, right? And it just never gets to that point because...
Don't you only get 1 Shrapnel?
I believe you get all 3.
Oh, you get all 3, okay.
Yeah, but, I mean, you have to go up and steal from the Sniper. And if that happens, you're likely caught in a Shrapnel. You're likely just going to die. Other spells to steal, Treant, Lion, not the best to steal. I don't know. Rubik just seems like an underwhelming pick in this particular situation. He can't solo roam that well on his own because Telekinesis does no damage and Fateful does not do that much.
Also not the best zoning support.
Yeah, and also he has to, if he's trying to roam, he's trying to roam against a Treant. And I think like Rubik +1 can't kill 1 plus Treant living armor, right? So I don't know. It just seems very underwhelming at this point. At best, maybe it could be like a deny pick, but I don't know. If Alliance really wanted, they could just snapped it up immediately after an Enigma.
Alliance going to a Jakiro now, so looking like a core Jakiro, probably for the off lane.
I mean, Cloud9 have really weak lanes right now, so I think they can completely take advantage of that. But dual lane off lane, but Treant Protector pulling and then Living Armor the off lane, so you can just exert a lot of pressure on the troll, get him under farmed, and protect the sniper, get him nice and farmed up, and take the game from there. Yeah,
this seems like a great plan against a team trying to get greedy with the Enigma, so see how Cloud9 look to respond, but
it's also decent with the Treant Protector. If you catch like 2 people with ult, you can just ult with Jakiro, follow it with an Ice Path, and just do a ton of damage. And you know, his AoE damage is definitely underrated, I would say. And he was primarily used for tower push with Liquid Fire. Liquid Fire got nerfed slightly, but I still think the hero.
It got nerfed, really the damage got nerfed heavily. I guess everything else about it didn't really get too touched.
Yeah, I mean, he's still good at chain locking down people, is just dumping out damage left and right with you know, usually if you leave a support you're alone, you're like, okay, whatever, they're just going to die if they get caught by anything. But Jakiro, if you leave him alone, he is going to do a lot of damage, and if you just turn around and switch to him, he's still relatively tanky. And the really nice Yule setup too is very good against blink carriers, although Cloud9 don't really have that great of blink carriers.
So ban onto Alina as Alliance's last one. They're probably just like, we banned all the Fata heroes. What do we ban now? I guess let's ban out Alina. That's a problem hero for us.
TA? Isn't TA just going to get kited?
And Jakiro is great against TA in general.
What is with Cloud9's? I mean, it is nice for taking out Roche, but they already have the troll. I don't really think they need that much of a frontliner. I think a troll with BKB is sufficient. And on top of that, Refraction is just going to last like tenths of seconds with Jakiro as well as Shrapnel. Like Leech Seed even does like a decent amount of instances. I don't know.
And does TA even do particularly well against Sniper? I don't feel like
so. No.
Yeah. I mean, between Headshot and Shrapnel bringing down Refraction, I feel like that's not a good matchup for TA.
And on top of that, Alliance still have a pick left. So if they're really concerned about TA, they can just go with another one. Like, let's say, I don't know what they want to do for their farmer, but just one with multiple, like PL, let's say. I think PL would be pretty well for Loda.
Well, that's something Loda used to love to play back in the old days with the old PL. See if he's been practicing up on the new one. 5 seconds left. Alliance's last pick coming out. Going to be the Jug. So safe, stable pick. They get the Jug Sniper duo.
Yeah, I mean, even Spin can take down some Refraction charges. Manta style, obviously. But yeah, Juggernaut, I mean, can't really go too wrong with it. It is good anti-BKB, which I think was one of Alliance's weaknesses. They have the Tree Ultimate, but that is something that you have to worry about come 25-30 minutes plus. And it's also really good at taking out Roche. Alliance is on Dire, and Cloud9 have a very formidable Roshian taking lineup. I'm trying to match that with the Juggernaut pick.
Yeah, and knowing it's going to come down to who gets the kind of early map control and advantage. And I feel like Alliance with the Treant, we see what Treants can do when they get that Nature's guys coming into play. They just go around getting all that scouting information. So if anything, it may be Alliance with the edge there.
Well, they definitely have the edge, I would say, with Living Armor. I mean, Phoenix, I guess, can kind of take out the armor charges, but I don't think Phoenix is the one that you're worrying about. Because if Phoenix is going to be in an off lane, you're not worried about him putting that much pressure out. You're worried about your mid and your off lane getting owned.
All right, well, things will unravel here. Sounds like you prefer the Alliance draft?
Easily.
Yeah. I'm with you. I think Cloud9 have gone for...
Their drafts today have just been like, what? Like, I mean, I generally like Cloud9 drafts because I see them having multiple ways of winning. But yeah, this one is just like, I think there are many better heroes than the ones that they went for.
All right, well, we'll see how things work out for them with the draft, with the lanes. Let's introduce some players here on the Radiant side. Team Cloud9, we're running Bone7 in the off lane on Phoenix. We're going to see Fata playing the mid lane on the Templar Assassin. Misery on the support Rubik. Big Daddy Notel going to be your jungling Enigma, and that leaves Eternal Envy playing the Troll Warlord, the captain and drafter for the team. On the Dire side, it is the Swedish squad, Team Alliance. We're going to have the lone Frenchie, Mad, playing the support Treant Protector. Nikwa going to be on the Jakiro in the offlane. It's going to be Pycat playing the mid sniper. Towards top, Loda on the Juggernaut, and Ake playing the Lion. And a quick pause coming out as teams get ready and make sure things are set and good to go here in their elimination match here at Red Bull Battlegrounds. Quick reminder, you can get all your updates and follow the event by following at Red Bull Esports on Twitter and use the hashtag Battlegrounds to talk about all the action going down today as well as throughout the next couple of weeks with the Red Bull Battlegrounds kind of unraveling. After today, there's only one group left, just America, on the 28th of April, I believe.
You know, I really like the schedule for the Red Bull Battlegrounds. It's like one BO1 each after another. You know how long, in general, the series is going to last, and there's just no wait time in between the games. It just makes for a very nice viewer experience, and for me.
I'm glad you like it, Ben.
That's cool.
It's very nice of
I
you
think
to say.
BO1s are underrated just because there's so many tournaments out there. Do you really want to watch a BO3 for every single one?
And this is great because it's double a limb, so even though it's BO1, you get 2 chances, but I don't know if Fast is going to get another chance. He's getting initiated on here. The Blade Fury damage, not quite enough on its own, but with the Treant lead seed, a couple more right clicks, they may be able to get this kill. One more punch. Mad gets your first blood.
Okay, well,
Fata.
refraction is useless.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't even talk about the Blade Fury as far as dealing with it, but we see it there. So there we go. First blood goes Alliance's way.
As if the matchup wasn't rough enough with the sniper in the mid lane.
Oh, by the way, Nikwa is on a cliff.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
One of the really, the best thing you can do is Rubik just be on the high ground here, and the Jakiro doesn't even see you coming because you can just do it from the high ground when the Jakiro is in the river. That is highly unfortunate for you, Jakiro. At this point, someone almost needs to, I guess, yeah, someone's come down bottom lane. It's going to be Mad just leeching the XP in this lane with his boots first.
Yep, he also does not have living armor, opting for the level 1 leech seed for that early kill.
Yeah, he's going to just give Misery a good old
He has
right-click
boots,
damage.
So, I mean, Boots Treant is much scarier than like a position 5 Treant with no boots. Like, he has to be able to go up and right-click people, or else you're just wasting that 85 base damage.
Yep. See how this bottom lane goes for Envy. He has got 8 Tangos in the salvo, so should have more than enough HP regen to sustain himself.
Okay, let's see. Chicken is coming.
This is one of those awkward, how easily can you do this? Looks like Nico should be, yeah, he's fine.
That was pretty easy.
Yeah. Sometimes we've seen teams and players really struggle with it. Most notably, there was a moment where Na'Vi got completely stuck on that top cliff for quite some time in bottom lane. Envy getting a right click down here.
There goes the self.
Yep.
I mean, that's ridiculous, the damage from these two. And not only is it a lot of damage over time, it's a lot of slow.
Okay, doing something a bit different at top lane. Going for an early point in mana drain is just looking to bring Bo3's mana pool down low. No points in the Impale just yet. And
I mean, if you can't attack, you might as well be doing something, right?
absolutely. So he's just going to keep on giving him some pokes here and there. And bottom rune coming up now. Here comes potential flank from Alliance. They scout things out, but they don't look to contest it. Just trying to contest the pull more than anything. It looks like Cloud9 just looking to play the kind of stack and pull game, which is they're so well known for. Top lane, Bo3 has a dive available. We'll need to use it.
I wonder if he's going to get Mana Drain at level 3. That'd be a kind of cool build.
Problem is dive costs 0 mana, so I think it's not worth it because of that. You can stop the Fire Spirits from coming out, but...
Oh, yeah. Matt gets gone on bottom, lifted.
Gets low and gets brought down. There's going to be a Dual Breath, but it comes too late. And Envy looking to harass down a second kill, but doesn't seem likely as Jakiro going to turn around, throw some Liquid Fire out. And
going maybe a little bit too offensive with this
mid lane, meanwhile, Fata going down. Pycat with a solo kill. The Living Armor. Uh-oh. Counter kill going the other way. Just a level 1 Living Armor. Unfortunately, just the minimal instances, 4 instances, is not going to be enough there.
However, he did buy before he died.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Mad went for a Orb of Venom build instead of maybe going for a little bit more defense. I mean, I guess Treant is supposed to be played very offensively, though. So, can't blame him too much for it.
Okay. Not a bad item pickup as far as the Orb of Venom goes, but yeah, often you see this picked up and it doesn't really amount to much, which may end up being the case now that Treant's just given up his own life at the bottom lane.
So looking at the early farm, TA is suffering, but not that much. Bo3 gets casually hexed on top.
Yeah, Aki actually could have been in a bit of trouble there, but here we go. It goes in, turns around with the Living Armor on his side. Fire Spirit's gonna...
Oh, Juggernaut. He's going for a different build. I was like, why is he not phasing over? It's because he's not going for phase first. Like, I think phase is really good for zoning out offlaners, just because you'll almost always have phase before offlaner has upgraded boots, and you just chase him down with Jug's heavy right clicks.
Phoenix a bit different, I guess, with an escape spell, but or do you think you should still go phase?
It's really good versus the heroes with escape spells because the heroes with escape spells generally don't have the tankiness to cope with that. And you can't use it every time he phases on you. That's just ludicrous, right?
Okay.
So it's, I mean, that's one of the strengths of Juggernaut is being able to right-click people out of lane easily with phase. But not really sure where he's going for with this gloves. Maybe a Treads? Yeah, it will be a Treads. Treads is far more unusual than phase. It does have its benefits. He gets more HP, but I mean, I don't really think he needs HP. You
Attack speed versus Phoenix Spirits, though,
yeah,
I guess.
That's
kind of
what
nice.
Mask of Madness is for.
Yeah.
Right?
Win as much as possible, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
So
Still an interesting build from him.
Yeah, we'll see how this works out for him, but now just Treads, Quelling Blade. Slightly better for jungling, perhaps, as well, with the attack speed, as well as stats you get from this. But yeah, it's a small little deviation.
So banning out Fada seems to be working decently for Alliance.
Fata, 1 and 2. With 17 CS, is last hitting pretty decently in this mid lane.
I mean, the problem with TA versus this lineup is like, what build do you go for? If you go for drums, you're still going to get kited by shrapnel. If you go for a blink, you're still going to get kited by shrapnel. If you go BKB,
you're still going to get kited by shrapnel.
You'll get kited by treants.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It just nothing clicked for me for TA. I'm like, oh man, TA is really good because of being able to survive in lane. Not that.
Well, we've seen 2 deaths already, and it's not even been able to really do that well. It hasn't been able to do well at all against Sniper. Sniper, leading on CS, has a kill as well.
Level 6, No Tail, getting stalked by Treant Protector, mostly soaking his experience, but Big Daddy is still level 6 in 6 minutes.
Maybe looking for that black hole opportunity in this bottom lane. Even just for a solo kill at this point, could be a decent way to make things happen. Career comes in mid, but nothing Rubik can really do about that one. Actually, don't think they scout out the Rubik. The meanwhile, Sniper going for this rune could be a death trap. Phoenix is there. Rubik coming from behind. Dive going to hit, and here comes your TA. Trap number 1. Pycat going to go down to this as TA gets a kill.
Good roaming by Misery.
Very patient. Just waited up there on the high ground and till the kill came to him.
Living armor definitely not very useful when a Phoenix is ganking you. Big Daddy putting pressure on that tower, but not actually that farmed. I would expect him to have more than a Soul Ring at this point, but still doing decently.
Yeah, not doing amazing. We'll have some of his items back on the courier, it looks like. So for now, Pycat at mid. Phase boots up just for him after that death still. TA going to match with some phase boots of her own. And Misery again looking for that pressure towards this mid lane. Looking for
Pycat's
another
losing in
pickup.
CS now.
Oh, and he's may get jumped again. In goes Fata, looking for the solo kill. There comes your living armor, and Pycat going to try and turn it around. Throws another shrapnel or 2. There's an assassinate. It's not going to be cancelled. Gets the kill.
What was that, Fada?
I don't know if he thought Misery was going to run in to help him out or what. Meanwhile, in the bottom jungle, Black Hole cancelled by an Ice Path. Mad gets out of there with the Nature's Guys. He's going to be okay, and it's a Black Hole down and a kill on your TA. Overall, wins across the map for Alliance.
Trying to kill Bone 7 before he hits level 6. They do have Omni Slash as well as Hex and a level 3 Impale available to them, as well as an Observer Ward to scout him out. But Aki has to be able to get the jump on him. Bone 7 is in a very fantastic position to prevent himself from getting jumped.
Meanwhile, bottom lane, Magicka in some trouble here, getting initiated on, but looks like he will be able to get away from this one. It's top lane, though. Should have been listening to you. There's your Omni Slash kill. Ake did get close enough with the Hex Impale. Bottom lane, though, man.
What is going on in this bottom lane? They waste a Black Hole. They don't get it. They use a Black Hole on a Treant Protector. Firstly, like, why? And then secondly, they go for another kill and don't have detection. Like, they're saving up gold for God knows what. Enigma has an Observer Ward and a Smoke, but still no detection. Like, do they not care about Nature's Skies? That's a good reason to ban out Troll or Tree if you hate Mind Detection.
You've got greedy supports. And,
yeah.
I mean, Cloud9 known for their greed, but
I mean, the thing about Mind Detection is if you use one dust and you get a kill, you just earn your gold back and then some. Like, there's very little reason not to get detection when they use it often. Like, he's been using it ever since he hit level 4.
You've convinced me. You just
Okay,
need to go. You need to go talk to Cloud9, convince them.
Buy detection, please. I don't think it's that hard of a case to make.
No.
Like, maybe your chicken's in use. That's probably one of the best reasons.
Rubik has Tranquils, gets a Soul Ring out, or is working on what I imagine is going to be a Soul Ring, so Just feels like a dust could fit somewhere along the ways there if you wanted to go for these kills.
Yeah.
Safe
I mean,
for
even
Big Daddy
Envy can
No-Tail.
buy a dust. Well, I mean, Envy buying dust, yeah, that's not happening.
Cloud9 just going to share the jungle. Envy not feeling safe at bottom lane, going to swing his way towards... Oh, I think that was meant to be a Roche or something with that smoke.
Good scouting out.
Yeah,
well, too
that's
bad
true.
they don't have detection.
Yeah, exactly. It
Yeah.
really feels like they were looking to smoke up with the Eidolons and the Troll ultimate and go for a Roche attempt there.
Well,
Mid lane, Pycat getting ganked out. That's Envy using that smoke to kill Pycat. I guess that's one way to salvage it, but Envy going to pay the price here, which is going to be in the form of a Lion Finger of Death to bring him down.
you know, Envy would have much preferred the Roche over that kill.
Yeah. Even if he lived, he would have preferred the Roche still. He's just like, well, I guess I'll go gank the sniper. I mean, Pycat's probably just like, why is a smoked up Eternal Envy troll ganking my lane?
Oh, they're not going to give up on it. Another smoke purchased by Enigma. Most likely going to give it to Troll.
I mean, surely after Treant scouts that one smoke is going to be well aware to keep on scouting this one out, but we'll see if that's the case.
So
Envy.
Bone7 has used Supernova. I don't actually know when he used it. It's just a minute ago.
Okay. Not sure either.
It wasn't for that kill.
Envy has the smoke and may just be a solo smoke this time around.
Oh, look at that. Alliance with detection. Sentry
What a
placed in the mid
concept.
lane for TA traps.
Against an Invis hero with, Invis units.
Yeah, about that.
So is Envy... I don't know if... You can't solo Roche with these troll items, can you? Oh, he brings TA with him. Okay, that makes more sense.
Okay.
They really want Roshan. First it was Troll and Enigma, now it's Troll and TA.
TA has DD though, so that makes it a lot easier. So let's see if Mad, his Treant senses are up to par.
Maybe when they see the battle trance, but so far no battle trance coming out.
It's over. It's already dead. Like by the time battle trance is over, it's way too
And
low.
no one is close enough. All right, so Cloud9 will do their signature Roshan sneak.
Yep. Wait till they get eyes in the forest.
Just going to TP himself back to heal up and continue to farm, I imagine. TA actually the one taking the Aegis for now. This bottom lane, it
Looks
seems...
like he's saving up for Blink. You know, Sniper's really underfarmed. He's died 3 times.
Been getting a lot of pressure. He started off fine, but since
Yeah, he started off really well.
since his good start, it's been mostly downhill for him.
There are some traps to find where and when he's farming in his own jungle.
Yep. Bottom lane, they're going to invis up Aki, but do so under an Observer Ward. No finger available just yet.
Do they even have detection? Oh, okay. Wait, C9? They do have one.
Sentry on Misery, yep. One in lane. Dire Ward goes down. Is that in Sentry range? No, siree.
They have another sentry.
Will they plop it down, though? We'll have to wait and see. Dive goes through and not going to catch on in its bottom lane. Fanta with that Aegis going to get slowed down by the traps, the Jewel Breath, and it's going to be at least 1 kill onto your TA. To wait and see if they stick around for a second. It looks like the plan is just to back off.
No shrapnel charges. Time to bounce.
Yeah. Shrapnels all expire, so they go through the Aegis, but also create space for Loader to pressure this top tier 1 tower. He's got Bassi, he's got Mask of Madness. Just needs to turn that Bassering on, and he'll be good to go. Okay, he's got Finger back once more, so he's going to be looking to use that fairly soon, I imagine.
Troll TP top, but we see the Lion wrapping around. He does have Finger of Death.
Oh, Envy. He was on the receiving end of the last Finger of Death, and maybe
Yeah, he's going to die to
once
Impale
more.
Finger.
If he backs off down this lane, which currently he's not opting for. This Dire Observer Ward getting close to spotting him out, but hasn't backed off quite enough.
Yeah, Lotus pushing out the lane hard. There are creeps incoming, so he may feel safe to take Omnislash. Yeah.
He's going to reveal himself now, shows himself, and here comes Ake on the line. TP support will not be fast enough. Loader just going in. They may not even need the Finger. Blade Fury, now they're going to do it to be on the safe side. Finger gets stolen. TP out. Will it be in time? No. Rubik gets the kill.
Too much hesitation, I think, with the Finger. I think he could have just straight fingered right there and just bounced.
I think also Loader got too aggressive. Loader didn't need to go in as well. Should just let the line...
He was trying to push him back into Ake, so I can see that. But why didn't Lion just finger? If you just finger and just immediately leave, the TP wouldn't have resolved in time for them to steal the spell.
Hesitation costs Alliance their carry Juggernaut.
Oh, Misery. How many times has he died in the same spot?
Misery slowed down by the shrapnel, and Overgrowth coming to play as well, but that's a stolen shrapnel going back the other way. Assassin unfortunately going to end his life, and Fata now no longer has an Aegis, but looks like he will be okay to back off.
Well, Pycat with the Sage Rush, saving his life. You know, that goes to a testament how weak Drums is right now, because generally Drums is your item of choice when you're going for a survival strength item. But
yes, as opposed to the Sange.
Yes, as opposed to the Sage, but I guess Sage is just that weak.
SMY is just such a nice... on any hero that can build SMY, it's like, why...
I think Manta's really good in this game, though. Good at multiple instances versus TA, get rid of the traps, get rid of the blind.
TP top, they're going to TP into the Supernova. They're not dealing with this Supernova. Agnico trying to get out of range, will not do so. Goes down to your TA, and Pycat now TP'd into this one. Has living armor for a little longer, but not much, and trying to bring down Bone 7 will not succeed. 10 HP, just barely dies in the end of the shrapnel burst, but Loader rocking up the top lane. There's a Hex from Ake, but he's on his own around the side and doesn't have much in the way of backup. If he gets hit by this stun, it could be the death of him. Looks like he will make his way out as Envy actually takes a mid-tier 1 tower. These teams fighting for survival. Lose will be knocked out of your European group for Battlegrounds, and
C9 playing much better. They're running around, they're taking objectives, and I don't. Some of it's predictable, like I guess the Roshan, but I guess that can come at any time. But that Roshan actually really helped, because I guess both of those heroes that took out Rosh were like a little bit underfarmed and a little bit underleveled. But with that, they got a huge XP boost. Fata died, but not actually died because of the Aegis, and they sweep a couple of T1s and get a lot of map control. And relative to Pycat, Fata's doing really well now.
Okay. Yeah,
Look at his farm, 2,500 more.
Yeah,
good.
He's something well ahead on far as net worth goes, seeing about to reach 8,000 when you're jugging on just about 6,500.
Loda running into Fata.
It's going to be Magica also in some trouble. Throws out an Overgrowth, but okay, with an Omni Slash, it's a kill they can take before the Black Hole comes into play. Stolen Omni Slash from your Rubik. Misery doesn't have the mana for it, unfortunately. Needs about 10 more, has the stick charges. May look to pop this and turn and fight. TA looking to charge forward, has no traps for the time being. Misery going to get even lower from the Assassinate, but he turns. Uh-oh, that's not a real hero. Misery going to waste
dodge
the
the Ice Path.
Yeah, okay. Fata now slowed down, out of mana himself, but the buyback's coming into play. Enigma wants back in. Rubik goes down to your Jakiro, but it's a troll bringing down Ake. On the front lines goes Big Daddy No-Tail, has a stun available. Niqua going to get locked in place with that, puts a third Alliance hero into the grave. And the chase is on. Pycat doesn't have the best movement speed without a Yasha. Fata, though,
That was a good buyback.
decides not to continue chasing.
They knew they had to immediately turn around or they were just going to get destroyed by Black Hole. And without that T1 there, Alliance does not have that much protection. They have to retreat pretty much 2 screens away in order to retreat safely. And that's just so much time for a hero like TA to chase him down and get kills. And Fata, as rough as an early start that he had, 7-3 now with a Yasha up.
What's he bought on top of that? He picks up a completed Manta style now.
Yeah, and I mean, they're well on their way to secure the next Rosh, just because Alliance, they have had too many deaths on Pycat, on the Sniper, and Juggernaut also hasn't really been running around enough, and he didn't even take down his T1 tower, so the presence exerted by Juggernaut on this map has been minimal.
They see Mad as well. They've got the Radiant, Observer, and Sensual here to spot him out, but they decide they don't really have the heroes or the damage to kill him off with just a troll, as well as Phoenix nearby.
Rubik's still pretty poor. Soul Ring Tranquil, unusual build for Rubik, but it works if you're gonna perma roam, which is what Misery likes to do.
For now, it seems Alliance want to group up a bit and try to take some objectives. The Mask of Madness complete for Pycat. So at this point, it's casual Sage for now. You imagine he's turning into an SMY, but he wants the Mask of Madness first, give him some attack speed, and against Phoenix, definitely don't blame him as far as wanting to have attack speed. And there we go, Loda, it looks like we'll finally get this top tier 1 tower. It took him quite some time to be able to bring that one down, and very different to like what we saw, like say from Silent when Empire picked the Juggernaut. He gets like this 13 minutes in, he's got his phase, Mom, Yasha, top tier 1 tower's dead, and he's taking Ancients and Roshan. Loda has not really left this top side of the map all too much, and when he has, it's been to come to a fight where he only got so much done towards that mid lane.
Yeah, and he even had a couple of rotations coming in from the Lion to help him out and try and secure that tower. Again, that botched kill was really terrible for Alliance's momentum. They would have secured the tower, maybe, or at least gotten a clean kill and not died as a result. He just took so much damage from the troll before he dropped. Well, Misery running around, no tail, resorting back to farm. Fada out of control on net worth. Again,
yeah.
3,500 gold above the Sniper. And this is with Sniper getting a very early kill on Fada prior to creep spawn, and then another kill on it without TA getting the experience.
And Treant is being a complete pest for C9. I mean, they maybe don't know it, though, because he's just been spending so much time in this Radiant jungle getting all sorts of intel about the Cloud9 whereabouts. And as a result, Alliance know very well where they can move around the map. It seems they want to make a play towards this bottom lane. They invis up Loda as well as Mad.
They just have to make sure not to get owned by Hole.
No. Will the Jug look to go for the full wraparound? He's got Omni Slash up level 2 and decides he doesn't want to go running in blind. The push is going to come from... Oh, Mad gets too close. Plan is foiled. Time to back off, guys.
Those creeps shouldn't have vision of them.
I think the range creeps have extended...
Creeps,
yeah. Hacker creeps.
Yeah, they don't have that great vision. Well.
Maybe Hero just came nearby and gave like some extra vision or something. Not sure what happened. Either way, Alliance just happy to kind of sit back now that they've kind of forced Cloud9 to rotate a lot of their members down towards that bottom lane, although it's still Fata. He didn't budge. He's still been towards mid in this enemy jungle and getting closer and closer to his next big item. 2,500 gold, and he's got another DD room bottled. With Roshan respawning, you could imagine Fata may have his eyes on this next Roshan, but he's getting ganked up in this mid lane. Loda coming in, has an Omni Slash available, but not sure he's going to want to go for this one. There's your Omni Slash. Manta comes out, gets out of the overgrowth as well. Fata may look to turn and fight. Omni Slash is stolen, will bring down Loda. Down goes your Trina as well. Fata will burn in the end to the shrapnel, but still a decent fight for Cloud9. That looked like it could have gone a whole lot worse for them with Fata in the front lines. That bottom Troll managed to die. Let's get ourselves back in the game.
Where has Jakiro been? I feel like he hasn't really been in that many engagements. Like he's been split pushing, I suppose.
Did get a kill on Envy there with, I imagine, the help of the Lion, who was nearby bottom lane, but...
Yeah, it seems like he's just been constantly pushing bottom, which is not a bad thing to do, but at the same time, he can just burn those refractions. And what they tried to do over there was kill all the refracting charges with Leech Teeth and then go in for an Omni Slash, but it just takes too long.
Misery. Easy solo kill for Aki there. Rubik with just the 1 point in the null field, not really negating enough of that damage.
It's big items coming out from the Alliance support and offlaner. Yules. Or sorry, Blink Dagger and a Force Staff.
Big thing for Alliance is not letting Cloud9 get in and sneak into the Roshan or even just brute force their way into a Roshan by winning a fight. This is
they're gonna smoke. They want Roshan. Cloud9 smoke before.
It is a 5-man smoke. I wonder if that's going to be almost too obvious about what's going down.
They need shrapnels in the pit right now.
Sniper. He's up near that top dire jungle, and it looks like they're going to go into the pit. DD Rune was used that last fight by Fata, but doesn't seem to matter. They're making their way into the pit regardless, but here comes Loda. No Omni Slash for 15.
Without shrapnel, they can't go in. They need vision in the pit, and that's the only spell that can give them vision.
TA will claim the Aegis.
That's a big oversight by Alliance, not controlling the pit. They're too concentrated on farming their jungle instead of hovering around the pit. And when they're all around there, it's just a really bad position to get overgrowth, you can line up for Impales, Ice Path, even Macro Pyre is a great zoning tool, and of course, they have Shrapnel that they can't really maneuver around. And this is Cloud9 pre-BKB. This is when Alliance should be looking for fights.
So Cloud9 are going to just keep on taking advantage and taking objectives despite the lack of BKBs. Going to dive in, catch out Nico potentially. They get the lift off. There's a Malefice as well, and Nico are going to be brought down with the Jewel Breath getting stolen in the process by the Rubik.
That's another tower. I don't exactly know what Nico is doing there by his lonesome, but he cannot solo defend, and if he gets picked off, they lose another tower. So there's just no reward there for the risk. Maybe he stops TPs. I guess it's a small reward.
Pretty cheap and easy tower for Cloud9 again. It looks like they want to go for a second one here at bottom lane as well. Big Daddy No-Tail nearby will quickly throw a Midnight Pulse mid and then make his way towards bottom to ensure things go smoothly for Cloud9 around this bottom lane.
Yule's completed on Phoenix, as well as a Midas. It's actually pretty darn farm, Bone7.
Yep. Seems like for the most part, Cloud9 just happy with the pace of this game, though. They're going to back off Rubik to the top lane, keep looking to farm their next couple items, get a gem up as well. They want to start focusing on map control, deny vision from Alliance.
Well, they're probably pretty happy because TA is mega farm. I'd be pretty happy.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't really think the TA pick would do too much this game, and Vata has proven us wrong.
They ganked mid so many times for him, and Alliance, they, I think, were overly reliant on living armor instead of just hard TPs.
Vata now up to 13,000 net worth. The ulti orb in hand. Is this the hero you go Skadi on? It doesn't strike me as one, but these days it seems everyone gets Skadi.
I mean, what else could it be? Scythe? No, he doesn't have a blink or Shadow Blade. Lincoln's? No.
No. Linus.
So,
all they've really got.
Skadi.
Yep. He's just going for this pure tanky survival build so he can be in the front lines.
Casual ulti orb.
No, there's your second one. So it will be a Skadi. He's more or less got it at this point. He is getting ganked down the top lane. 3 heroes converging on him. Vata in some trouble. And it looks like... I'm about to say, where's the detection? He could just melt up.
Again? No detection?
He was running away, like taking a lot of damage. I'm like, wait. This Treant doesn't have detection. Who's actually got detection if Treant doesn't? Because I'm pretty sure this loader Jug isn't buying dust or anything. That... Well, is the Cloud9 problem, but...
Yeah, Cloud9 hasn't been, like, they haven't been playing around the Aegis that much. Like, he farms out dangerously, but it's not like they need the Aegis to win fights. There haven't really been any black holes.
No, the ones that have been pretty unimpressive or cancelled very quickly.
Mm-hmm. So C9 have like a lot of upside in their fights because they still have black hole. They still can like use Aegis, good eggs as well. Whereas Alliance is pretty much can they catch people out of position and blow them up with a Blink Hex or Omni Slash, Shrapnel Kiting.
Yeah, for No-Tail, he has been very quiet, just 0, 1, and 3. Haven't seen huge farm as well from him. Sometimes you'll have a quiet Enigma game, but you make up for it by being involved in a lot of the action, farm, and kills. But Bone7 swoops in bottom lane with a Yule Scepter out on your Jakiro. Jakiro running out of options, may go for a defensive Yules on himself, but the Sunray burning through him, and down he goes. He burns to a dragony grave as Alliance find themselves losing another pick-off here.
Bone7's doing a lot more with his farm this game than he was in the last game. Last time he had, what, Yules and Mech?
Yeah, Yules, Mech on the Undying.
Midas Yules, and he's just already doing much more with that. Looking for picks after going in with his dive and having well-placed eggs.
Top lane, Omni Slash going through. Envy.
Oh, that's some lucky...
We'll survive it.
Some lucky bounces.
Even with it, Envy still gets out.
Well, Cloud9 probably patiently waiting for the Roshan.
Well, Aegis, I guess, gets a reclaim. So waiting the next Roshan with Aegis and Cheese, you think?
I mean, they're farming so much better than Alliance right now.
Yeah.
The Sniper is just constantly scared of dying and hasn't been able to play that the way that Paikai usually plays on this beastly hero.
He's working on an MKB, which he's just the demon edge away from. As far as the MKB goes, though, I mean, it's great physical damage and all, but no real evasion on the side of Cloud9, apart from the whirling axes of Troll. But if Troll's on top of you, chances are whirling axes is not going to save you. The MKB is not going to save you because you've got bigger problems than the blind chance at that point if Troll's right-clicking you.
Yeah, that's why I'm surprised he went for that build. I think a Skadi would be much safer because he can just kite these heroes because these heroes are pretty short range, TA and Troll both. Then again, they don't have BKBs, so the damage from headshot or damage from MKB can do a lot.
Mad on the Treant, gonna get ganked up and brought down. The gem pickup from Misery, not only allowing them to gain a lot of map control, but find these pickoffs on the annoying, pesky Treant, who's been a kind of thorn in their side for some time with his constant scouting.
Yeah, he scouts, but he doesn't actually do anything. He's like watching Cloud9 farm, but they're not really equalizing that farm of their own. So it's not actually doing that much. You want to scout them out if you can outfarm them.
Oh, they see Pycat blinking with a telekinesis, and yikes, he does not stand a chance against that aggression. The other thing, it seems
Alliance crumbling.
Yeah, the Treant spending a lot more time focusing on his farm is working and getting very close to an Aghanim Scepter. A much earlier timing than you'd normally maybe see on your Treant Ags, but...
Yeah, they see people and then what? I guess still, the high ground hold with Sniper, still an option for Alliance, not for 40 seconds though.
Yep. And that's where C9 destroying the lines down this mid lane. They want to go pressure the base. They see a couple of heroes at bottom lane, and yeah, tier 3's under siege there. They have to TP back now and defend, or they're going to go and try force out the high ground. Glyph gets used though. They blink forward with a dive as well. Mad. Hit by that one, but it seems like that's going to be enough to force them to TP back home and defend this bottom lane, but kind of want to get some kills along with it with the TP from Fata. Doesn't seem like he's going to find anything. Dire Vision set up as well to kind of cover the defensive retreat, and the Alliance smoke up. They're looking to re-engage off of this. Nikwa has the Yule Scepter to set up an ice path, and Fata seems to be the main target. Skadi and Manta, though, very tanky on the TA.
Risky maneuver. But they know they have to make something happen before this next Roche. See the respawn timer in just about 10 seconds time. And Fata gets hexed up, but leapfrogs away.
Didn't see the haste rune, I guess, Saki. And now he's going to get maybe turned around on the Impale comes into play, but Aki, all he can do is kind of run here or TP out. Gets the blink, TP, will escape. So he makes his way out of there, doesn't lose his own life, which could have been a whole lot worse.
Very short respawn time, about 30 seconds time. C9 will undoubtedly see it with the Psionic Trap already parked in there, and they're already gathered in position in case it is an early respawn.
They kind of, I think they just also just push down this bottom lane, the last outer tower remaining on Alliance's side of the map. So yeah, they see Roshan now, and they may make a pit stop towards the pit, and yeah, pinged out by Misery. He's saying, hey guys, look at this. Look what I found.
Easy. Should be easy, Roche.
And this is cheese as well. Possibly for Envy, depending on how they want to prioritize the Aegis.
Man, I thought I liked the Jug pick when they picked it, but at the same time, it just hasn't done anything. I'm actually not sure if it's a deficiency of the hero or if it's Loda's playstyle with the hero, but they just haven't been able to control anything with it. And he's supposed to be the big bad bully with all his farm, as opposed to Fata, who probably had less farm, but was doing more bullying on that TA.
Well, Fata going to continue to bully now with another 3,000 gold and a cheese in hand. Misery just chasing down some illusions. Got a bit of a wild goose chase here. But with Aegis cheese, this may be time for C9 to consider those high ground sieges. 18,000 net worth about to be reached by your TA in total, as Fata will find Aki for an easy pickoff. The Manta Skadi is creating enough confusion that Aki couldn't really deal with those illusions.
Good to take Omni Slash too.
I've seen that one a few times, and Cloud9 now with that pickoff, thinking high ground. Treant's out of the base, has started to set up his network of eyes here using that ultimate. The gem on the Rubik, though, who does not have any way of cutting down trees himself, but Midnight Pulse will be the main, I guess, tool for doing that. Assassin trying to stall. Meanwhile, top lane, Big Daddy No Tail. He's gotten too aggressive. The mech is there, and the bounce from the Omni Slash goes to Creeps. Oh boy, they don't get the kill they were hoping for in the Enigma. Now there is a Black Hole available. Solo Black Hole gets cancelled by an Ice Path. Nicely played from Nikwa. We'll salvage things for the time being. There's still a Yule Scepter available if they want to go on Loader, but he's going to get hit by the Living Armor, and that's going to make this a little bit trickier. Bone 7, not using just yet. Now he's going to throw it out, and we'll see what the call's going to be. Midnight Pulse Puts Loda back as well with the telekinesis. They want to get this kill, and it looks like with Fatascati, they should be able to do so. All of Cloud9 committing to this one.
Didn't Fly used to play the Enigma for Fnatic when No-Tail was on the team?
They would both play the Enigma. I've definitely seen No-Tail. I remember him playing it at ESL 1 for Fnatic 1 year. There was a game where they should have won against EG, but they somehow, it was like a game decider, and he was on Enigma. So I think they both play it.
I would say his Enigma has been a little lackluster.
Yes. Has not
Farming-wise and Black Hole-wise.
Not been the best Enigma game from Big Daddy No-Tail, but let's see what the next move is going to be. Treant looking to just set up his network of vision through the Radiant jungle as much as possible. One of the big things you always want to do with these eyes is put them near neutral camps, so when you are using it, not only does it give you vision, but you can farm up all these jungle spots using it as well. For now, though, those dire trees are not set up in too many positions around the map.
He can't really get that many places.
And he's so worried about running into someone like a Rubik with the gem.
Heck, I would be. So, do we see Qualifier pick up?
Rubik is still just on the gem alone. Top lane, Fata. No BKB, get out of this one. Has a Nat. Oh, Nat has already been used further up. It looks like they're just going to decide to get the hell out of this one. TA trap. Slow gets used, and Ake. That's a blink available soon. We'll blink into the tree, go for a TP. Doesn't look like they'll scout that one out. Meanwhile, Pycat going to be in all sorts of trouble. He's already lost his Jakira behind him, and Cloud9 get a second kill onto the sniper. Pycat's woes continue as he gets his 6th death of the game and still cannot farm this MKB he's been trying to work on for quite some time.
Dang, poor Pycat. Such a good start. Well, Cloud9 chilling right outside the T3 tower. TA is so fat.
Yeah, this is getting absurd. What did TA buy? Butterfly. Ooh. Oh boy. Good luck to you. I guess Sniper does have the MKB coming very soon, but even so, Fata gets some good damage, attack speed off of this, and also a way to fight the Juggernaut. So Alliance going to be tested now. It looks like this top lane is not going to be able to be held here. Sniper has a buyback available, but doesn't seem inclined to use it, and it's going to be too late to defend this top racks anyways, as Cloud9 secure both melee and range racks, and seem to be considering going for this mid lane. 5-6 seconds on the Sniper still, and no glyph available. Nice path will delay things, hitting both the 2 here Impale as well. Big Daddy No-Tail blinks in, doesn't even get off the Malefice though. Seems Cloud9 still content to push high ground, even with the entire Alliance squad respawned. Tier 3 going to go down to start things off. Fata still marching forward, trying to apply pressure here. The Omnislash coming out just to troll wall, and it doesn't bounce any further. Loda lift up in the air. Any steal from Misery? Doesn't look like it. Gets the Earth Spike from earlier. Trying to turn and throw that one. Nice overgrowth from your Treant Protector. Does decent damage. There's your Black Hole we've been waiting for. Catches out 3. The damage from the Macropire not going to be enough to turn anything around. And it's looking grim for Alliance as Bone7 gets a triple kill. Cloud9 going to get a second lane of racks in the mid lane and even swing their attention towards the bottom lane. Sniper shows himself in the trees, and that only leads to one thing, and that's going to be death of the poor little dwarf. The Psyblades bouncing on through to the Treant Protector, make it a team wipe as Alliance get taken out, and that's got to be GG, it feels like.
Massacred. Massacre at the Dire T3 tower. Whew.
That was, you know, the caster curse strikes again. It's Big Daddy No-Tail, just as we're like, oh, his Enigma's been so-so. Finally hits a big black hole. And that's it. Cloud9 G2A will knock out Alliance from the Red Bull Battlegrounds Dota 2 competition here. And Cloud9 themselves will stay alive and will meet the Ninjas in Pajamas in the next round of the lower bracket. A rematch from earlier where Cloud9 got completely destroyed. So
yet another stomp, and Cloud9, they just had Pycat's number, I would say. Like, I don't think that TA has that much kill potential, but they just kept rotating in heroes, getting kills, and got fought back in the game very quickly. And that Roshan sneak, I think, was the beginning of the end for Alliance.
Yeah, it's so funny the way Cloud9 do it. It's like, okay, you know it's coming at some point. The first one failed, but they didn't even try go for it. They just go a few minutes later. You can spend so much time checking for those Roshans, but if your timing's off, if you check at the wrong time, or if you just somehow spend like a minute away from the pit, suddenly it's gone. Like a DDTA.
They need Loda to control the jungle.
Yeah.
I think that was the big issue that they lacked, is control their opponent's jungle. If they just free farm the jungle, they're always out of vision. And then you have to guess when they roach. But if they have to farm the lanes instead, then you can be like, oh, okay, well, they're missing from the lanes. They can't farm the jungle, so that means they're roaching or hiding. And then if they're hiding, you can just sit there. You're not trading any lack of farm. But yeah, Alliance failed to deliver today.
All right, well, the action will continue. Follow everything over at redbullbattlegrounds.com, guys. But for now, we're taking a break. When we come back, Cloud9 will look to continue their run through the lower bracket. They'll be taking on the Ninjas in Pajamas. Stay tuned. All right, guys, well, the draft has now begun. It's time. Ninjas in Pajamas versus Team Secret. He's going to get there in time. The wave is there. RP on both. The Skewer gets cancelled by a Fissure, but it's going to be a good fight regardless for Secret. At least one kill on your PA, possibly a second. They've got the silence ready with an Ancient Seal. They get the silence. Skewer missed as another heal comes in from your Chen. They're looking to bring down Arteezy here. Phoenix with the Fire Spirits. Blink forward from your PA, looking to fight his way out of this one onto Limp, but he's going to go down, but it's two heroes brought down by the Shockwave. Supernova comes now, but it's too late. Oh boy, Secret. So he's got just the SMY Skadi with the Helm of the Dominator. There's going to be a lasso grab at top lane. That's on Jonas. He gets pulled in and brought down. Arteezy with the DD rune, going to make himself known. Mimo to the side. It's going to be a Troll looking to fight down onto Kuro. Kuro brought down by Troll, but Arteezy, double damage. Can you fight this PA? I don't think so. The Echo Slam comes in. Arteezy is going to be the main focus. Nice Yules though, going to lock the Troll in place. Handskin goes down. 1700 crit. Arteezy. Oh boy, making it look too easy.
Amazing teamwork from Secret, I must say.
Yeah.
Like, Zai didn't play the best, but I think everyone else more than pulled their own weight.
Looking like this may be the game-winning blow as GG is called, and Secret are through to the best of 3 finals here at Red Bull Battlegrounds Europe. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Red Bull Battlegrounds Dota 2 action continues. We've seen a game of mostly one-sided Dota games today, unfortunately. Not quite the action-packed games we had yesterday in the CIS group, but Europe, we've seen some top-tier play, at least.
Yeah, we have at least 3 more games. Next up will be NIP versus Cloud9. Loser goes home, winner faces Secret in a best-of-3 finals.
Yeah, a rematch from their round 1 match where NIP kind of took Cloud9 down pretty handily, but I don't think we'll be in for a repeat of that. If anything, I think it'll be a closer game. I would still call maybe Cloud9 slight favorites coming into this.
Only so slightly.
Yeah.
I don't know. Their draft has just been like, what? So
it worked, the TA, at least in the end, but yeah, it feels like more than anything they kind of outplayed Alliance throughout the map. I don't know if they particularly had a stronger draft by any means, so
yeah.
We'll see what the plan's going to be coming into this one. We are in the lower bracket now. Winner of today's qualifier will be representing Europe. It's Secret waiting in the best-of-3 final. Right now, it's Cloud9 as well as Ninjas in Pajamas playing it out in this best-of-3. And guys, for that finals, tickets are on sale. Head on over to redbullbattlegrounds.com if you're interested in coming out to San Francisco to the Warfield Theater on May 10th to see that best-of-5 finals. And if you're in San Francisco or the San Jose area the day before, there is a LAN where you can play with some of these teams, interact, get some autographs, and it stand a chance to, well, potentially win the LAN and then make your way to the finals, where you get to draft your all-star team. The winner of that LAN event gets to be the drafters for the kind of all-star match.
Real-life draft. Screw fantasy draft.
Yes. Well, and also over at redbullbattlegrounds.com, you can take part in some of the interactive aspects of the broadcast. We've got polls going on, and this is your leaderboards. Nick G is nowhere to be seen. He's been overcome on the leaderboards today. It's good. Our boy Luke, who's taken over.
1870.
That's good. Well, our top score yesterday was like in sub 1K, I think. It was like 600, 700 points. So people have been getting their thumb exercises in to spam those votes out, apparently. Over.
Impressive.
You guys can play along. RedBullBattlegrounds.com. There's questions and trivia related to the games, the teams, all throughout today's broadcast. So watch the stream over there, as well as have the kind of poll questions up, and you can see what's going on. But for now, guys, we're going to talk Cloud9 versus Ninjas in Pajamas. So far, Cloud9 haven't really pulled out the Zeus for Fata yet, the Beastmaster. We've seen him on Magnus. We saw him on the TA. I feel like that's where Cloud9 may be more comfortable on those 2 heroes. I think the Magnus is fine, but I think the Zeus especially is something Cloud9 kind of want to get their hands on.
They also, NIP probably wants to shut down EE again. And as we saw in the first game, EE, like, he just got shut down so badly on the Juggernaut and just could not recover. But at the same time, that was the only hero that they really needed to shut down. So I expect them to draft a different hero other than Undying for Bone 7, unless they have a completely different strategy. But more likely than not, they're going to give heroes that scale better with farm and protect EE more.
Yeah, and something you can kind of... The other thing is NIP know kind of what to expect by this point. The Phoenix early pick is something that Cloud9 really like to go for. I guess there's that surprise factor of whether it's going to be an offlane or a support Phoenix.
Like Disruptor, there's Silencer, there are
yes.
many options to deal with them, or just a lot of attack speed heroes.
And NIP love their Disruptor, so that's a hero to look out for here.
Lina, Troll.
Yeah, we'll see. Do we see another Troll game? Is that going to happen? Or
Probably, because there's so many other heroes to ban, because Fata doesn't play that much Troll anymore.
Yeah.
Which is kind of ironic, because he was the first person, I would say, to play the Troll a lot in the mid lane with a mech.
Do you think Alliance, with those opening bans, took the right approach, just targeting Fata's heroes, taking out...
Well, he's such a versatile player, and he makes heroes that shouldn't succeed. So I think it's more controlling the player rather than trying to ban him out, right?
Yeah.
Why can't you just control him in game instead of having to try and limit his hero pool? Which
that was what they did in the first game.
Yeah.
When he was Magnus. I don't think they even banned the Zeus that game. They just took the Magnus instead and
kill him and put pressure on him, and don't rely on your mid player outskilling Fata, because that's not going to happen that often unless it's a really bad matchup.
All right, well, we've got 10 plays in the lobby, guys. Just trying to load on in, having some problems with one of the observers, it looks like, actually loading in. So I'll hopefully get things underway soon here. Cloud9 and NIP, both the teams ready.
Who are your Arcanas on?
I'm gonna stick with Cloud9. I think, as I said, to me at least, they are slight favorites, and I don't have that gut feeling that NIP will be able to do what they did earlier today and get that upset.
I think it's all about that Roche, just because both of these teams like Roche.
Okay.
Era gets really farmed really quickly, and it's just a matter, can they stop either team from roaching from that first one? Because the first one is just that, it's so important. And even preventing it, like if you have a lead and you prevent the roach, that's like great and groovy.
Cloud9 in general seem better about picking and
Yes.
choosing their timings for Roshan. As
That's
much
why
as,
I also think Cloud9.
As much
has
as
a
it's
slight edge.
quote-unquote predictable that they try and sneak Roshan, it seems to work more times than not.
Yeah.
So,
Like if you, as you said, if you try and go for it, you'll lose out on farms. So
Yep.
it's generally a lose-lose, but at the same time, if NIP offensive tri-lane again, and then take over the
Yep.
jungle, and then prevent C9 from roaching, then I think NIP could squeak a victory out.
and C9 seems one of the few teams who, even on the Radiant side, have no problem going for those Roches, because they are going to be playing on the Radiant side once again
Yeah, they
here.
don't
But
care.
yeah, they don't seem to care at all. They'll go for it at ridiculously early times into the game. So, well, we'll see. 15th Observer has loaded in. We've made it. Game is underway, guys. Let's get things going. Ninjas in Pajamas taking on Cloud9. You're watching the Red Bull Battlegrounds Dota 2 Europe group stage, and these two teams fighting for survival here, as the winner will take on Team Secret in a best-of-3 to round off the day and decide who will be Western Europe's representative. Will it be the Swedish squad Ninjas in Pajamas or Cloud9 to advance to that final match? We'll have to wait and see. For now, the draft starting to unravel as Ninjas in Pajamas lead things off with a casual sniper bam. We finally got to see a sniper got taken out, so Troll is 2 wins, 2 losses today. Nothing crazy. Sniper 0-1.
NIP is going to ban Sniper because they're first pick, and they want Troll first. So NIP ban out Beastmaster as well. Again, one of the Fada's heroes. Thing about Beastmaster is you often can't steal a Beastmaster pick unless you have a really, really good Beastmaster player. And generally you want to ban out heroes that they don't use very often. And Ninjas in Pajamas, I don't really see them running that Beast Lord.
Ooh, they're willing to give away the Troll, though, and got to imagine NIP have their eyes set on it. Yeah, they go right into
That is a fairly obvious pick from them. And I mean, I would assume Cloud9 has a solution to it. Obviously, can't be the Sniper this game.
They generally go with the Phoenix opening. Even against the Troll, they were doing that, so we'll see if they continue down that kind of line of thought. Other heroes they like to pick up, the Zeus still in the pool. Nightstalker not getting banned out for once as well, which has sometimes been a top 2 pick for Cloud9 as far as a no-tell 4-position hero goes. So Cloud9 will be considering their options. Start things off with the Phoenix. It really goes to show that as much as Troll is a counter in some ways to Phoenix, it doesn't mean you don't pick Phoenix, at least according to Eternal Envy.
One of the few teams to do so, I'd say, on a very consistent basis.
Yeah.
So what is NLP going to respond with? I mean, are they even going to care about the Phoenix? Are they going to grab another one like Disruptor, or are they just going to purely rely on that Troll?
I guess you want someone who can, in the laning stage, keep Phoenix zoned out, which may be that Disruptor, Skywrath, Silencer type hero. You've got good ways of dealing with the egg, but Cloud9 take the Skywrath for themselves. Huh. So looking to potentially use that as a slight deny pick, but also just not reveal anything about their draft. Even the Phoenix, because they've run this in a dual lane with No-Tail playing the Phoenix. You don't even know if this is going to be a Bone 7 core Phoenix or a support Phoenix.
Yeah, we're not exactly sure where either of these heroes are going to go. Skywrath, some nice magical burst to kill the Troll. You don't want too many right clickers just because of that nasty whirling axes. NIP, they really like their Lina. I think they've gone for it almost every time that it was available, but since it will be first phase banned, Limp will have to turn to something else. Maybe a Quap, maybe a Viper, which he likes on occasion. I'm surprised we haven't seen more Viper.
Yeah. It's been few and far between. It was what? Which was the? I was casting. I think it was. It wasn't CIS. One of the regions I was casting was picking Viper all day long as like one of their top picks. I think it was. Oh, it was China where I was casting with LD. It was like a constant second or third pick there. But
I mean, NIP. I remember at the last Starlet it was Viper or Vino every game.
That was back when they were playing with Ape Mother, though. Yeah, so a slightly different roster and maybe more player preference as far as that. They don't pick either of those heroes. The Venomancer's completely disappeared as a pick for them. Limp is like, nah, I need the flashy heroes. I need my Lina, my Queen of Pain.
Well, he just, yeah. Oh, Axe versus this amount of magic damage.
It's not great.
It's not great, but at the same time, Axe is still strong, I'd say, regardless. I would say it's much stronger when you know what melee hero is going to be in the safe lane, so you can try and shut it down, or else they might try and dodge it. But yeah, it's still pretty strong. Skywrath at mage, very little armor. Phoenix, you know, if you catch him in a call, he won't be able to get his ulti off. So yeah, both pretty good spells to deal with. Also, you don't necessarily have to worry about a Dazzle pick, which is pretty good versus Troll, who, you know, all-ins on heroes, and, you know, you need to try and waste his BKB duration with Weave, so covers up a decent amount of their bases.
Cloud9 still, I mean, as far as their team fight goes, it does feel like they need some good crowd control. Something to also set up the Mystic Flare and protect the Supernova Egg. They haven't really got anything in the way of lockdown or disables yet, which is...
Heavy physical damage would have done the trick. With the Drow Visage, that was a good ban by NIP.
And Cloud9 do go for every now and then. Instead, they're going to have to take a different approach. The Magnus is one of those big heroes which I think NIP may want to ban out as well. That gives you that kind of lockdown control and something which can help fight around the Phoenix Supernova. Also just combo with the Mystic Flare, but...
Vada plays it well, and it's good for Protector 1 for EE-style heroes.
Unless they're concerned about what happened earlier, where if they have a 4 Protect 1 and EE gets shut down, then you're completely done for. But, I mean, we saw Secret make it work. They went all in protecting a PA and showed that if you protect the PA, give him some good early farm, and he doesn't get crushed in lane, it still works quite well.
So Bat Rider and Phoenix work decently in tandem. Lasso someone and then try and disrupt them with the egg, or make them focus that while that hero that gets kidnapped dies. It's also one of Bone7's best heroes by far, I would say.
Yeah.
That and LC.
It seems like a smart ban to go for, because Cloud9 would more than happily put No Tail on the Phoenix, and your Phoenix can kind of support the Bat Rider in lane, guarantee gets a couple of levels, and then Bat Rider just rotates to the jungle. You won't even have to fight over the jungle. Not going to be your Magnus. Instead, it's the Zeus for Cloud9.
So much magic damage for these heroes. Like, Berserker's Call, completely useless aside from locking down heroes. Troll Warlord, the Blind is also completely useless versus every one of these heroes. So, I mean, Cloud9 their draft is pretty well suited to deal with NIPs.
And Dazzle, you pick up a hero, I mean, yeah, he's got some heals, but the Weave is not going to do too much as far as... I guess you can use it as a negative armor onto Cloud9's hero, but buffing up your own armor is not something much to your advantage against the magic nuke damage.
The Grave is okay, I suppose, but
yeah.
I mean, if someone runs away with very little HP, there's always Zeus Ult.
Zeus Ult, Fire Spirit, damage over time.
There's so much damage that I don't really see Dazzle being of that much use as of yet. Although, if they do want to aggro, I think Dazzle's a great pick.
Yeah, they may just look to crush the laning stage off of this, so we'll see what the plan is going to be. As far as Cloud9's lanes go, they haven't really revealed too much more beyond the Skywrath Mage. There's still the Juggernaut if they want to go for that as your kind of just your standard cookie cutter safe lane carry for Eternal Envy. But something tells me maybe there's something else in mind.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of other things that would work decently. I think they... I don't know. What does EE like to play?
Terrorblade?
Terrorblade? Terrorblade is not very good.
Not ideal. PL. Ooh, there's a different kind of spicy pick. We haven't got to see him today. Here we get to see every now and then, but this new Phantom Lancer is becoming more and more trendy in the Western scene especially.
I haven't seen him paired up too much against Axe, but Phantom Lancer is certainly very good versus the Troll Warlord with his heavy single target damage and just resetting with Juxtapose, getting that fervor off. He's just good at kiting in general, and I think that's what they have in mind versus the Troll versus the Axe. Get a Yules, counter the Axe Initiate,
yep.
You have Juxtapose with Phantom Lancer, just try and out-farm them, and if they try and jump you, survive until Juxtapose, and just kill them with all your magic damage. And it even works when they get BKBs, as long as you have enough items up on the Skywrath and the Zeus.
It does seem like one of the carries more suited for fighting a troll in general. So NIP will not just be able to rely on their troll. Axe can always offer some additional lockdown, but Cloud9's burst damage is getting scarier and scarier, and NIP don't seem to have a clear answer of their own. And even their NIP's damage output isn't that impressive right now. Troll takes some time to bring heroes down. The Axe Blink Call is like, okay, you Blink Call onto some of these squishier looking heroes, but where's the follow-up damage coming from? Even a hero like Zeus, you think traditionally he's fairly squishy, but the way Fata plays him, he will be looking to tank up, get items like a Bloodstone, and go from there. Normally it's kind of like a Blink Bloodstone type build from Fata's Zeus.
Disruptor.
The tried and true Disruptor. Very good versus Phoenix. okay at killing a Phantom Lancer, I suppose. Catch him in a call, drop a Static Storm, he should be dead. And
Can you use Doppelganger to dodge Glimpse?
I don't think you can dodge Glimpse with that much, except for things that like
Invulnerability. Well,
Not necessarily
you are.
invulnerability.
Yeah, that's wrong. Because you are invulnerable doing Doppelganger.
Ember Remnant. I don't know. There aren't too many spells that dodge it.
I know there's very, very few. I assume you cannot, but
Yeah, I also assume you cannot. Yeah, invulnerable doesn't necessarily do the trick. Like phase shift doesn't work versus it, so I think that's similar enough
Yeah.
to double to juxtapose.
Magic immunity is probably a better way. Like your Doppelganger isn't technically. I guess it's like Blade Fury kind of things.
I mean, I guess it's kind of useful for a disruptor if you actually can't glimpse back the wrong one though, so that's kind of useful. I mean, if you do, it'll get destroyed immediately. So Nixus hasn't banned out from Cloud9. They do have a very heavy magic damage lineup as well as 2 intelligence heroes. Maybe they're looking for a Storm pick later. Storm wouldn't be that bad. But at the same time, that would be a support Zeus or a support Phoenix. If they wanted to do that. I think Phantom Lancer can solo carry this though. So I don't think they have to pick a hero that scales well. Easily go for a Magnus if they wanted to.
Well, I think Zeus is one of those heroes, unlike the Magnus we saw earlier from Fata, that actually scales better into the late game as far as his damage output goes. I mean, Magnus, great late game for teamfight potential, but not so much for actually dishing out damage against heroes like Axe and Troll, where Zeus, I feel like this is a good game to give Zeus a lot of farm.
Yes. I mean, I think Zeus is just really good versus their lineup, too.
See how things are. They haven't got the amazing follow. Like, you Zeus ulti to scout out some of these heroes. It does seem they lack an initiator, which may be what they have in mind for their last pick, I feel. That's where Clockwork does get banned out by NAP. If you're looking for some kind of initiator, go with this draft. I have to see what that might be. And that's not just an initiator. Lockdown, stuns. They have
I don't
zero.
They don't really need lockdowns or stuns, I feel like. As long as they can kite, I think they're okay.
Yeah. Okay. We'll see what they're going to go for. There we go. Earthshaker kind of brings the full package there, though.
Most certainly.
Probably. I'm
a
wondering
no-take
where the Earthshaker goes. Oh, Husker, last pick. Era. Brings something new to the table.
Ooh, all the magic damage is going to get owned.
This is the hero against, like, your Zeus, Skywrath, Phoenix kind of. The Fire Spirits is still annoying for Husker, but...
Not.
Well, he gets all that extra attack speed.
Yeah, I think Huskar's a great pick here.
Yep.
The only problem is, can he deal with a PL?
Yes.
Since he is so single target focused, and PL also has a lot of physical damage. But they do have the Dazzle. The Dazzle plus a Huskar is a very, very nice combo for them to work with. There's also a lot of stun lock for him to work with for Earthshaker. So I think if they keep down Earthshaker, the Huskar can go crazy.
I'm just feeling like NIP, as soon as they saw that Phoenix, Skywrath, Zeus, Era's just like, dude, you gotta pick me Husker. This is like the dream Husker game. Like, just last pick it. They're not gonna see it coming.
I think it would have worked so much better had it been not PL, but it's still a pretty good Huskar game.
No, it was probably hoping for something like more like the Terrorblade or whatever else Envy wants to play. The Juggernaut would have been a lot better for the Husker, but still a fantastic Husker game. As long as, and that's the thing, you got the rest of your team to ideally deal with the PL. The Axe being the big one there, the Static Storm from the Disruptor, so could be an interesting game because of that. We'll see how the early game, the lane stage goes, but...
Are they going aggro? Oh, no, just 2.
Look like it. Jonas is headed down bottom as well, but maybe with the Dazzle. Dazzle's down there as well. We'll see what the plan's going to be. Let's introduce our 2 teams. On the Dire side, Ninjas in Pajamas going to have their main carry player, Era, in the top lane on the Husker. Down towards bottom lane, Limp is going to be on the Troll, probably going to be your mid laner. Seal Kit on the support, Dazzle. Jonas, some fan, on the Axe, and that leaves Hanskin playing the Disruptor. For your Radiant side, Team Cloud9 going to have Misery on the Skywrath Mage. Eternal Envy on your Phantom Lancer. Fata playing the Zeus.
He has the farmer hat on.
Yep. Fata on the Zeus. Big Daddy No-Tail with the good old Conch playing the Earthshaker. That is my favorite Earthshaker cosmetic. That's probably one of my favorite cosmetics in the game. I noticed it just like a few days ago. And Bone 7 on the Phoenix, but yeah, I don't know if it's really new. It's not actually that rare. Oh, it is rare. It's not like a immortal or anything crazy like that, but it looks better than some of the really expensive mythical Earthshaker totems you can get.
I like the dragon totem. Or the horse. It was like the new bloom one.
Yeah, with the Chinese dragons and stuff on it. It's pretty cool. I dig it. So, Funky Lane's coming out from Cloud9. They're going to send Eternal Envy top, look to dodge this Axe lane, and send PL up there kind of on his own for now. Misery probably going to look... Yeah, Misery will look to join him. Just started off with the creep block at mid as Fata got the bounty rune. And Fata going to be going, well, kind of in a 1v2 lane as Hanskin is offering some protection here against the Zeus.
I wonder if NIP are going to swap because they obviously want to keep down EE. Go with the plan that worked for them in the earlier game. Pair up their offlane versus EE, shut down EE, and then control the game from there. But now that Bo3 is down there, they don't really have a good way to kill Bo3, just because Phoenix is generally pretty vulnerable to a disruptor, but when he's always hugging the tower, there's nowhere to glimpse him to, because he can just get experience from there. And this also makes things a little bit more difficult for the Huskar, although he will have the help of the Dazzle heal, as well as 8 Tangos to help versus that Arcane Bolt spam.
They may not be swapping, but that was a Dazzle TP up top lane, so we'll have to see if the Axe and the Huskar want to swap. But that'd be another 2 TPs they'd have to invest if they want to take that approach. So I think the big thing is make sure Era gets farmed, because Huskar not a hero that you can just have minimal items on and expect to be useful. Era going in, trying to bring down Misery. The Fissure comes, and Era, first blood, goes to Envy, getting too greedy in the top lane. He got 4 spear stacks out on the Skywrath, but that's just level 1 burning spears.
Or the Dazzle.
Pulling, stacking, but...
He has to protect the Era. As you said, Era needs farm. And, I mean, he should be playing aggressively, I think, just because he has a better matchup in the lane. But if his support is pulling, he can't make that sort of play.
2 minutes approaching, and it looks like Disruptor may make a move towards this top 2-minute rune. Actually, he's going to run an Envy here. He's kind of in an awkward position, but looks like they're not going to go for him. They did spot him earlier with this Raiden Observer Ward, but it's not going to be the kill they go for. Instead, it's the kill mid lane. They go in on the troll. They bring him down. Fissure and block down in the low ground. Fata finishes him off.
Big Daddy on the Earthshaker. 2 Fissures, 2 kills. He has one of the best Earthshaker roaming.
And he set Eternal Envy up to at least be pretty happy at this top lane, even if he's not getting amazing CS, just because he got the first blood gold. He's picked up the early Bassi ring and can make at least something happen out of this lane. Bottom lane, Axe is creep skipping against Phoenix and has gone for this very pesky 2 points in Battle Hunger build. This is a great way to build against a Phoenix because it's very unlikely you can get close enough for a Berserker's Call.
It's a pretty interesting build. And also 2 in this spin, as opposed to getting 1 in Call later. I wonder when he's going to pick up Call. I mean, there are instances where you get spells to win the lane, but sometimes that hurts you too much. For example, like the Lion that we talked about, if he gets level 2 mana drain, you're just boned for later. So I think the level 2 Battle Hunger is really good now, but oh no.
3 Fissures, no third kill.
Ooh, he was so
Fata,
close.
it was just short like 10 mana.
Arc. You see a lot of Zeus's now level up the Arc as opposed to Static. I personally still like the Static, but
the Arc just seems like super cost effective. It's so cost effective up for damage as far as...
I mean, level 1's already pretty cost effective. I don't really think it's necessary.
The level 1 5v5 fights, whereas there's a Zeus, it's always insane to see like how much damage you get from 4 to 5 Arc Lightnings. And with Axe playing so aggressive, this is definitely looking like the time you want to rotate in a hero to try and punish him. But Jonas going for now a 3rd point in the spin.
No mana left. He might need a Soul Ring.
On the Earthshaker.
On the Axe?
Oh, Axe. I mean, he doesn't have, well, I guess just the Battle Hunger for now. He's going to get aggressive on Big Daddy No-Tail. That spin really does hurt. The Fissure could come out. Bo3 needs to be careful. You don't really want to throw out the right clicks here. All you want to do is throw out these nukes. The Fissure going to block him off. Dive on cooldown for 5 more seconds. And Jonas trying to man up on 3 heroes here. He's now surrounded. Make it 4. Here comes Fata with a haste rune. And Jonas is going down one way or another. Zeus gets the kill. Nothing for your Axe.
I think that's going to be the story of Axe and Troll this game. Is just getting kited non-stop. Fissure is a nightmare for melee heroes.
This is, I mean, Axe is, he's going to probably be saying, oh, Space Grid, guys, those 4 heroes, but...
If you go to mana, if you go Battle Hunger build, you need some sort of mana regen. Either a Soul Ring or Bottle.
So picks up the bottle, TP's back bottom lane, and look to continue his aggression. No-Tail could be in some trouble here if he goes for more CS, and Battle Hunger could lead things off, and doesn't get the vision for now. Hanskin just needs the Thunder Strike. There we go. They'll give him the glimpse back as well. Jonas gets the kill. TP from your Phoenix is too late. Useful kill for your Axe to be getting there. Gets
The
him back
Fissure
on
looked
track
really
for
close
that
to
blink.
blocking him.
Now comes in for the Phoenix, who wants to get these last hits to get rid of that battle hunger, because otherwise could be in some trouble. Looks like he got a last hit with the Fire Spirit and will dive his way out of there. Glimpse, not available, just a kinetic field, and Hanskin gonna pay the price. Zeus ulti as well, getting Jonas low. Bone 7, he's all his spells on cooldown, but Misery with one more Arc Bolt could look for this kill. Instead, it's a dunk going the way of Jonas. He's looking for more, 230 HP. Phoenix was almost a secondary kill. He thought he juked to the north, but wasn't the case.
And that was close to a double dunk.
He was in, yeah, he was underneath the threshold and just couldn't quite find him.
It's nice that they're putting a lot of pressure with Axe.
Even that one death didn't seem too painful for him. Yeah, he got kited around and it looked
There were
like
like 4 heroes.
Yeah, it looked like he got played around with, but yeah, bringing in 4 heroes, and he was, until Zeus came, he was taking on 3 heroes and holding his own, so it was not too bad of a fight, and it was a hasted Zeus of all things as well, so he held his own, and he's continuing to do so in that offlane, although for now it looks like he's going to rotate towards mid with an invis, and Fata could be not in some trouble just yet. He's 1 creep away from level 7, which will give him that point in Berserker's Call, which is probably what he wants to get here. And you'll see the Earthshaker as well. There we go. Hits level 7. Could go for the 2-hero call. Is he going to make this play? Don't think C9 saw him pick that up. There we go. Gets the spin with the creeps. Fata now needs that fissure support, but not enough spins coming the way of the Axe. Oh, miss fissure. Fata has no ultimate for 5 seconds, but if he gets Jonas low enough, that one Arc Bolt going to do decent damage. Zeus ulti will not finish him off. 70 HP, Jonas survives.
Man, he was way off. He has vision with the Arcane Bolt that he should be able to see his HP.
Maybe just wishful thinking.
Yeah, not a big deal. As long as you use it, especially this early in the game when people run out of regen.
It gives vision like on the rest of the heroes on the map, so I mean, even outside of the Axe kill, it was not a terrible use of the Zeus ultimate.
NV maxing Lance. See some PLs go stats instead.
Limp now. Doesn't get fissure blocked in. No tail slightly off the mark there, but Father going to make his way into the jungle and take these camps with the Arc Lightning.
This troll is broke.
Yeah, he got the pain in mid lane. Limp just looking to lurk nearby and try and leech some XP, but he's going to be careful. He's low on HP, and now they're going to take the big stack as well with Fire Spirits, Fissure, Arc Lightning. Money in the bank for Cloud9. They dive on through and everything, and
that is unacceptable for NIP. Their early game control had just completely gone to waste after those 2 stack steals. I mean, they got the tower denied, but that's not worth what happened in NIP's jungle. Troll is going to be a non-factor. He's just going to be one of those like super underfarmed guys that can't do anything, that needs a BKB but never is going to be able to farm it. And by the time he does farm it, he won't do enough damage for it to matter.
And the good news kind of is Envy not farming well either on his Phantom Lancer. Just a Ring of Aquila and Boots. He's looking fairly poor. Despite having that first Blood Gold, he is not doing well as far as his net worth goes. He's pretty much on par with the Troll Warlord right now.
Yeah. I mean...
Oh, Fata. Mid lane. Bolt. Ulti. Nope, not even going to need the ulti. Fissure going to do it. Zeus ultimate back online and looking just to scout for wards as well now. This is just your typical Fata Zeus. Arcane Boots, Soul Ring. Pretty ready to go. Meanwhile in the jungle, Axe is hunting No Tail on the Earthshaker, but not going to find any kills there. It's mid lane Limp again, getting bullied out of this lane.
He doesn't have enough regen, and he got the Morbid Mass to try and maybe heal up the damage that he's going to do, but he just does so much damage. And now they've planted a very deep Observer Ward. Maybe he can get a kill on him if he gets low. There's Zeus ult, and the Troll's living a very dangerous lifestyle.
Okay, so Cloud9, I mean, pretty pleased with the side of this game. The Zeus especially going to have a very fast Blink Dagger if that's going to be his first item of choice here. Hanskin gets scouted out, the Zeus ulti giving some extra scouting vision and damage output to help secure the kill on the Disruptor. Bottom lane goes your Phantom Lancer. Not the hero you want PL Illusions against, the Axe, but at the same time, unlikely that Envy will go down just to an Axe here in this lane. Husker has been quietly farming, by the way.
Yeah, but you need Husker to get kills.
Yep.
especially when your troll isn't going to be doing anything. I think they have to switch.
Oh, they're pinging out Jonas. They're rotating in heroes here for this kill. They see he has no TP. This is easily punishable, but here comes the TP support. Triple TPs from NIP. Maybe even an overcommitment, because Cloud9 have already backed off, although they didn't scout this one out just yet. Maybe they did with the high ground mid ward or something, but with Jonas playing this aggressive, I think C9 are basically saying, yeah, this is probably not just an axe, and at this point, it is no longer just an axe.
I think they need Troll to farm top and Huskar to farm mid, because the way that the Troll is dying is just a magic spam, and Huskar is amazing against that when they don't have any physical damage yet. As well as an armlet, so he can just armlet toggle his way out of the magic.
Yep. Okay, well, team look to rotate towards that mid lane. It looks like Fata going to be the target. Nothing to cancel the TP. They glimpsed him into a kinetic field, and Era TP'd in, but couldn't even really come close to bringing down the Zeus. That'd be an ideal target, but bottom lane, it's a kill going away your Phantom Lancer. Oh boy. Cloud9 just starting to pull it further and further ahead, it feels like. Got a 2.5k gold lead. 0 on the experience, at least.
Yeah, Olympus has been such a playmaker on the Lina and just been able to control his lane so well. And now that he's on something else, it's just not the same result. Cloud9 just completely taking advantage of the troll in the mid.
As much as Lina doesn't seem to be like a first pick worthy hero compared to some of the other heroes, when you're against a team like NIP where their mid player is most comfortable in this hero, why not take it out? The same reason teams ban Beastmaster against Fata, let's say. Speaking of Fata, mid lane taking a lot of damage, needs to get away from the call. The fissure will help him out.
They have no catch.
Through the ultimate, and well, the glimpse, there's your catch, gets pulled back into the axe. Didn't have the dunk, otherwise you could have maybe gone for a second kill with the extra movement speed.
They have no blink on axe. It's going to be a really long time coming too. He bought a Vet booster.
He's also turned it into a Vanguard, so he's upgraded it. Seeing on just 260
their
gold
catch is
now.
weak. Like, Zeus was able to like walk into the T1 tower this early into the game without any real defensive items. So, I mean, that's a problem for NIP's team. They can't stop a Zeus from tower diving this early. Smoke?
Is this a Roche?
I believe so.
Looks like they want to sneak Roche before Cloud9 do, although Cloud9 do not have a Roche trap. Once Jonas at the same time, though, he's completely abandoning this mid lane. May not matter, though. He's tanky, that Vanguard. That is why you go Vanguard on Axe as your first item. If he has if he's trying to farm for a blink there, he's done for. Roshan now being worked on. The armlet toggle from Era just allowing him to kind of sustain this one.
If Era's at 1 HP, will he die to Zeus ult? Does it round up?
At 1 HP? That's a question for you, Ben.
I'm not sure what his max resist is.
That's like 99%.
Is it 99?
I thought.
Let's see, 7 times 14. It's 98%. Okay, he should die.
Okay, 1 HP is enough. Wonder what's like the lowest HP you can be that you won't die to Zeus ult.
3?
3 or 4?
Somewhere
Depends what
around there.
level Zeus ulti, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, well, PL now starting to get to work on some catch-up farm. Just 1900 gold. Is going for the stats build. This is like the 4-1-1 stats build, which I think has been most popular. You mentioned that sometimes they don't actually level up the Lance, but...
I think 1-1-1's pretty good. I've tried both. It just depends on what you do. I don't necessarily think he needs the max Spirit Lance for lane control, though.
It's helped him get the pressure the Axe out of the lane a bit, but...
Yeah, that's true.
I think if Axe was trying to rush a Blink, having this Lance build would have worked a whole lot better. Because then you can really bully the Axe out of the lane. But Axe not only went for a Vanguard, but also went for Bottle, so he had a lot of HP regen.
Yes.
We can see Dire Vision scouting out Cloud9. Misery in the top lane. And it looks like that's something that NIP want to try and punish. Fata top has a Blink.
Wow, bots rush.
Not what I was expecting.
Also not what I was expecting.
I guess that's one way to play this. This is basically going to be continue farming for some time with this, do you think? Or is he looking to get involved in fights? Maybe he wants to fight. TP in and just throw lances.
I suppose.
You should be thrilled about the bots. This is your item.
I do like the bots. I just... First on a carry, though, is strange. I think on a fighter is fine. But, I mean, as you said, he did go to max Lance build, so maybe he is looking to fight more often, but maybe not. I mean, he's just sitting bottom.
Oh, the Echo Slam from No-Tail as he get pulled back in by a Glimpse. Tried to get off one last fissure, but NIP have too many heroes up top. The entire squad has grouped up. And Envy just going to continue farming, pushing the bottom lane. Vata's going to go push out the mid lane. And it looks like Era going to do what he can.
Yeah, I think a Midas first would have been okay on PL if he's going this build. Like, PL's really good at split pushing out and just farming the whole map while the opponents do other stuff because they can't kill you. But bots doesn't accelerate your farm that much when you don't have lane to TP to. And when you're going to lose the fight anyways if you TP.
Okay, so NIP now going to work on tower after tower. This is where the 5-man seems to begin for them. And with these towers, suddenly Jonas will have most of his Blink Dagger. He's just 200 short now. This creep wave and the tower money. That's your Axe Blink Dagger.
This is a really good turn of events for NIP. Roche into a kill, into a tower, and then they still have a few minutes left.
Vata bottom lane will get off the Zeus ulti. Can he finish off Handskin? Will do so. It's the PL illusion actually getting the kill. Limp in the front line. He's going to get punished though. Vata now alive in the sidelines, and Silkid may not have an escape plan. Another Lance coming into play. Does have a Grave, but no TP, and he's just going to Grave and look to delay things here. I imagine Envy going to still try to finish off this kill. Throws one last Lance for the slow TP out. Illusion not going to finish off the kill. Okay. Normally we see Envy get greedy right there. Very calculated. Wanted to make sure he got away from that Axe who did have a Blink Dagger TPing in, and says a Dazzle kill is not worth it.
And even though Earthshaker just died, he still has a Blink Dagger. Blink Dagger and Smoke coming right up. NIP most likely not going to expect this coming. Age is still about 80 seconds left for old Husk. Car. You know, sometimes I call him Husk because of Tusk.
Tusk, yeah.
And Tuskar.
Tusk used to be Tusker in Dota 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe so. Can we call him Husk? Husky?
Dusky. Husky's the courier, so you can call him Husk. I'm like, oh, Axe blinks on some PL illusions.
I don't like his model that much.
Husker.
Yeah. He looks kind of goofy.
He's got some posture as bad as mine.
Well, Jonas wrapping around. He will find Envy.
Earthshaker blink. Oh, on the high ground. They catch out the Earthshaker as well. There's your first dunk. Looking for a second. It could be Bone 7 if he gets close enough for a call, but 8 seconds before that call comes back up. Glimpse back. Who have they caught? Oh, not gonna.
Wait, so they just walked around and Cloud9 just sat up that hill? Why?
I saw him.
They walked around right here. It's daytime, so they have vision for sure.
Yep.
And then No-Tail pinged out right here, thinking that they have a ward on the high ground, but no, they just walked up and checked.
And suddenly they're going to go into the next tower. Era.
So 4 towers with 1 Aegis. That is a value Aegis.
Ooh, Era almost dies while Armlet toggling and losing his Aegis there. Does manage to blink away, get the regen. Echo Slam comes out, only really catching the Disruptor. Now the Zeus ulti with a Supernova. There's your team fight from Cloud9. Jonas getting low, the Grave just going to delay the inevitable. Dunks an illusion for some movement and attack speed for his team, but NIP are melting one by one. They've lost 4 and it's about to become 5 with Era in a lot of trouble.
Oh, where's the Armlet toggle?
Not with a Sunray on you. Or at least I don't think with the Sunray on you.
Can he do it? I don't know. All these questions with Berserker's Blood.
It's such a complicated spell, man. One of those, who knows how it really works.
You attack, and then you toggle off your Armlet, and then you lifesteal right at 0-1 HP, and then you toggle it again.
That's the perfect Michael skills coming into play.
Easy, right? Ideally, you just get graved, and then you just own people.
It's like your OD healing trick. That's how you do it.
Perfect micro, man.
Yep. Let's see. Zoning onto the Disruptor. They want to go on this tier 2 tower now. Zax is now TP back in. Not going to see Fata in the trees. MV TP out will be caught. Glimpse as well to make sure of it. The Static Storm kinetic film is there, and MV gets out of the Thunderdome, but walks into the Culling Blade and Axes. Axe will take off his head.
Spends his gold, though. Yasha recipe, Bella and a Velvet Skin, and a Manta-style recipe up for Envy, and he has farmed. Yeah, he went bots first, but he's doing work with it.
Just think of all the money he's going to save on TP scrolls.
It is a lot, but he also could have not died there. just by walking instead of being greedy. But it's what we all know and love Envy for.
So it looks like a smoke.
Bo3 chopped.
Whoa. Jonas now making his way around the map. Up to 2,000 gold on Axe, and he's got some...
Oh, man. If once Huskar gets a Crimson Guard on Huskar is amazing. It is so darn good, especially against a hero like PL. So Axe is closing in on that. And then we haven't really seen Era do that too much, but the last fight that he took was without the Aegis, and he also hasn't had the support of Dazzle. So imagine once he is able to armlet toggle with like a Shallow Grave on him, he has an Aegis, and then he has Crimson Guard. I think he has the potential to just wreck the entire C9 lineup. Aside from, I guess, Diffusal, but Diffusal actually is not coming out yet from PL.
May not even be a Diffusal game. I guess it's like, what items are going to help?
You have to get the Diffusal on PL. I just think it's silly not to get it. It's the only thing that works really well on your illusions, because they don't last long enough for Radiance to be useful anymore.
Yeah.
So it pretty much just Mana Burn's the only other option. Sadly. I mean, technically you can get crit too, but I haven't seen that work out successfully.
I guess the only other option is if you use your illusions just to like tank in the front line.
He gets called on bottom.
He's all, oh, Jonas is by himself though. This is a turnaround here if I've ever seen one. And Cloud9 bait in the Axe, who's completely alone. Here comes the rest of the NIP team, but
that's bold. He has to kill the PL before he juxtaposes, which is counting on a lot of spins.
Didn't get enough, and more importantly, Envy had backup. The Skywrath silence, making sure there was never going to be a Culling Blade potential there.
Oh, Phoenix is farmed.
Getting close to that Yule Scepter now, and yeah, Bo3 up there, still behind the 3 cores of NIP, but did have a pretty slow start earlier on in this game, so for him it is some good catch-up.
Big Daddy, sitting in the trees, Cloud9 style. I forgot which game I watched, but I watched a few games where teams would just burn all the trees that they could possibly see around the side, just because they know Cloud9 like to hang around there.
Well, speaking of which, it is going to be a TP out from those trees. No-Tail makes it out safely. Top lane now, Axe blinked forward for this one. That's very aggressive, even used the call. They're going with the Bolt, the Supernova, and Jonas. Too aggressive with his farming there, getting too greedy himself on the Axe.
I think he might need BKB. I think it's better than the 4-staff that he got.
Zeus now getting a bit aggressive here in the top lane. May need to use this Bloodstone Suicide, and will do so. The Supernova on cooldown. Bo3 couldn't really do too much, and now a glimpse back. Misery focused down, and almost brought Silkid with him, but unsuccessful. That was the 10-second, or the 10-charge Bloodstone being used to take his own life on the Zeus. Fairly fast respawn, and that's more or less what the Bloodstone's there for, though.
And not giving a lot of XP.
Yeah, you don't give away a kill. You have a short respawn. Blink, Echo top, Limp, going down. The carries and the 2 of the cores, the Troll and the Axe, just keep going down on the NIP side. That's 5 deaths on Axe, 4 deaths on your Troll, and this is adding up quickly.
Some of them are just silly deaths, too. Like Axe just blinking into a creep wave and then not having a BKB in case there are people there. And he didn't even get echoed for that fight. And then we just saw the Troll who got echoed. I mean, it's going to happen at some point, but they really need to stem the bleeding, stop dying, get BKBs. They also need to get the Aegis again for Era. Actually, they might give it to Troll at this point. I think Troll's probably a better carrier just because he's more likely to die.
I mean, even the Axe, potentially, if he's the one going for these big, risky initiations.
PL working on his next item. Still looking very nice and farm. Number 1 on net worth.
NP do scout out that Roche's back up, but got to imagine that Cloud9 won't let this one go without a fight.
He can blink in there, though, and he has lifesteal, so it's still difficult to stop.
Jonas says, thanks, guys. I was trying to finish off these Ancients, but they smoke up, and do they go into the pit? A Zeus illusion. Oh, Jonas thought about a blink call, but this Zeus illusion and PL illusion is going to wait around. So NIP are going to have to wait patiently, and there we go. Thunder God's Wrath scouts out the smoke gang. C9 know exactly what's going on.
Do you see blinks if you're in if you have vision of them, if they're smoked.
With the Thunder God's Wrath?
No, you do see blink, like the blink animation. Blink dagger.
I assume no, but
there was an illusion that was right on top of them when they
hold that thought, because here come Cloud9 ready to contest Roshan. Bo3 goes diving into the side, though. It's Axe trying to create space for Roshan to get finished off. Era wants the egg, but he's not going to get it in time. At least it doesn't look that way. Era gets stunned up by the Phoenix. Disruptor down on the side as well, and Phoenix diving on through, has the Fire Spirits, gets called up. Jonas looking for that dunk, will find it, but that's the only kill NIP are getting this fight, it looks like. Seal Kid looking to scurry himself out of there. That's 4 dead on the NIP side. Just Axe left standing. And Roshan ripe for the taking if Cloud9 want to go for this.
Man, Era has to be really sad about that. They picked Huskar to try and counter the Phoenix, but he wasn't low enough to get enough attack speed, and he was the only one there. I mean, a lot of that has to do with just Bo3 being really high level at this point with the Midas, but I mean, not being able to kill the egg right there was just instant demise for Huskar.
Not
being
easy
isolated
to finish off this Roshan.
The Pit of Doom, as it has been dubbed.
Yes.
This event.
The only team who seems capable of fighting around Roshan is Cloud9. Strangely enough.
That's not strange.
No, not strange. But Zeus, ulti, kills off the Axe. He was low already and takes him down before he reaches back to the fountain. Now up to 10 charges once more on the Bloodstone.
Fada Zeus is pretty nasty. I think, well, it was versus a relatively easy mid, especially with the Earthshaker constantly roaming in, but I think it's a smart idea to maybe ban it out.
Yeah. And that was a 3rd pick as well. It wasn't even in the first 2.
Refresher coming in soon from him. My goodness.
Oh boy, that is going to get painful very quickly.
He can double Bloodstone in a fight.
I've never seen Refresher used to refresh. It never even occurred to me, I mean, it makes sense you can, but I just never even thought about Bloodstone being refreshed.
It's good to troll people.
Oh boy. New creative ways to throw away your life.
Well, Huskar, I have to say, has not been what I thought it would be this game.
Yeah.
And I was pretty excited about the pick. It's nice and new, and on paper, it counters what Cloud9 have to offer, but in terms of actually panning out and being able to survive and doing a lot of damage with high attack speed, just nothing, nada.
Yeah. He's farmed up all right, but it's hard for a Husker to keep up as far as his jungling efficiency. Does just have the brown boots, has lifesteal so he can jungle decently well, but
I mean, the PL is only 2,000 net worth ahead of Huskar, but he feels like he's like 6,000 or 7,000 ahead. Just because of the innate weaknesses of Huskar. Maybe they should put Huskar in the safe or in the off. Well, actually, I don't know. They shut down PL pretty well. But I think they wanted to shut him down a lot more.
They really wanted that Husker 1v1 matchup, it seemed, against the Phoenix at top lane, and have the PL get shut down by the aggro tri lane.
Yeah. Well, it's a rough game for NIP.
Especially now with a refresher up on your Zeus.
With this game lost, they will be eliminated from the Red Bull Battlegrounds. Got to fight hard. NIP, they look so promising.
They're not tapping out just yet. It may be a 10,000 gold deficit, 12,000 experience deficit, but NIP.
They don't have that much opportunity to like win a team fight though. Like if you're Cloud9 and you're behind, you're like, okay, well, maybe we get a lucky egg or maybe we get a sick echo and we can turn around a team fight. But if you're NIP, you're like, I guess we can get a good call. But aside from that, like they don't even have that much follow-up for call.
Maybe they get a bad egg or a missed echo slam.
Yes.
That's what they're hoping for. They also have a BKB coming soon on Limp's Troll, so that's...
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. They need mass BKBs. I've been talking about mass BKBs a lot, but it never happens. But
Axe with a BKB, Troll with a BKB, Husk with a BKB. They have triple BKB coming up maybe in the next 2 to 3 minutes.
Why did Axe not get a BKB earlier? I still don't understand why he got forced instead. Because he's going to be the one jumping in.
Yeah.
And Huskar kind of, but ideally he jumps in on a weak target and you need vision to jump on weak targets.
And these BKBs are coming at a point where they're going to be 10 seconds, and fighting the Zeus Refresh with 10-second BKBs is like the ideal scenario.
That means Dazzle pretty much can't get Graves off.
Oh, Blink Call misses as Envy scattered out. Now he may get glimpsed back, will do so. Gonna turn and fight, he wants hand skinning. Is the damage there to bring him down fast enough. Envy, one more Lance comes out, and one more Doppelganger as well. They don't know which one's real. Envy goes north. Now he gets dunked, but the second Zeus ulti gets the kill, and that's just an Aegis. Envy coming back alive and thinks about fighting the Axe and thinks twice. If it was anyone else, maybe he continues there. Shaker meanwhile. Blink, Echo onto Limp. He gets a fissure off as well with one more totem. It's going to be the Lance from Envy. Not enough damage though. Limp wands up, saves his life until the Skywrath Mage comes in. Now the call from Axe. Not going to get the kill because of the Yule Scepter. Nicely played as Yone is going to get Sunray down by Bo3. 3 kills go Cloud9's way just for an Aegis.
Spent so much time trying to kill the PL.
Now they just take the T2 tower. Envy was actually going for a kill on the Husker bottom lane. He tried to boots to travel in on a creep with the Zeus support, but...
Again, I think the PL pick is just too good for the Huskar pick. They just have no clear.
That's the crazy thing. The Husker can counter 4 of the 5 heroes, but that one hero he has a problem dealing with makes the pick not worthwhile.
Well, especially when they're trading farm. It's not like he was ever super aggressive on their side of the map, right? It's mostly him farming, PL farming, waiting for Aegis, and then they take a fight. But it wasn't before that Aegis that Era was looking to get some kills.
All right, well, from here, Cloud9 just happy with the tempo this game's going at. They want, they can maybe wait out another Roshan. They do have to worry about the BKB timings of NIP. They're going to have to kite them a lot better around this. Axe still does not have his, who is the, to me, the one who needs it almost most out of those 3. Oh, I mean, they all need it kind of equally, but Axe is the one who's just going to keep getting taken out of these fights, Yuled up when he's trying to go for these dunks, and he's being denied time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, they can still echo them, and Big Daddy has been on point with his fissures and his echoes this game.
So NIP smoked up. Seems to be their next move is to try and catch C9 by surprise with this. Right after the Zeus ulti, I believe they use this smoke, so one of the kind of common plays you can make. Nerds on cooldown, but he gets scouted out. Earthshaker on the high ground, immediate blink backwards. The Bo3 dive forward, a bit risky. He cancels it as well, but seems things will be okay. Goes for a supernova as well. The Fissure blocking him off. The Troll on the other side, trying to bring it down. Can he do so in time? You betcha. Meanwhile, Arrow with a BKB, going to bring down Zeus, who does get the suicide off with the Bloodstone. That's the good news for him. And now a glimpse back on Skywrath Mage. A good fight going NFP's way. Great smoke
They
gang.
even popped the smoke, but PL is taking out the mid T3 tower
God.
on the racks.
Where the TP's at. There's a few. Era as well as Jonas have one, but this is a lane of racks. It's ultimately a good exchange for Cloud9, even though they lose 4, even though they get caught by surprise. Maybe that was the plan. They reveal the smoke and they say, just create space for me. I'm getting racks. Envy may throw away his own life here. Not a good fight for him to be taking. He's going to lose the battle against Era. The Burning Spear is doing too much, and
Good enough, got the racks.
it's good enough. Absolutely. Zeus ulti. Whoa. Another one available in 3 seconds, but by then it's going to be too late to get any kills.
How
Oh,
did they-
Limp. Actually, Limp's dead. Zeus ulti's going to finish him off when this BKB expires.
Is it?
Yeah. Grave. Oh, he's going to get back to Fountain. Wait. Okay, the heal will be enough. He went for it. He even refreshed for it.
Worth
Okay.
the try.
Yeah, yeah. You're this far. You just took a lane of racks. You're pretty far ahead despite just getting team wiped.
How did they get caught out there? I don't know if Envy was like, hey, can you guys fight them?
I don't mean to point fingers, but I think it was mostly Bones. Bo3 cancelled his dive and kind of started the fight, it looked like.
I mean, it could have been on Envy's orders, though. We don't
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
know, but
No, yeah. It was they weren't actually, the Axe missed his blink call, but then
Yes.
the dive went in from Phoenix, and Phoenix was like, let's go fight this.
I mean, they also could have just waited and just canceled TPs with Earthshaker. Like, it wasn't imperative that they had to use the egg, but it is much safer. Like, if a Phoenix dives in, that's a guaranteed fight
Yeah.
going to happen. So, it's...
He was kind of stuck as well. The Fissure like trapped him in against the wall by there, so he could pop the egg there, but he was in range for the auto attacks of the ranged Troll Warlord.
That was a great smoke pop, though, by No-Tail.
It's just like you said, it's a great smoke pop, but it led to a team wipe. Limp now, BKB still on cooldown. Blink Echo catches out Jonas. Looks like NIP may lose a couple here. The Static Storm coming in a bit too late to maybe turn this one around, although Jonas, TP home with a grave, will escape, and Big Daddy No-Tail won't be so lucky. Envy, though, going for the Rat Dota plays. He's in the Dire base. Gem gets dropped by NIP. The orders are, stop the TPs, don't let them get out of this one, and Envy onto the tier 3 at top lane. It's going to be Axe coming back after being sent home with the TP, and Envy going to focus down the tier 3 tower. May look to back off, but Fata shows up with a Zeus ulti. The Grave going to save Jonas, but this could just open up the racks at top lane to get taken. And Envy getting to work. Oh boy. This is worrisome. Where is the damage? Where is the lockdown? Access to heal up. Era gonna show up soon. Envy trying to TP out. Blink. Oh, gets caught up with a glimpse. There's your culling blade. And
man, Envy is just not about making those PL jukes.
no,
it's like not running away with the fake one.
He's just about taking racks and feeding away his life.
Very systematic.
Yep. Not flashy. Doesn't need to be flashy though. At least not this game.
It helps. I mean, that just makes it super easy for him to get glimpse. Maybe he thought it was on cooldown. Who knows?
So, Roche respawns and NIP already into the pit. That's the good news here with PL on the sidelines. Is it looks like Era may be able to secure this one.
PL with a Mjolnir too. It's gonna be very nice versus PL illusions.
Oh, Husk.
Or Huskar, yeah. Huskar with Mjolnir.
As he hasn't completed, just the Maelstrom for now. We'll see Limp come in to help things out here. This is be Aegis as well as Cheese. Fata's already up top, just pushing things out. Yeah, it's just a range racks, but it's still one objective closer to ending this game if you can get some damage and pressure it out at all. It looks like Cloud9 are even sending supports up there. No-Tail with an Invis rune. They may look to blow up Hanskin here. Fissure to start things off. Blink Totem and a Mystic Flare. Easy kill and escape. Oh, I say escape. Yeah, they'll get out of there.
The biggest problem I see for NIP is that they can't push out the lane safely.
Yeah.
If they push out the lanes, they die to a solo PL, they die to Echo, they die to Skywrath ulti plus Fissure, as we just saw. There's so many ways, like double Zeus ulti. Like, how do they push out the lanes? And yes, they're getting kills and they're winning the team fights, but they still aren't even up ahead in kills, and they can't really push past the river realistically.
Yeah, they try push one lane, Envy then suddenly split pushing another lane, so it's constant
BOTs
split
at
push.
work.
It's kind of like the old, it's like a new style Naga Siren in some ways. And well, look at these two heroes at top lane, Misery and Fata. They never left the trees. They're coming back out and looking for more, perhaps.
Some C9 stuff right there.
Yeah, they Zeus ulti, they scout out Seal Kid, and they'll annihilate him. Limp with an Aegis is not really the ideal target. Fata going to refresh and look to TP out, but that'll get cancelled by a call. Meanwhile, that's a beyond godlike streak ended. Envy is split pushing the bottom lane. Oh,
man, I thought there was going to be some sick plays. I thought he was going to refresh and immediately blink.
Yeah.
Oh.
Refresh, blink TP or something.
That would have been sick.
Big Daddy No-Tail at mid has a blink echo, but wants a creep wave to do it on and decides to back off and also gets scouted out by, it looks like, this lane ward.
C9 is thinking twice about throwing.
Yeah, that was a big kill to get. It went the way of Husk as well. That's the Mjolnir if he wants it. Looks like now PL will pick up a Skadi, start building towards his late game item set.
Wow. The PL army intruding onto Era's territory.
But like you said, NIP going to struggle so much to push things out this game, regardless of like what point in the game we get to.
I mean, even a double Zeus ult will stop their push. That's the sad part. Like, they can't really push out the lane still.
Zeus just needs to, on top of that, just throw a few nukes and get some static field procs. He isn't in much risk of getting caught out by a blink call if he's cancelling out that blink dagger. Not sure what the mantle on the troll. I guess you get out of the Skywrath silence, but doesn't seem like the most high impact item for Limp to be getting. And this one he just needs anything in the way of items though.
BKB coming up on Zeus. He's tired of getting jumped on by Husk.
Yep.
Huskar.
And NP just looking to D-ward their side of the map. They've now got Gem in hand for Seal Kid, but on the Cloud9 side, they're looking to do some D-warding as well. Bone7 has a Scythe of Vice. Impressive farm coming out for your offlane Phoenix. And there's a Gem on the Cloud9 side as well, looking to use their kind of strength and advantage to get them superior map vision right now. And IP smoke up and looking to make a play happen. There's no Roshan to worry about or concern themselves with, but they're looking to loop around and see what they can find here at the top lane. Big Daddy No-Tail, we'll see him coming with the Observer on the high ground though. Blink back, where's that Echo Sam? Catches a lot in the fissure, will get glimpse back in, pops a Ghost Scepter. Looks like No-Tail's going to be sacrificed to try and create space for Envy in the bottom lane. He's on the high ground with illusions and also just cutting his way through these trees. What is Envy up to? Is he going to stay here? 7 seconds until he can TP out.
So cheeky.
Oh man, Envy. TP or no? He's staying.
Well, he probably wants to juxtapose.
He wants the courier. Yeah. Oh, won't get it. Now he's going for the flashy place.
Why did he Manta? I think if he Mantas and juxtaposes, he can get a lot of damage on that range tracks before they can respond. The creeps are already up the hill.
Yeah. And even if you don't kill it off, like, it's permanent damage, so. Bottom lane, Jonas. Looking to chase down Misery here, but the Yules. Ooh.
2-shot.
Dazzle got the kill. That Shadow Wave damage coming into play, and now another gem gets dropped. As Silkid says, I don't really need 2, but I've got a courier nearby that can take it back to base, so. Cloud9 giving away more and more kills. What used to be like a 12 kill lead has gotten closer and closer, but
NIP still trying to defend all their buildings from the constant siege of the Rat PL.
And Envy with another ulti orb.
Does he look like a rat to you? Kind of?
No.
No? Smoking a pipe.
He looks very sophisticated with the pipe and the long beard.
But what about the paddle? What in...
How does this paddle suit the PL?
Humble drifter ore. He's not a sailor. Or
I'm about to say, this is like a rower's kit.
Interesting.
Looks like he should be like on a kayak going down a river somewhere in Thailand or something right now. I don't know.
Jonas picks up a BOT of his own in efforts to stop the eternal siege from Phantom Lancer. However, I don't know if they can push out the lanes. Still, NIP, they're getting there. Era with his Mjolnir completed, almost 6 slotted at this point. I guess turned that Morbid into a Satanic.
Yep. Imagine that'll be the case here. And Cloud9 may just look to kind of slow siege with some illusions down bottom lane. Problem is these illusions don't last anywhere near as long as the old PL illusions, so it does make life a bit trickier.
He needs to be able to get to top lane and get that, sneak that range right. That thing's at 332 HP. Solo.
Well, Axe, goodbye your mana. Tried to fight some PL illusions and just ended up losing his entire mana pool.
Juxtapose illusions sent in, no procs.
Okay. Envy just going to keep on using that doppelganger forward and make illusions onto the range racks, chip away at it bit by bit. Only one of the illusions doing damage, but hey, bit by bit he's getting closer and closer. Now the Manta illusions come. This is just pesky stuff, and this is actually going to get the range tracks down to about half HP. Now your doppelganger ones come once again. Constant illusion harass from Eternal Envy. You do, yeah, I'm about to say, you want someone pushing the top lane, and No-Tail draws a line saying, look, someone needs to be top, someone needs to also be pressuring that lane without getting picked off, which is the main issue. Limp is up there, and he's going to be looking to get his farm and make sure that counter pressure doesn't happen.
I think Cloud9 needs a Scythe. If they have a Scythe on Zeus, Blink Scythe, refresh, Scythe again, that's easy kills while they're trying to split push. I guess maybe they have Echo for it, but at this point it's their only way to reliably jump heroes with BKB.
Well, Blink Echo Slam can work.
Yeah, the only way other than Echo.
Yeah. So Limp now trying to jungle up. He's going to get revealed by this smoke and should be caught out. Blink, Echo with the Hex. There's your Scythe. It's the Phoenix with it. And
oh yeah, they have Phoenix Scythe. I forgot.
Yeah, that's did I when you're talking about that one. At bottom lane, Envy maybe gets caught out here. Gets pulled back in by the Glimpse. No, he doesn't. Doppelganger, apparently you can dodge the Glimpse with this. Makes his way out. Jonas now in trouble. Grave will kind of delay his death, possibly save his life. Fato trying to turn. Second Zeus ulti will kill off your Axe. Buyback from your Troll Warlord, but
question answered.
Top lane. Range Rex goes down. So Doppelganger does work.
Smacked down by Oars.
That's brutal.
It's a sad fate for their top
At least
racks.
like when it's a spear, you're like, okay, it's kind of pointy and sharp, but these Oars do not look very...
They're fat and blunt.
Yeah, it looks like a very slow, painful death. As we'll have Skywrath Mage go down, followed up by the Earthshaker, but all of this creating space for Envy. Gets a tier 4 tower. Not going for the bottom lane of Rax, but...
They've given up so many kills that I don't know if it's worth it. I mean, they did get a T4.5 as well as a range Rax. But
It was a buyback from Troll, so the actual gold change was only minimal in NIP's favor. 2,400.
This Ranger X is very unhealthy in the bottom lane. 601 HP out of 1,500.
The problem for NIP is it doesn't feel like they can ever push. And all these fights, which are kind of going their way slightly, it's using up BKBs. So they're going to get to a point where they're all 5-second BKBs against a Zeus, Earthshaker, Skywrath, Phoenix. Which
And
doesn't
PL.
sound
PL
too
does
fun.
good damage versus
Yeah,
non-BKB.
Diffusal. Everyone is, yeah, all of these C9 heroes want these BKBs to be 5 seconds, so.
Roshan, almost maximum possible respawn time.
All right.
Double Scotty.
On PL, wow. Well, that's one way to split push. I'm surprised he didn't go for like a butterfly, but
Yeah, I think Butterfly's really good here.
Invasion versus Husk. He has died just to the
Yeah,
Husk
he doesn't
auto
have
attacks
enough.
before.
He doesn't have enough slots.
Oh, sell his bottle at some point, but
No. The Huskar doesn't have enough slots
Oh,
for
for
MKB.
an MKB, yeah.
So he can't deal with it well. I don't know. I think it's way better than a second Scotty.
I mean, Scotty gives you more HP for your illusions, which I mean, the illusions get a tiny bit of damage from their butterfly and attack speed, but
You get evasion though. I mean, they stay up for so much longer.
yeah. Zeus ulti going to scout things out here. Big No-Tail gets the first stun, the second stun. Era not going to be brought down through this. He wants Envy, and Envy gets himself out of there. Now blinked after the Husker. Going to life break him down. Envy getting low. Needs another doppelganger. He's trying to hide in the trees here. Can he go over? No, he can't. Culling Blade finishes him off, and Bone 7 doesn't seem to have an escape plan here. The Yules, the Hex may be his way out, but the Blink Call will catch him, and Jonas dunks him down. 4 dead again. This feels like such a familiar sight. Cloud9 just throwing bodies at NIP time and time again. But NIP's base, time and time again, is taking heavy, heavy damage. This time another tier 4 tower going down, and Throne is now completely exposed. As much as NIP are winning fight after fight, it doesn't feel like they're gaining ground because of how much their base is being destroyed.
Who has BOTs on the side of NIP? You see one on Era, one on Jonas, and TP scrolls on everybody else. Yeah, they just haven't been able to push out the lanes. Their base is in shambles.
They're losing even their effigies. That's when you know things are going poorly. So effigies getting slain before. They've only got 2 left. The Taco del Ape Kid and the Y of Era. Well, from here, there we go. 6-slotted Husker achieved. This Era picks up a Satanic now.
Huskar, I don't know. He just can't push out multiple lanes at once. And he also can't really solo kill that many people because they can just TP away. It's not easy for him, especially when he has to work with 2 lanes of racks against him. But still, they're winning all the team fights. And they've finally evened up the kill score, 32-32.
So what Cloud9's next move? It feels like they just are trying to continue to outmaneuver Ninjas in Pajamas squad, but Roshan has respawned. Smoke was used, although I think it missed Envy. Not sure if that was intended or not. As NIP are in the Roshan.
They have to throw it soon. If they thrown it with this, I think it's definitely possible for them to throw it with these 2 items.
With Aegis and Cheese. Oh, Husker bottom lane gets a solo kill on Zeus. Oh boy. Vada just, he was so good for such a long time, but now like 3 or 4 deaths in like last 10 minutes.
Caster's Curse. He could have just BKB TP.
Era though, he's isolated bottom lane. They TP and Envy and everything. That's a Hex coming into play from Phoenix.
That's a godlike streak.
You come in IP though, they want to fight this even with Husker down. The blink in call catches out Earthshaker. Big Daddy No-Tail taken out of the picture. Without a buyback as well, it seems like they want to push down this bottom lane.
Yeah, mid lane is up their hill. Top lane is about 2 screens away from the hill. And C9 looking to make the move into the base. There is no Huskar. Zeus is up in 30. They can BOT and try and take a fight without the Huskar. And bait out his buyback and then rinse and repeat. I think C9's in a very good position here, even though they did lose the Roche. Taking down Era was a good trade.
They're going to keep all these lanes pressed out. Look for more pickoffs using the Hex. They tried to go in on mid, but the boots of travel and the dive Hex from Phoenix didn't quite find the catch they were hoping for. But
I think they should fight. Era's down. This is a really good place, I would say, just because they're so far outside of the base that if Troll buys back, they can retreat. But now it's too far.
With a Zeus ulti, they want to go in on Seal Kid's Dazzle here. He's got Cheese here to help him out, but he gets hexed up. Won't get a chance to use it or any spells. The Glimpse back now on Envy. Locks him down in the Thunderdome. Axe goes in with a blink called BKB. Envy getting low. Oh, the dunk not successful. That's a 60-second cooldown, but it's still a kill on the Phantom line. So the egg will go off and Nip losing everyone. 5 heroes on the sidelines are going to have a respawn coming on Troll. Is BKB down though? Looks like he may be in some trouble. The dive forward from Bo3 and Limp barely escapes, but not for long. The Zeus will chase him down. Fata finding the kills to keep Cloud9 in an advantageous position. Era goes in forward. He's now in trouble. He's getting chain stumped up. The Echo Slam comes into play. The Hex there as well. They're chasing into the Fountain. Skywrath Mage and Zeus just getting kills all over the place. The problem is they've got no answer to Era without the PL. PL buys back. He's got the physical damage. Instead, he's going for the Mega Creeps. He says, okay, guys, I'll come help kill Era. Let's get the GG. Let's go for the throne after this. It's all over. NIP, run out of options, run out of buybacks. They'll use the Husker one, but they've got no answer to the split push and the constant pressure coming out of Cloud9.
GG. Cloud9 playing more to their style in that game. And Eternal Envy just split pushing non-stop, only coming to really opportune fights. And they gave up a lot of deaths, but they came home with a victory.
Yeah, it was very smooth play all from the early to mid game. It does feel like Cloud9 got a bit shakier towards the end where they were giving away as many deaths and bad team fights, which didn't seem entire. The one around where they popped the smoke seemed fine. Yeah, they lost 4 heroes, but that was the first lane of Racked. It was the team fights after that which they lost, which seemed like a bit over the top. That they didn't have to lose.
Do you think that if Envy hadn't gone for that first Rex, they would have lost that team fight?
If he was at that fight?
Yeah.
It seemed like there was a really awkward position for Cloud9 to take a fight because of how Phoenix got caught out.
Let's say like they actually want to take a fight instead of take a fight at a bad spot. Like if they retreated and then take a fight, I think they could have won that fight.
I think so. I mean, they need Envy at any fight they want to take against Husker because he's the only way they kill Husker. So, I mean, without a doubt, they're not going to win a fight without him. If
it was at that point that they had to diverge plans. It's like, okay, we either win fights with PL or we lose every single fight, but we take buildings. And, you know, Cloud9, it's pretty clear as to what decision they like to make. But, again, that's one way to deal with the Huskar. And Era, he tried his best.
Well, we have our 2 finalists, Cloud9 and Team Secret, one best of 3 away from coming out to Santa Monica to compete in the playoffs for the Red Bull Battlegrounds Dota 2. Join the likes of Team Malaysia, join the likes of Invictus Gaming, as well as Hellraisers. We're going to find out which of those 2 teams is going to make it out to Red Bull Battlegrounds. Follow all the action over at redbullbattlegrounds.com, but that best of 3 coming up after a quick break. Well, guys, Alliance vs. Cloud9. Game is underway. Let's hop ourselves into the draft. He's getting initiated on here. The Blade Fury damage, not quite enough on its own, but with the Treant lead seed, a couple more right clicks, they may be able to get this kill. One more punch. Mad gets your first blood. Okay, Fata now slowed down out of mana himself, but the buybacks come into play. Enigma wants back in. Rubik goes down to your Jakiro, but Satrol bringing down Ake. On the front lines goes Big Daddy No-Tail, has a stun available. Neek, we're going to get locked in place with that. Puts a third Alliance hero into the grave. Tier 3 going to go down to start things off. Fata still marching forward, trying to apply pressure here. The Omni Slash coming out just to troll Waller. That doesn't bounce any further. Loader lift up in the air. Any steal from Misery? Doesn't look like it. Gets the Earth Spike from earlier. Trying to turn and throw that one. Nice overgrowth from your Treant Protector. Does decent damage. There's your black hole we've been waiting for. Catches out 3. The damage from the Macropire not going to be enough to turn anything around. And it's looking grim for Alliance as Bo3 gets a triple kill. Cloud9 going to get a second lane of racks in the mid lane and even swing their attention towards the bottom lane. Sniper shows himself in the trees and that only leads to one thing, and that's going to be death of the poor little dwarf. The Psyblades bouncing on through to the Treant Protector, make it a team wipe as Alliance get taken out, and that's got to be GG. And then there were two. Just Cloud9 and Team Secret remain here in your Europe group stage for the Red Bull Battlegrounds Dota 2. Teams competing to make their way out here to Santa Monica for the playoffs, and ultimately the Warfield Theater in San Francisco for the best of 5 finals on May 10th. I'm Gods, he's Merlini, and we're getting to the end.
This final is a little bit more expected, I would say,
yes,
than the last one.
But two teams, they haven't actually met each other. Cloud9 had to make their road through the lower bracket after an early loss to NIP, but they got their revenge. And as far as how these two teams match up, it's been a kind of 50-50 back and forth, I feel, historically speaking. DAC, it was a 2-1 victory going Secret's way when they met in the bracket stage. Really close series. That was the kind of the classic Envy game, well, not the Envy game, the Cloud9 game when none of them had TPs and they got ratted to victory. That was the one game I always think of when I think Secret versus Cloud9.
I remember the Summit Qualifiers, not this one, but the last one where Secret just destroyed Cloud9 3-0.
Yeah.
And I remember before that in the group stage, that was when Envy's Terrorblade was really scary. Secret just completely owned Envy too. I don't know. When I think of it, it seems more Secret, at least the games that I casted and watched.
I think probably the numbers are more Secret favored there, but Cloud9 I think have shown they can go. DAC to me is where Cloud9 showed that Secret were considered the best team in Europe, but Cloud9 like, hey, we're on par with you guys, even though they lost that series.
I think
they should have won.
The problem with this series is that sometimes, Cloud9 can just straight up lose in the drafting phase, unfortunately, and often just sometimes just throw away the games by some mistakes here and there.
It doesn't feel like the same ever really happens with Puppy. He seems to always have at least a decent plan or read on his opponents.
Yeah. I agree.
But-
And it's like the Secret not having TPs to defend their base it's usually the other way around. They force the other team into that situation, even though Cloud9 is notoriously good at taking down buildings.
Yeah. As for Cloud9, Envy, the drafter, he seems to be doing well. I mean, like you say, their drafts can be a liability. He even says publicly he doesn't like drafting. So I feel like weekly there's a tweet saying, God damn it, I hate drafting. Like, can someone else draft or something? Still, he doesn't, and it's led Cloud9 to success over the last month or so. They've qualified for a lot of big events.
It just depends on how they want to play their game. If they want to play to what Envy wants to do, I think he should be drafting, right?
Yeah.
Because if they want to rat their way to victory and take it late game and do all these strange Cloud9 things, they have to have someone who's integral to their strategy drafting. And like Fada just does normal Fada things. I think his role is pretty clear-cut and normal as opposed to what most mid laners do. But Envy's and his role in the team is slightly different. And I think he has a better presence of mind as to where the team is going to go with the draft. So it is necessary that he drafts, and although he might not like it, it's necessary.
Yeah. The interesting thing about this matchup is I also feel the two teams have very different hero pools. Like the kind of picks Secret are playing, like you look at their mids, their Shadow Fiends, their Queen of Pains, complete polar opposite to what Cloud9 picked for Fata. Even for the offlane, Bone7's been playing Phoenix, Undying, Batrider. Zai will maybe play the Batrider just because it's so good, but outside of that, it feels like the players in all roles have very different hero pools.
Yeah, there's only a few overlaps, I would say. Maybe like, Juggernaut? Clock, Magnus, just very, very few.
Yeah, Magnus may be one of the bigger ones, but it does feel like both teams will have their heroes they want to go for. And, I mean, it makes the bans a bit easier because you're not worried about banning out your own heroes.
Check odds for this match.
Let me know what you think.
I would have to say 65-35 Secret.
Okay, I'd say there's a small winner bracket advantage. For those of you at home wondering, it's best of 3, but for game 1, Secret choose pick and side. For game 2, the loser of game 1 gets to choose pick or side, with the other team choosing the other option. And so on, and same for game 3 as well. So if you lose a game, the following game you have first pick or side. So game 1, Secret, bit of advantage with pick and side, but
71-29.
71-29.
So reasonable.
I'd say more, I'd say closer than that. But
yeah, I mean, Cloud9's shown some pretty good play in the last couple of games.
Yeah, pretty good. That's the thing to me. They've been pretty good, but they haven't been amazing. If they'd been perfect and just crushed NIP, I'd be like, yeah, this is a 60-40 series or 55-45, but Secret to me played the better day so far.
You know who hasn't been pretty good or amazing is Zai. Zai in the previous 2 games is...
Oh, boy. I don't want to know what his combined scores are between those 2 games.
If he steps it up, I think it'll actually be pretty easy win for Secret. Yeah. But he is just today's not his day. He has been widely regarded as one of the best offlaners, but I have not seen any of it today.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Now, before we get into the game, guys, I want to talk about some of the stuff going on over at RedBullBattlegrounds.com. We've been doing interactive polling for you guys, some iPower polls. I believe we have a leaderboards that we can check up on to see who's been winning the polls there. Nick G tweeted me. He said he just woke up late, so he missed out on competing here. Over 2,000 points, man. This has just been a blowout here today on the polls.
One too many points right there, buddy.
Yes, the dream was so close. And Andra in 9th place, one too few points. So a few players just not quite calculating some of their scores here to get onto the scoreboards. But you guys can play along. Head on over to RedBullBattlegrounds.com if you want to take part in the polling. Although today may be almost over, you can still have some fun there and take part in all that action. As well, if you're in San Francisco, come and take part in the San Jose LAN on May 9th, as well as the finals on May 10th. You can get a combined ticket for the 2 days, or you can come just for one or the other. You get to interact with the players, meet them, play some games with them if you're there for the LAN, and more importantly, check out the best of 5 finals on May 10th. And hey, there's a secret shop there if you like your Valve merchandise for Dota 2 as well. But here we go, guys. Cloud9 versus Team Secret. We're going to find out which team is actually going to be at that LAN, as well as finals, potentially the playoffs here in Santa Monica. Let's get things underway. So Team Secret, they coasted through the winner bracket. They come in with a slight winner bracket advantage, taking on Cloud9, who have had a rockier road through the lower bracket, but here they are. That's what matters. A best of 3. And they're going to be playing over on that Dire side to start things off. Secret choosing to have Radiant as well as first pick.
Night Stalker ban. Cloud9 had to have watched that other game. And I mean, it was pretty clear that Night Stalker was so instrumental to their victory that sometimes you just have to ban it.
Yeah.
As for Secret, banning out Fada's Beastmaster, pretty solid. Troll is actually a hero that they don't like to run that often. S4 can play it, but it's not his best hero. I would say not even anywhere close. He plays it well, but he plays all the other heroes very, very well. So I can see why they would want to ban that.
And it's been more Arteezy even playing the Troll the few times they have picked it, I think. There's been a few games where I've seen him just kind of rat to victory on Troll, which is not really like a traditional split push hero by any means. So what Puppey has in mind for the first pick. Sniper still there if Team Secret want to go for it, but as are some of the other top picks, say like the Queen of Pain, which has been banned out every game so far against him. By every game, I mean 2 best of ones. That's the thing. Secret has only played 2 best of ones today, so Cloud9 may be a bit more warmed up, having played that extra game or 2.
There's a lot of good heroes left. Zeus, I would say, is still pretty hot, just because Cloud9 likes it a lot. What else is good?
Sniper.
Yeah, Sniper, obviously, and as you said, Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain I would not expect to be first pick, though, when Sniper is still in the pool.
That's the thing. I think Secret also know Cloud9 aren't going to go for Queen of Pain. So if they want Queen of Pain, they can pick it second. Maybe risk it not getting banned out and go for a third or fourth pick Queen of Pain.
And there's Chen as well.
Well, we'll see if Cloud9 have their eyes set on that Chen, but imagine, I mean, Chen Sniper opening, that's probably a pretty happy Team Secret as far as what they can get. At the same time, Cloud9, we talk about these teams having different hero pools. Cloud9 are going to get the picks they want. They get the Phoenix to start things off.
Puppey does go for Silencer, though, so I think a lot of the teams have been over-relying on Troll to counter the Phoenix. Oh, man, this looks like a great Rubik and or Silencer game.
Oh, do you go for like the second pick Rubik?
I don't see why not. It's not that great as zoning out of Phoenix, I think, is a real big issue here, but I expect it to be banned out in the second phase if they don't want to take it right now. But both of those heroes are amazing versus Phoenix and Enigma.
Yeah. The other hero they may look to pick up if they worry about getting banned is the Queen of Pain still, because they can still run the Queen of Pain with the Sniper. They've done Arteezy on a kind of safe lane or off lane Sniper. It was kind of, it was off lane, but it was in a farming role, so maybe something they want to get their hands on, depending on how they feel Queen of Pain can fit this draft. But for now, Secret Puppey thinking things through here. The Enigma getting taken earlier than we've seen in the past. In the previous game, it was that third pick Enigma, I believe, third or fourth pick in the second stage. And the junglers in general, that's the one place where there is more overlap, with No-Tail as well as Puppey, both liking the Enigma, both liking the Chen. Typically, Cloud9 will not really prioritize in their first 2 picks, but possibly largely as a deny pick that they want to take this Enigma early.
He might also want to consider Zai's hero too. Zai is, Bat Rider I think is pretty decent here. Secret will go for the Chen for Puppey, skipping over those other supports.
Okay, so from here, what are we thinking as far as what Secret want to be doing with a Chen Sniper? Any big heroes that kind of come to mind that they want to add to their
it's a
arsenal?
very flexible draft. So, I mean, they can... It depends on how greedy Cloud9 wants to go. Again, Phoenix can get zoned out fairly easily, I would say, by decent... it has to be a very particular support, but still can be zoned out in a one-on-one situation. Enigma is most likely going to be jungling, so I think that Secret can focus on winning the lanes as well as getting farm on the Chen at the same time. But I think most importantly, they need to make sure that Zai is set up to succeed.
Yeah, so far today he hasn't been. Well, I feel like the Clockwork game, he kind of was doing fine until he just didn't hit any hook shots and fed away a few too many kills, but...
Yes. But he was also sacked in the safe lane, so
yeah.
I mean, you can say he wasn't set up to succeed, but he was given many opportunities for hook shots.
Now the Fata bans come into play. The Mag, Zeus taken out. Beastmaster already banned in the first ban stage, so your big 3 for Fata all taken out of play. And for Secret, if they want to run that safe lane Sniper, there's still plenty of good S4 heroes there. The Shadow Fiend still available with the Queen of Pain banned out, but we'll see what they have in mind. The other hero, I mean, talk about Zion securing his pick. Something we haven't seen today, or I don't know when the last time Secret ran this was the Broodmother.
Oh, yeah.
Against a jungle Enigma, you're going to have weak lanes. I feel like that's where Brood can really take advantage of the lane stage.
Brood. Brood has not been touched this tournament at all.
You know, at some point the teams forget about it, and then if Brood comes out, it's like, uh-oh.
That's
we just,
always
like,
how Brood is.
It's just that surprise factor of like, oh god, they just 4th or 5th picked a Brood, and we have no way of dealing with it, and just auto lose the game.
Great Orchid carrier versus the Phoenix, so you don't need a silence.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be good. I like the Brood.
Venge ban, though. I guess a ulti that can go through the Enigma. So they're kind of protecting the Enigma black hole here. The Vent Swap, which can cancel a BKB black hole. The Rubik Spell Steal. If Secret want, though, that they could go for the Silencer, but then it doesn't give them...
It's not a Kuro hero. Because they... actually, that's not true. Because Chen... They want one support that farms a lot and one that doesn't. And Chen... actually, Puppey usually farms a lot on the Chen. So that means that Kuro usually plays a very farm-independent support like Vengeful Spirit. And I think that Silencer could fit that bill. Still not sure what they're going for with this.
It's not a good zoning, like they have no lockdown, no stuns at that point, like from their support plus carry duo, I guess depending where Sniper's going to be headed.
Yeah, but they're almost positively going to be against a solo offlaner, right? So Phoenix is probably going to get zoned out by Silencer. I think it's good enough.
Yeah, they kind of know that now that the Enigma's being picked up as a jungler. They know it's going to be a solo support Rubik, Phoenix in the offlane.
Ooh, wow. Haven't seen that often.
Huh.
Bringing back some old picks. Centaur War Runner for old Zai.
That is kind of peculiar.
It is. What are the benefits of Centaur over the other heroes? Stampede obviously is the big one.
Stampede and run the hell away from a supernova if you're not killing it, I guess. That's potentially handy.
People generally don't kite supernova though.
Yeah.
Because like with a Phoenix, you have the option to place it wherever you want to, generally. So they just place it more and more aggressively if you so desire.
Well, it seems TA is the 4th hero of Fata after his Beastmaster Zeus Magnus, because Hard9 going to pick it up for him for the 2nd time today.
No Spirit Breaker. Or wait, what was it last time? They had a Rubik and a Shaker, I think, to kill the Sniper? With the TA?
Oh, again, with the TA. Not a Spirit Breaker. I think
it wasn't. It was a Rubik. Rubik and I forget the other one.
Was it Earthshaker?
Yeah, I think it was Shaker. Yeah, Rubik and Shaker.
Yeah, I think it was the No-Tail Earthshaker. Sounds right. This was a game that he was Enigma. You know, these games just blur together. There's your Brood! Oh, Secret! They've done it!
Good call.
Is Centaur going... S4 Centaur, I guess, for mid/safe... I think he's going safe lane and Arteezy's going to go mid on the Sniper.
People forget about the Brood, but not you, and not Puppey.
There's a few teams and players, like Zai, Ice, the two. Every time I see these guys, I'm just like...
Padrino.
Padrino.
Don't forget about Padrino.
Padrino, it's first pick Brood. Anytime Brood is in the pool, they first pick it.
That's rough. Now, what I think they might have to switch Phoenix to...
Phoenix versus Brood. Phoenix doesn't even win that matchup. It's just like a...
They might have to switch Phoenix to a different role.
And do Phoenix... What,
maybe like Phoenix safe lane, or sorry, Phoenix. I guess they might have run Phoenix off lane anyways. Phoenix
I think they have to do Phoenix off. Yeah, the Enigma's jungling, so.
What are the Brood counters? LC.
I don't think Envy wants to play LC.
Axe.
I don't think Envy wants to play Axe. What are the Envy heroes then? How many of them are good against Brood?
I don't know. There aren't that many good Brood counters. Sand King. See, they're not even banning out Axe counters. It's just banning out Envy heroes, which is smart because Envy's going to pick himself an Envy hero. Unless if he wants to play Axe, I'm sure Puppey's like, go right ahead. I don't really care.
I don't think he's worried. I guess, I mean, Envy's not a TA player. If that's true, I don't think he'd go the TA mid. The one thing they could do is send Phoenix like 1v1 against Brood. I don't think Phoenix will win that lane.
I don't think so.
But I guess just from the point of view, you try and just sense. Oh.
And Ember is okay.
Okay. Has very low base armor, but you imagine there'll be like a stout shield /
He needs levels, though. I don't know if he's going to be able to get levels. But he does counter him once he gets levels and or Battle Fury. Either or. But getting there is the hard part. Okay, last pick for Secret. Missing a Kuro hero. Probably want some lockdown unless they really want to rely on Centaur.
Skywrath looks good.
Silencer. I still think Silencer is really good here.
I think Skywrath is maybe a bit more aggressive as far as, like, if you want to be, like, your Brood's dom. Okay, Disruptor comes out. There's another Phoenix counter.
It's really good versus Phoenix. And okay versus Ember.
I think Silencer, the main issues I see with the heroes is kind of passive in the way it plays out. Like you have a Brood putting a lot of pressure on the off lane. Your Chen's ganking a lot or getting early creeps. Silencer doesn't really push or apply pressure well.
But that's what that Centaur is there for. They're having a safe lane farming Centaur.
That's
so
true.
I think you can forego some of the aggressiveness of your support because of the aggression that you put out from him. But regardless, will be a disruptor last pick.
The Static Storm this game going to be pretty handy against a lot of these heroes.
I haven't been excited to see a Brood in a while.
I really like Brood. Brood's actually one of my favorite heroes to watch play.
Yeah, it is so not fun to play against, but it is fun to watch.
Every pro Dota with Brood. I remember back around the TI2 era where Brood, everyone hated on Brood, like around when AUI was playing and stuff. I love watching any game with a Brood, and everyone, all the players and viewers hated it.
It's fun sometimes. It's fun when it's like this. It's like, okay, he hasn't been picked all tournament or banned, and then he's just picked up now and then when you completely slip up and don't pick that much AoE.
All right, well, we'll introduce our two teams and see how things will go here in Game 1 of our finals for Europe. It's going to be Team Secret on the Radiant side. They came through the winner bracket and have got themselves a pretty nice draft here in Game 1. Zai going to be playing that offlane Broodmother. Arteezy looks to be going mid on the Sniper. S4, the Centaur Warrunner. Puppy on the Chen, and that leaves finally Kuroki playing the Disruptor. He's doing some early scouting down bottom. We'll see Bo3 here. Bo3 with a ward, but seems to be getting denied the ability to plant that one.
Very important for them. Limit their farm, force Phoenix to try and soak XP somewhere else, and try and let the Brood succeed and thrive.
And Brood with this Cliff Web can also scout out that Envy is at the top lane, so he gets an idea of what's going on. On the Cloud9 side, we're going to introduce things here. Eternal Envy going to be playing your safe lane farming Ember Spirit. Fata going to be going mid lane on the Templar Assassin. It's going to be Misery on the Rubik. Bo3 on the Phoenix, and it leaves Big Daddy No-Tail on the Jungling Enigma. Going to do an early creep deny down at bottom lane. But for now, it looks like Bounty Rune's coming out, and Cloud9 want to go get this top one, but Zai is there and looking to snag it if possible.
Does Misery have any wards on him?
I don't... Okay, he's got 2 sentries. Both Bounty Runes go the way of Radiant side.
It's a nice start for old Broodmother.
Bone7 got really low off that. Kuro with the Thunderstrike level 1.
Was... Phoenix doesn't have boots, does he?
Yeah. No, it hit Tengo salves, and...
That's rough. It's a rough lane.
Forced to salve up already. At least you can get back in time. We'll get this lane pulled back a bit by the Eidolons, and the Eidolons even doing that creep block slightly for him. But guys, here we go. Your finals of your Red Bull Battlegrounds. Be sure to let people know on Twitter using the hashtag Battlegrounds, and you can tweet using @RedBullEsports as well. But right now, things getting underway. It's going to be a Sniper versus TA matchup in mid lane. We saw this matchup earlier today. Yeah. Go ahead.
He's like playing up really close to the creeps, and he wants the TA. If he ever wants to attack him, he wants him to be right next to the creeps to burn the refraction charges. And then if he does that, he just chases him down with shrapnel. So Arteezy is one of the best mid laners, and he's also very familiar on how to play against a TA. And like last time that we saw the matchup, it wasn't... Oh my goodness.
This is maybe a kill on Fatih. If Arteezy can cut him around, the tornado damage is pesky. Not going to be enough, it looks like. Arteezy got a bit too low.
No salve, but he's not scared.
I think he's got something coming. Yeah, there we go. He's prepared for this moment.
It's an Enigma anyways. Like, Enigmas typically don't rotate before 6. It's very unusual in today's game.
Yeah, Fata did bring out additional Tangos, but that's not going to cut it, it looks like. He's now getting zoned out of this mid lane.
Yeah, he went for a greedy build.
Meanwhile, bottom river, Bone7 forced to dive out. Kuro and Puppy almost bring him down. Unfortunately, Puppy just level 1, and his creep helping out the mid lane. I think so, yeah. He's got 1 big camp double stack, and that's about it. Top lane, Brood. How's our Brood Mama doing? Zai, just a few last hits here and there, but seems to be pretty on top of this lane. Has a sentry still in hand if he wants to deward the lane sentry, but until he feels like he really needs it, probably won't be looking to do so. Poor man's shield on Envy. This, I feel, is like essential against the Spiderlings. Otherwise, as soon as there's like 6 or 7 Spiderlings, you're going down.
Especially with his armor. I mean,
yeah.
Ember is notoriously low armor for an agility hero.
Well, Ring of Protection and the Poor Man's Shield to try and make up for that. So we'll see how he does at the top lane. Just 6 CS. He's actually getting outlast hit by the Brood. So this is not exactly a lane going well for him. Meanwhile, mid lane, Fata getting low as well. Arteezy going to throw the shrapnel. Wants to commit to this kill. Rubik TPing in. Whoa! Arteezy says, where was my... Headshot proc.
Wow.
First blood goes Misery's way. No headshots onto Fata. If he got one, that's a kill.
That would have been worth it had he gotten the kill.
Yeah.
Obviously not worth it now.
It was like, what, 3 hits in a row without a headshot? At least 2, I think, but... Nice TP. He saw the TP, could have backed off, but he was all in on that kill and didn't manage to come out on top.
Yeah, maybe he could have placed the shrapnel slightly better, but yeah, it's pretty bad RNG to not get that. Well, now things are a lot rougher for Sniper.
He's still got like the CS edge here, and Fata didn't actually get golden XP for that kill, I don't believe. Maybe got XP. He's actually ahead on XP, so I think he may have got XP, but didn't really get much money out of it.
Yeah, it's nighttime coming up soon, though, and Misery loves to roam, so he could share the same fate as our last Sniper if he's not careful.
See how. Problem is, this leaves Envy in a 1v1, which I feel like is not exactly favorable for him. He's lost his sentry ward for the lane, and Brood going to start stockpiling Spiderlings fairly soon. So Misery now TPing down bottom. Looks like he's going to be in charge of stopping the push coming out from Secret, just using that Fade Bolt to pull away the creep wave if needed. So no rotations from Misery here. He's
Isn't that Phoenix's job, though?
What is Phoenix up to? It looks like he's going to...
He was around checking the rune, but I mean, you need your Rubik to do a couple of things. Firstly, help out the TA. Secondly, help out the Ember. And thirdly, try and look for opportunities for kills. And I think soaking up XP is pretty low on that priority, especially when Phoenix is already in the lane. And I mean, Envy could get dove right now, especially with no TP up on Rubik. This is a very dangerous time for him.
There's a lot of Spiderlings for Zai. Seems like he's going to just prioritize his farm more than anything. Sends him into the jungle. He can either win the lane getting aggressive, going for kills, but then at that he risks kind of getting picked off, or he can just go for this jungle play and out-farm anyone on the Dire side. S4 with an Invis rune. Doesn't look like he'll be able to latch onto anything in this mid lane. Does free up that bottom lane for a little bit with Kuro taking a few CS here and there. It was scouted out the bottom rune that it was picked up and was a Invis rune for your Centaur.
Brood still dominating the CS chart at 30.
Yeah. And Envy with 22, but I imagine some of that is Spiderlings, which aren't giving you quite as much money. Level-wise, both teams doing decently well. The level 6 is coming out earlier on Team Secret, though, and now Envy, with an early bottle, is trying to do what he can as far as bring down some Spiderlings. Zai micros them to the side, searing chains, just under the creep wave here. Envy just wants his level 6. I imagine soon we'll just see him like TPing home to just refill this bottle as needed even, just to keep himself sustained in the lane.
Yeah, Ember's actually doing very well.
Yeah.
I would say. His net worth is suffering a bit.
He's still... Brood is... It's more just like Brood is farming at a ridiculous pace. Ember Spirit with... It's not like safe lane free farm speed, but it's decent speed. TZ now in trouble. Here comes the smoke gank from the side. They don't get the telekinesis right away. There is going to be a Midnight Pulse Black Hole available if they want to go for it. 2 heroes caught inside of that puppy as well as Arteezy. Both going to go down. Immediate buyback from your sniper. He wants some counter kills. Fata is going to be the target. Assassinate available, and Fata gets sniped. Looking for a second on Big Daddy No Tail. There's 2 heroes down for Cloud9. About to become a third if they can get No Tail's Enigma. And it's a good buyback from Arteezy. Wow. He gets a double kill. What a
crazy
call.
Good buyback.
That is, I mean, that cost him absolutely nothing as well.
Wow, that's just something that you don't see.
Cost him like 300 gold, and he easily makes that back with a double kill.
Very sick buyback. Good positioning by Puppy, too. I think he expected a gank coming. Misery.
This is...
That's a lot of
Without a TP, yeah. Spiders can get the solo kill here, but he'll nuke him down. Envy out of the lane temporarily, and during that time, Misery goes down. You just can't come to this lane, even hiding in the trees.
He's usually all about that efficiency.
Yeah, it looks like he walked back. I'm not sure what happened there. Triple Fire Remnant gets some Spiderlings. Well, there's your efficiency. Gets about 100 gold.
Worth. Is it? Yeah.
Probably.
Good enough.
I mean, all he's doing is farming this game. He doesn't want to use... It's only not worth if he dies because his Fire Remnant's on cooldown in the next 20 seconds. Speaking of efficiency, No Tail in this jungle. He's level 7 and doing a lot to just keep his farm going, chopping down trees, getting good stacks happening, and it's been, for the most part, a pretty good Enigma jungle, but...
Look at TA's farm relative to Arteezy. Even Arteezy with the buyback still about 1,000 gold ahead of Templar Assassin, which is no small feat considering that TA only has 2,000.
The early game laning advantage, you can really see it coming into play here. The Shrapnel going to lead things off. Puppy trying to go in. The glimpse back into the Centaur stuns. Kinetic field there as well. The Stampede now used, and Fata dies again. the TA's woes continue. Meanwhile, top lane Brood kills off your Rubik once more. Oh boy. Envy may be the target. As soon as his Flame Guard wears off, he has to be very cautious.
This is a completely different playstyle than what we saw Alliance with the Sniper. And they kind of just let... Pycat got one kill and then it's like, okay, we're going to leave him alone.
Zai's going in for this kill. The Fire Emblem is going to come out to try to bring down the Spiderlings, but...
He still has bottle charges.
Okay, he has no Flame Guard is the big problem, but Zai chasing him down and doesn't look like he'll get the kill. Need another nuke and didn't have the mana for it. Mid lane, though. Arteezy killed off the Phoenix.
That's unfortunate that he didn't... the chains didn't hit the Spiderlings. I think if the chains hit the Spiderlings...
Brood can get that kill.
Yeah.
Doesn't have the slow... I didn't have the mana. I don't know if his Soul Ring was up, but...
I mean, he could just chase him down.
Yeah.
I think right-click with Spiderlings taking tower. Anyways.
They got towers. Cloud9 just losing ground everywhere on the map at this point.
Such good early game presence from Puppey on his Chen. He is probably the best Chen at balancing farming and fighting, I would say. Maybe sometimes he farms a little bit too much, but this game I think he's been spot on with being in the mid lane to protect the Sniper as well as kill the TA.
Oh, they've got the glimpse back. Pulls in Misery, but...
And Misery's been playing very reactively, right? He's been having to help out the Sniper in the mid lane, help out the Phoenix in the bottom lane, as opposed to what he normally does, which is running around and set up kills with telekinesis.
Yep.
And trying to react to the Brood push on top, dying twice already. So, I mean, the Rubik is just not working out for Misery. Not in this early game.
On Secret, just going from tower to tower at this point, using the Chen to great effect. Envy looking to engage at bottom lane with the Searing Chains, but he walks into a Static Storm. May need to be glimpsed back in if they want to try and kill him off, and doesn't look like they'll get him. They actually sent back the Sniper to be on the safe side, but Ember Spirit off the top lane means Zai can just do whatever he wants up there. Big Daddy No-Tail will come in on the Enigma, but doesn't look like he's going to have the best time as well against this Broodling.
Look at the net worth. I mean, the 3 Radiant heroes are just supremely overfarmed. And looking at S4, Blink Dagger online. And how are you supposed to deal with this as an underfarmed C9? Ember is still trying to fend off the Broodling push on top lane. Templar Assassin doesn't even have upgraded boots.
Normally you get to the 10-minute stage and there's one hero on the opposing team who's gotten a lot out of the early game lanes and is hard to deal with. At this point there is 3 heroes who are hard to deal with. Brood, Sniper, and Centaur. No answer for the Centaur Blink, no answer for the Brood, really. And even the Sniper doesn't seem to have an answer for him. TA goes down with the Spiderlings burning the Refraction. Envy needs to be careful. His Fire Unit moving oh so slowly with the Spiderlings slow. He will get out of there, but Zai's chasing on through. They get the vision for the glimpse. They're going to pull back in Misery, and with that, Rubik brought down. Brood gets another kill. Top tier 2 tower, there's a dive underneath it, and that's a 3rd kill for Cloud9. Centaur Warrunner comes into play.
Just an early massacre by Secret. I mean, the Broodlings are just too much. They even provide vision for the glimpse so they can turn 1 kill into 2, and they just keep stacking on top of each other. And 10 kills for Secret in 10 minutes time.
Oh, this is, it's going to be ugly, but we'll take a look. Almost 10,000 gold lead for Team Secret at just 11 minutes into this game.
Blink Dagger up on Arteezy yet again, going for the unusual build, but he makes it work.
Yep. And Cloud9, it's not like they got super greedy with this. I guess the second pick Enigma is kind of greedy, but it's more they got caught by surprise by the Brood. And also just the TA pick for mid just doesn't really suit a game with a Brood in as well. It's almost like the limited hero pool of Fata gave Cloud9 some problems here. If they had something more like a Shadow Fiend, I feel like they'd be in a much better position.
And Secret like to play with finesse. With the Blink Dagger to run around a kite, like they're waiting for Disruptor or waiting for Ember to go in so they can just kill him with Static Storm. And you know, they don't really like to BKB brute force like a lot of other teams.
Looks like C9's comeback Roshan is now the order of business. Stampede towards bottom lane, though they want Misery first. He steals the Stampede before the stun hits, but he dies anyways. And they cancel Roshan. They're going bottom lane. They want to fight Secret. Arteezy TP's out before the egg can hit him. Black Hole comes in. Only catches 1 and he's sent back. Puppey saves S4. Sick plays coming out from Secret. And while all this is going on, Brood pushing the top lane. They get a kill on the Rubik. They get out. They force plenty of rotations. Create space for Zai. That's just not what Cloud9 were hoping for. Fata as well as No-Tail was smoked up to try sneak a Roche. It looks like they'll still go in for Roche, but...
They're already headed there. Look at Sniper. He's maybe
Oh,
poison
boy.
position to throw down a shrapnel, and Fada is not farmed. He still does not have upgraded boots, opting for the Aquila instead, and their T3 is under siege.
They're going for Roshan while their tier 3 may just go down here. Misery brought down inside his own base. Envy shows up. He's going to be the lone defender.
Classic Cloud9.
Fire Remnant forward. Disruptors there. Static Storm and Envy. You may just be trapped in place here. Assassinate there as well. Envy, does he have a Fire Remnant out? He goes to the side. Not going to make it. Shrapnel chases him. Roshan is slowly going down. They don't even have the Eidolons. He didn't get the resummon on them.
I mean, it's pretty clear that they're doing something strange just because so much action is going around our T3. There's only 2 heroes, but they don't care.
Exactly. Aegis is not going to do anything for Cloud9. The main thing about Roshan is the gold boost, I feel, at this point. If you kill TA once, you're probably killing TA twice. Brood has 9,000 net worth, doubling up any of your C9 core heroes. It's getting embarrassing.
What does he have? Is that Orchid?
Dagon maybe? SMY? Oh, wow. He normally goes for the Dagon, but this is more aggressive coming out from Zai.
I think the Orchid would have been really good. I guess they don't really need it, but it's just almost guaranteed kill on Ember as well as Phoenix.
Ember just not a hero that wants to go for like a Manta or BKB, typically speaking.
Yeah, he wants Battle Fury.
Where is Envy's farm right now? He hasn't picked up anything. No one has farm. What are we talking about?
No.
Enigma with a mech, maybe? Yeah, Enigma with a mech is the only real item on the Cloud9 team right now. Everything else is just little kitty toys.
Here they go. They want to fight bottom. There is no Ember Spirit, but they do have Aegis. They do have Black Hole. I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Underneath is S4. He's going to walk over near this trap, and I think he sees it with the tower detection. Says, let's get out of this one. They're pushing their 5-manning. Zai can do a lot top. Envy goes in. Even with the triple fire on it, it doesn't even do enough damage to kill off the big spiderlings. Well, just pulls him back. Once he has if he levels up his ulti, I think that 450 damage will be just enough to kill off the spiderlings if he wants to use triple remnants, but this is just not looking good for C9. They managed to get their first tower of the game, but they're losing so much elsewhere on the map, and there's deep wards being planted by Secret, so even if whether they get this tier 2 tower or not, they've managed to use the map control to their advantage to take control of the map. Chen gets a mech now, and looks like Arteezy just happy to sit back and chip away at this tier 2 mid tower.
Free tower. No one in sight. They have to know they have a ward, though, because he didn't drop a shrapnel.
Yeah.
So
something's giving vision of the tier 2. All right, well, Envy now 1,400 gold. Nothing to write home about, that's for sure. And they're just sticking around the dire side of the map. Kuro looking for that base ward, and will get one down, and I think he does so undetected, so giving a lot of intel. Secret, you know they're playing aggressive when you just look at where their 3 wards are right now.
Bottom lane, trying to get a kill on Puppey.
Doesn't look like that's happening. He uses the mech here, but top lane, that's where your tier 3 tower's under siege. You've got to get back and defend if you're Cloud9. TP gets scouted out, Bone7, right next to this observer ward, and I guess the push is going to be slowed down. That annoying minus damage here. It's Bone7 getting hit by the assassinate. I think he pings things out saying there's a ward somewhere here, but
yeah, I don't know if that assassinate was worth it, especially since he has Tranquils running.
Revealing that ward here seems not value. If he did so, there was pings coming out, so I assume that was a, hey, get some sentries and take this ward out. That was a fresh ward as well. Not worth it if it does get dewarded because of it.
Half damage on the T3 tower on top, and more importantly, kind of draws C9 into where Secret wants to go. Secret, they don't like to be at a time where like, okay, we have to back down because they're putting some pressure. Fada.
He may have an Aegis, but they may just look to kill him twice. Fada going to go down to 1 or 2 more right clicks. They've refocused their attention on the Supernova, but Arteezy quickly realizes
the Stampede and run.
Cannot fight. Yeah, Stampede and run. That was not a fight they're going to win. Well-placed Fire Spirits from Bone7, but they mech back up, and Arteezy may or less just go right back down the mid lane and keep on pushing, farming, and looking to fight Cloud9. 13 kills to 4 now. The gold graph still leaning upwards, up to about 14,000 now for Team Secret. Sentry Ward S4 maybe the casualty here. Doesn't realize that initially until too late, but not enough damage output to bring him down as No Tail. Gets glimpsed back a short distance here. Envy now wants to go in, but goes flying into a Static Storm, and he's trapped inside this. That's going to be a kill, or is it one more right click? Disruptor Right-clicks him down, and No Tail now, with the Spiderling army coming into him, he needs to be a bit careful, though. Phoenix will send through some Fire Spirits and a dive, give himself some nice money. Woo! He's making bank there, but even so, this is still very, very tough for Cloud9, losing Rubik and Ember Spirit.
I mean, Kuro has been so good this entire series, though. His Night Stalker, his Disruptor play, just completely countering Envy. Anytime you want to Remnant in, boom, Static Storm, Kinetic Field, and he almost died the first time. This time, took a spill.
It seems Secret is going to swing their attention once more towards the top lane. This tier 3 tower just slowly getting lower and lower, and Arteezy with Mask of Madness. And just throw Assassinates out kind of willy-nilly. They glimpse Big Daddy No Tail back in. No black hole opportunity for you. Also, the Phoenix walked into that one, and they get out of the Midnight Pulse and can just chip away at this tier 3 without a glyph available. Things looking very grim for Cloud9.
Easy T3, beaten on the racks right now. Arteezy doesn't have that many items, but it doesn't matter. Cloud9 does not have the force to cope with his Chen army, this over-farmed Spider.
That's a lane of racks, 18 minutes in. It's just GG.
Yeah, it's...
Team Secret tap out.
They got brooded.
Oh, it's Team Cloud9 tap out. Secret, take it, 1-0. Yeah, brooded.
Yes, that's the thing. Cloud9 just have the potential to just get completely outdrafted, and that was... I mean, of course Secret played well, but that was all set up by the excellent draft, the poor Ember. I would say Ember's just not that great of a brood counter. He can't handle the lane alone. You need someone who can do something alone, or else your other lane's going to get crushed. Rubik tried to help, but simply Misery could not do anything besides feed.
Perhaps the lack of versatility showing. I mean, not being able to go for a Legion Commander or an Axe to lane against the Brood. Fata also forced into a TA, perhaps. Like, not. I mean, it seems like one of Fata's more comfortable heroes, but it didn't feel like a very good hero for that game against Sniper, against Brood ultimately.
They just needed something else for Envy. And I mean, I know he likes the hard late gamers, but you can't always do that.
Well, with that, Secret get a 1-0 lead here at the Red Bull Battlegrounds Europe Group Stage Finals. They're one game away from cinching their ticket to the playoffs here in Santa Monica, the Red Bull Esports Studios. Guys, you're watching the Red Bull Battlegrounds Dota 2. Stay tuned. Game is underway, guys. Let's get things going. Ninjas in pajamas taking on Cloud9.
Roche into a kill, into a tower, and then they still have a few minutes left.
Fata bottom lane will get off the Zeus ulti. Can he finish off Handskin? Will do so. It's a PL illusion actually getting the kill. Limp in the front line. He's going to get punished though. Fata now alive in the sidelines, and Silkid may not have an escape plan. Oh, Blink Call misses as Envy scattered out. Now he may get glimpsed back. Will do so. Gonna turn and fight. He wants Handskin, and is the damage there to bring him down fast enough? Envy, one more Lance comes out, and one more Doppelganger as well. They don't know which one's real. Envy goes north. Now he gets stuck by the second Zeus ulti. Locks him down in the Thunderdome. Axe goes in with a Blink Call BKB. Envy getting low. Oh, the dunk not successful. That's a 60-second cooldown, but it's still a kill on the Phantom line. So the egg will go off, and Nip losing everyone. 5 heroes on the sidelines are going to have a respawn coming on Troll. Is BKB down though? Looks like he may be in some trouble. The dive forward from Bone7, and Limp barely escapes, but not for long. The Zeus will chase him down. Fata finding the kills to keep Cloud9 in an advantageous position. Era goes in forward. He's now in trouble. He's getting chain stunned up. The Echo Slam comes into play. The Hex there as well. They're chasing into the Fountain. Skywrath Mage and Zeus just getting kills all over the place. The problem is they've got no answer to Arrow without the PL. PL buys back. He's got the physical damage. Instead, he's going for the Mega Creeps. He says, okay, guys, I'll come help kill Arrow. Let's get the GG. Let's go for the throne after this. It's all over. NIP, run out of options, run out of buyback. They'll use the Husker one, but they've got no answer to the split push and the constant pressure coming out of Cloud9. GG. And here we are, Game 2 of your finals for Europe group stage here at Red Bull Battlegrounds. Dota 2, Secret taking on Cloud9. And so far, Ben, it's been Secret dominance throughout this today.
Outdraft, outplayed.
Yeah.
And C9 need to pull out something special.
Absolutely. I mean, it's talked a lot about the NV drafts. They've been kind of a bit hit or miss at times for the most part. Cloud9 at least making their way through the finals. But that time, I don't know if it was so much a bad... I mean, okay, they got outdrafted, but it was more the Brood surprise than anything. But
yeah.
You've always got to be ready for it, especially you know it's in Zai's hero pool. So.
And what's sad is it was also picked 4th.
Yep.
And Cloud9 could have responded with one more pick of their own to try and shore up their Brood weaknesses, but just, yeah, not versatile enough, as you said.
Well, guys, before we go into our last game, we take one last look at the leaderboards from the iPowwow voting that's been going on over at RedBullBattlegrounds.com. Not much has changed, it looks like, as it's still Luke B in top. And, well, with that said, you guys can play along over at RedBullBattlegrounds.com if you want to take part in some of the interactive polling going on around the event, as well as about the teams and some random trivia. Also, you can find out information about the Red Bull Battlegrounds Dota 2 event there, whether it's be tickets you want to come to the LAN finals. In May, there's a the Seattle LAN is now being taken into the San Jose LAN on May 9th, followed up by the Warfield Theater Finals Best of 5 on May 10th. So you can find out all your information about that. You can meet and greet the players, get your autographs, and perhaps interact with some of them there in San Francisco, May 9th as well as May 10th. But right now, guys, Cloud9 versus Team Secret. The finals is underway, and we're going to see if Cloud9 can bounce back, take Game 2. Draft is underway. So we'll see this time around. Cloud9 have first pick and respect ban. Done. We don't want to deal with Brood. That's a hero that shouldn't be in Dota 2, they're saying.
They could have banned a second phase. I guess Envy doesn't want to have any chance of forgetting about it.
Yeah, just in case. You're more than happy to leave the pool a bit more open when you have first pick as well, I feel. Just because you kind of control how things will go down. Unless there's like 3 top-tier picks left and you've got to take one and give away 2. But the teams don't have much overlap in their picks, so that's where you have more complete control when you have first pick.
Yeah, I mean, clearly Sniper still left the pool, and Cloud9 would be, I would say, fools not to take it and give it into the hands of Secret. But Secret obviously see it coming, respond with 2 quick pickups. The Chen, which is Puppy has had so much success with recently, and the Queen of Pain, which most teams banned out in the first phase, sometimes in the second. This time, Secret will snag it right up.
Okay, so first time today we get to see the Queen of Pain for Team Secret, and pretty good against Sniper. Bounty Hunter, Cloud9.
Cloud9 special.
All right.
The anti-Chen.
We're looking to cause Chen some problems with this one. Goes back to like the Pylai die days of support Bounty Hunter, but they've even run it once since then, I think, over the past couple of weeks. So,
is it something that you want to reveal that early?
It's not going to get banned out, most likely.
Yes, but I don't know whether Cloud9, they're just like, okay, screw you, Chen, we're going to show our hand right now. Or, I mean, they could even dump it into the offlane if they really wanted to.
I don't think it reveals like what you're going to do with the Bounty Hunter, but at the same time, you see the Bounty Hunter, it's like Secret's not like, okay, now we've got to counter.
Well, it's like they don't want to pick 2 vulnerable lanes that can be ganked by a Bounty Hunter, right? Like they're going to pick heroes that, okay, if the extra Janata from a Windwalk and a Shuriken Toss is going to be too much, then we might not want to pick it.
Yeah. I mean, they've already kind of committed to the Sniper mid, I guess. So if Bounty Hunter is chasing around the Chen in the Radiant jungle, there's always the Sniper mid to gank, assuming he's going mid lane. But we'll see. Possibly just not wanting to reveal the other picks which were coming out from their team fight and whatever it may be.
So what are the other Sniper counters? We've seen Spirit Breaker met with mixed results.
Yep.
Clockwork's been always banned out when Snipers pick first phase. And then what else have we seen?
Storm Spirit, perhaps?
Yeah, Storm Spirit, but Storm Spirit has not been popular in the Europe region.
Yeah. Every now and then it's coming. I don't know if I think I've seen Secret once do a Queen of Pain plus Storm Spirit where Arteezy played a safe lane Storm, so is a possibility. And Storm works really nicely with the Chen send back if you want to use all your mana to engage while the Test of Faith sends you back home. You can kind of fully commit for a kill and not worry about running out of mana. So I kind of like the Storm Spirit synergy with the Chen there. If you're running a Storm Queen of Pain, your late game maybe falls off a little bit. That's where you'd want to give Zai at least a somewhat decent farming hero for the offlane.
Jeez, Cloud9's really scared. Most people would not care about a SF pick when there's Sniper on your side. But Cloud9 showing Secret a lot of respect with the first ban Brood as well as the second phase ban Shadow Fiend.
Yep.
And clearly not expecting a Queen of Pain in the mid lane. Although, I mean, Secret switch it up often, right?
They've even run Zai on an offlane Queen of Pain before, so we could see all sorts of lanes come out from Secret. Another thing they do from time to time is the Drow Ranger. That's a hero which the Queen of Pain gets a lot of benefit from with the True Shot aura.
That's true.
If they want to do like a Drow strategy. I think it was banned out last game in the second stage. Yes. It's been banned out a few games against Secret as a second stage ban. So maybe something that will be available this time that they consider as the Undying ban comes out. So Cloud9 won't be having potential Bone 7 hero, but something Secret may be worried about is going to be the lane stage. They're going to have a Chen in the jungle, maybe feeling like their safe lane is going to be a bit vulnerable. And that's where we're saying if you are going for a Drow Ranger, that is a slightly weak lane if you do get pressured by kind of like a dual lane step, like an Undying Jakiro type lane or an Undying plus Phoenix type lane. So Secret, now they've got to start revealing a bit more about what they have in mind. Or maybe they just pick up a support. Get like the Kuro hero to go with the Chen, since it's going to be that hard support 5 position hero, the Rubik, the Disruptor.
Or Zai's hero. Batrider, perhaps.
Oh yeah, Batrider's still in the pool and still pretty fantastic here.
Or they might want more push, as you mentioned, since they do have the Chen.
I think that's where Cloud9 were maybe scared of the Shadow Fiend somewhat. It's really good in that like 20-minute 5-man, let's take towers and push with the Chen. Like the Death Ball we've seen from some of the teams. Na'Vi did it a bit yesterday with like a Shadow Fiend Chen, where they didn't seem to have like a really strong pushing draft, but you put a Shadow Fiend there with just like a mech, BKB, and Chen there with his big creep army. Things can get awfully tricky. The other hero Na'Vi ran that strat, which maybe Secret would consider as the Lycan, something Arteezy's played quite a bit of. Lycan's good against Sniper, as far as being able to shapeshift and just chase him down, but Seems PA.
So Secret are going with the high mobility strat. I was questioning whether or not they might run like an anti-mage, but PA is also good with the blinkers. The heroes that they banned out are heroes that are really bad to blink into. Zeus and Undying. So I think that they're just trying to close the gap with a sniper. Clockwork would have been decent for the strat too, but Queen of Pain and Phantom Assassin also work very, very well. So this is their game plan versus sniper, or so as it seems thus far.
Well, part deny pick, part Fata pick.
I mean, I would say Magnus is pretty tough to play against a Queen of Pain. And I think they would try and match it, but even later on, like if Queen of Pain gets a Shadow Strike on Magnus, it is so difficult to land that RP.
Well, I'm probably feeling like if Secret got the Magnus with the PA, they're in a lot of trouble, because they could still fit that into their draft if they wanted to run it in the off lane. And well, now Secret, they may not have the Magnus, but they've got a laning stage advantage with the Queen of Pain versus Magnus matchup.
To be honest, I think they could run the Centaur again, although I don't know if Zai plays it that often, but they don't. I mean, they have a lot of some slows with the Skewer and the Janata and the Shrapnel, but if you can just run past all that with the Blink Strikes, with the Stampede, you can just destroy the Sniper.
Okay, possibilities here. Secret going to go for the Bane for now, so there's your hard support. An interesting one at that. I quite like Bane against the annoying roaming bounty hunter, because if you ever catch him out with a Nightmare, it gives a lot of time for your carry or your mid to rotate over and finish him off. He does seem like a decent support to have against that bounty.
It's going to be hard to channel grips, though.
Yeah, there's a lot to cancel that one on the Cloud9 side. So Secret still need that offlane pick for Zai, but a player who's very, very versatile for the most part.
Cloud9 still looking for a secondary support, as well as, okay, well, Phoenix. Cloud9 have, I think, picked Phoenix up every single time that it's been available.
Yeah, it's the first time. They've made it go later into the draft this time around, but still going to be, once again, Cloud9 kind of gives them this. It's weird because they pick these teamfight heroes like the Phoenix and the Magnus, but they don't often fight as 5 unless it's like they're trying to counter a Roshan or something. It's normally fight as 4 while Envy's off getting his farm on. We'll see how Secret respond. I don't think it's like a pick that necessarily requires a response, but at the same time, Secret do not have good ways of dealing with the Supernova, since PA is not your ideal hero for bringing down the egg.
Yeah, Quap's okay if she gets a lot of farm, or if she gets an Orchid, but yeah, typically not your Phoenix counter, as you mentioned. Maybe a sick grip as he's flying in.
As Centaur ban, so worried maybe about another Centaur coming out from Secret.
Yeah, I thought Centaur would have been great for
synergizes really nicely with the Bane pick, so okay, Secret. And that's the thing is, they could still consider someone like Queen of Pain being an offlaner if they want to pick up a mid, but I don't imagine that's going to be the case for Secret.
They don't have that many ways to just hard stop a Magnus ultimate as well as stop a Phoenix egg. They have ways to like kite them around, but hard disables are what? Fiend's Grip, Chen creeps, and that's it. So,
and Rubik, there we go. More hard disable and
great versus Magnus.
Yeah,
if you can play it well.
Oh yeah, great versus Magnus.
We don't really have too many doubts about.
Telekinesis good against the Phoenix dive. You can cancel that with a bit of practice, and Kuro will have no problems dealing with that.
But is that a solo off lane?
Wait, hold on a second. They got Bane, Rubik, and Chen. Yeah,
we're not exactly sure who will be playing the Rubik here.
I imagine it's offlane more so than... I don't think Bane can really offlane. We've seen a few teams like Empire come to mind with Yoki playing offlane Rubik.
It's not completely out of the question. It's definitely more viable than offlane Bane.
Yeah.
But we're not exactly sure what they're going to run here. Still an unusual pickup for Secret.
Let's go back to the old Na'Vi days, the Dendi solo mid Rubik.
A lot of good spells to steal.
Yeah. Not exactly a great lane for Rubik against Magnus, though. I feel like that's just like giving Magnus a free, easy lane where you're not really contesting him at that point. So,
Bold's the term.
I guess just confident that the PA and the Queen of Pain is going to be enough firepower. You just get that big team fighter and playmaker for Zai for the offlane, be it the Rubik or someone like the Bane. So Cloud9's last pick coming up. Presume it's going to be the Fata Magnus, Envy probably on the Sniper. And we'll have to see. It does feel like they just need that stable support with some good lockdown. Because right now it's just really the Magnus with Skewer and RP as far as control go. And there you go. There's your zoning support. Scarith Mage gets picked up as Cloud9 complete their draft. Not the best setup for a Mystic Flare this game outside of the RP, though. And that's something with a long cooldown, so Misery will have to be...
Phoenix ultimate.
That doesn't lock him in place. The dive's slow. Shrapnel Mystic Flare.
They get stunned by Phoenix ultimate.
Okay. Right, not the longest. Pretty good stun.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long shot, but
Yeah.
it's just what Misery likes. The aggressive ones that can do a lot of damage and a lot of burst if left alone and exert some early game presence. Unfortunately, last game, he wasn't able to do anything because of the Brood. This game, hopefully, he can get some kills.
All right, well, here we go. Cloud9 need to win this game to stay alive in the Red Bull Battlegrounds Dota 2, but it's Team Secret up 1-0, just a win away from clinching their spot here at the playoffs. They'll join us here at the Red Bull Esports Studio in Santa Monica. And with a pretty strong draft, as far as their players and having kind of signature heroes go, this is it for Secret. You've got the S4 Queen of Pain. They played a best of 5 against Virtus Pro or Aces Polo at the time the other day. He played Queen of Pain all 5 games. Puppy on Chen, Arteezy on PA. Zai, probably the only player. Zai and Kuro, neither, I guess not on signature heroes with the Rubik going to Zai, but heroes that Secret are going to be very confident on.
Man, Rubik offlane is so bold, especially versus Sniper.
Well, is it going to be the safe lane sniper? It looks like it is going to be picked up by Envy, so presumably will be a sniper and Skyreth dual lane. Phoenix in the offlane, Fata can go mid and yeah, put your no-tail bounty just roaming around that Radiant jungle and annoying the Chen as much as possible. Still not going to be easy for the Bounty Hunter. I feel like the Bane is going to be the big hero for Secret where they're going to look to punish the Bounty Hunter rotations through the jungle.
All you need to do is kill him once, and then he just takes so long to get back that generally your Chen will be out-leveled or out-leveling the Bounty Hunter and have enough gold to repel him with more dust and sentries. Yeah. So it's all about getting that first kill.
And even if you have to get sentries as well as dust at level 1 to do that, they pay for itself if you get that one kill.
Mm-hmm.
The value for the Bounty Hunter is if you spend all this money and he manages to elude everything that you throw at him. So we'll see. Looks like a little toilet break coming out. That's Cloud9 ready to get things underway. Here we go. Game 2 of your finals for the Europe group stage. You guys can follow along over at redbullbattlegrounds.com. But right now, we're going to talk Dota 2. Cloud9 going to be playing on the Dire side. We'll introduce their players and roster. It's going to be Bone7 in the offlane on the Phoenix. We've got Fata, your mid laner, playing Magnus. Misery on the Skyreth Mage. Eternal Envy on the Sniper. And that leaves Big Daddy No-Tail on the Bounty Hunter. Boots first for him with a ward. On the Radiant side, leading 1-0. Team Secret. Gonna swap things up. It's not Zai on the Rubik. He's back on the Bane. Bit of sneaky, sneaky plays coming out.
Do you think that Zai's going to support?
We'll have to wait and see. Look at some of these other players and items. Arteezy on PA, S4 on the Queen of Pain, Puppy on Chen, and Kuro on Rubik. He gets scouted out. He does have Boots first. Shrapnel going to slow him down as well. The Boots may allow him to escape this one. He goes with a lift, turns around, and, well, looking to run away from this Magnus. He needs Tango's through, will not do so. Phoenix gets the kill. 3 Shrapnels used, and it's well worth it in the end as Cloud9 secure themselves the first blood. Meanwhile, to the side, Big Daddy No-Tail, Boots and Shurikens looking to chase down S4, although just the Shadow Walk to add some extra damage.
Nice hyper-aggressive play from Cloud9, taking down Secret before the Horn.
Curious to see what this Bane will be able to do here in this offlane.
It seems like he's just going to get kited. Like, if he's in a bad position, chase him down with Shrapnel because of his super low range. But they have some plan.
Okay, well, Bounty Runes come up. Magnus and Queen of Pain get 1 apiece, and Secret do have the mid lane advantage as far as having that Queen of Pain versus Magnus matchup. Not an easy hero for the Bounty Hunter to gank as well. Having a Queen of Pain mid just means this Bounty is unlikely to be able to pressure this mid lane whatsoever.
Sentry ward already placed. Puppy just completely dodging.
Okay, he's going to get scouted out though. This Phoenix is up here and I don't know if he's been spotted just yet. Phoenix, yeah, he saw him and he wants to block the big camp. Does do so. Puppy's not going to be too pleased about that one. At this point, all they can do is try and maybe right-click down Bone7 sub. But Big Daddy No-Tail also coming top. He says, okay, you're trying to avoid me. Well, you're not going to be able to do so. The chase is on, and Big Daddy No-Tail is not going to let Puppy get away with this one. He's even got boots, so he can just poke after Puppy and just chase him long and far. Brings out the Satyr, trying to burn down No-Tail's mana, but he's not going to be successful. No-Tail may just look to chase Puppy down till his demise. Puppy without boots against a Shadow Walk and Bounty Hunter who does have boots. Misses one auto attack, but the chase still on. Shockwave, not going to hit. Puppy going for the deny. No siree. Big Daddy No Tail gets another kill. He's getting mana burned up now. This is going to be pesky considering he has no clarities, but another kill goes Cloud9's way.
That was not an impressive deny from Puppy. I thought he was going to wait for the Windwalk to hit. He can just stand there and wait for the Windwalk. If he doesn't Windwalk, he doesn't need to attack the creeps. But set up an easy kill for Bounty Hunter. S4 sitting really low, but with the Sentry Ward there, he should feel safe from the roaming shenanigans of No Tail.
And the Chen just, Sati and Mindsealer coming in continuously to burn down some of this Magnus mana, but Vata already has his bottle up, so should be A-okay. Not to mention the 2-minute rune coming soon, so that's going to be some additional regen for your Magnus. This Satyr going to keep on.
Oh, and the refill.
Oh, wow. That's some value. And Big Daddy No Tail quad clarity build coming out. This is what you've got to do. S4. Cops a skewer a bit. This is just Vata trying to chew through all his mana. He knows he's going to keep getting mana burnt here in this lane, so he just wants to eat through as much as possible. Whoa. Who's going to come out on top of this one? Puppy's there, but he's just level 1. Vata turns around with a shockwave, but there's your bottle from S4. Healing himself up. Puppy was actually the one holding it, so I think that caught him a bit by surprise. And Vata's on the run now. Blink available in 1 second, but he's not going to go chasing.
Man, that bottle from No Tail actually really helped.
Yeah.
Kuro, super vulnerable.
Kuro dead.
And I mean, just no escape from him. I mean, we talked about how difficult of a lane it is going to be for Rubik, and nowhere's easy for him.
Well, the support roaming Bounty Hunter has definitely paid off pretty well here in the early game laning stage as far as Cloud9 are concerned. Really helping them out. Mid lane S4 is just not having the best time. He's winning the CS battle, but Vata just one skewer shockwave away from a kill here as S4 is constantly low on HP and No Tail nearby. Can't really go through this pathway without getting too close to the town. Yeah, he gets spotted out. S4 will just blink back to safety, but just being forced out of this lane is enough in itself, it feels like.
How's Puppy doing?
Puppy is doing not too well. He's level 1. Has a TP and a Sentry Ward. And oh, guess what? Big Daddy No Tail's found him again. Has a Soul Ring recipe and everything, so he's going in with a Janata slow, and he Tango's up just so he can maybe go for a Tau deny, but not going to dive too much further.
Puppy does have a TP scroll. Maybe he can draw the Bounty Hunter onto the opposite side of the map and then TP back to his own jungle, but that's a tall order. They also do have an Observer Ward up in Secret's jungle to make sure Puppy doesn't get anything.
He's not stacking any of these camps. He hasn't really got any catch-up farm available. He's harassing the mid lane with a Wild Wing Tornado, but ultimately Vata's doing pretty well in this mid lane. Has his bottle coming back, so he'll be able to heal up his HP and mana, as well as refill that bottle if he wants to down at the bottom rune. And
Offlane Sniper looking to get punished. Kuro pinging out on him. Arteezy is at half HP, but there's 2 heroes coming in.
Oh, here comes No Tail. Arteezy has a blink escape if he needs it. They're going to go on Kuro instead. Oh, it looks like they're kind of undecided on this one. Kuro now gets slowed up. They're going to... Who are they actually going to go on? Arteezy becomes the new target. Just level 1 on the blink. Doesn't have it anytime soon. Envy gets low. Chen, the one TPing in. That's a level 1 Chen. Don't know what he was planning on doing there. Sniper did kill the PA, the Shrapnel, finishing him off in the end.
Nice play from Envy there. I didn't expect that Shrapnel to kill him. C9, 4-0 in this early game. No Tail, yeah, he is playing so well in this Bounty Hunter, keeping Puppy irrelevant.
Getting so much done here. He's got another TP scroll, and he may just TP back towards the mid lane and refill Vata's bottle, or bring back Vata's bottle, if anything. Just expedite the courier process, since that mid lane does give him easy access back to the lanes, and he wants to keep tabs on Puppy, make sure he doesn't get stacks going in the jungle, and look to catch up on farm through that.
Zai's the only one doing well. 31 CS with a Soul Ring to boot.
What an odd hero to have as your solo. He's crushing the Phoenix, so 32-18 CS to the 12-0 Bone 7.
Yeah, that's the Enfeeble at work.
Enfeeble, yeah. And just Phoenix, not really very good base damage to begin with. Deep Observer Ward's coming out. Cloud9 want to remain aggressive and make sure they have vision and knowledge of what Puppy's up to around this mid lane. And here we go. No Tail coming in from the side. May look to start pressuring Puppy once more, but I think more than anything, just want to be making sure he doesn't get stacks going. He can swoop in and cancel this stack if he wants to. And it looks like that's going to be the play. Oh, there we go. He'll swoop on in, block the stack, and just keep Puppy's life absolutely miserable
Yeah, Puppy knows he's there, though. There's no reason that the spawn should be blocked unless there's a bounty hunter or a ward, but most likely bounty hunter would be the one to place
Bounty
the
may
ward.
just come in and take some of these last hits if he really wants to. Get that big Dark Troll summoner. Puppy doesn't have detection. Has no tail spotted out, and if he wants to, he's going to go for this. I don't see any reason not to. He's got another Shadow Walk to get out, so easy last hits for No Tail. All right. Sniper.
They're doing
Assassinate.
even in terms of levels, though, so it's not that bad for Puppy.
Yeah, I guess from that point of view, both your 4-position players have kind of been negated. Arteezy at bottom lane, TP's out from a gank.
Oh.
Okay.
Smart move from him. I thought that C9 were going to wait for the Assassinate to come up, so he can't make that play.
Yeah. Well, the insta-TP succeeds, and he gets out
Mid
of there.
lane.
Move on mid. Yep, lift up. Vata brought down. There's your Sonic Wave gank, and Kuro finally gets Secret on the board. A much-needed way as well.
Well, looking at No Tail, he's out of clarities.
And one thing to look at, as much as C9 were kind of controlling the early game, it's actually a gold advantage going Secret's way. Experience dead even, so the graphs are telling a story where neither team has much of a lead right now. Problem is for Secret is that a lot of this farm is on a Bane, who is not really a conventional hero to get this kind of a farm on.
But he's crushing the Phoenix so hard that I think it's actually worth it for them.
2 points in, and normally you'd say, okay, got 2 points in Enfeeble, but could hurt him later on.
What's he
but
going for with the chainmail? Is this a blade mail? Bane?
mech, maybe? I'd say more likely a mech, but we'll see. I guess Chen's your mech buy, but Chen is not getting a mech anytime soon, that's for sure. So, we'll see what the build is going to be as far as the Bane is going. It's almost like the old school
They're
Bone
going
7
in.
build. Yeah, Arteezy blinks in on Misery. There's a lift available, but I think with the TP, they decide, let's get the hell out. Unfortunately, they don't realize it's just a level 2 bounty hunter, but then here comes your sniper.
That's awkward. They need Shuriken tossed badly.
Yeah.
And Bounty Hunters have spent a lot of time trying to nullify this Chen's effect, but Puppy's actually out-leveling the Bounty Hunter right now, and they wasted so much time. On top of that, Queen of Pain gets a kill.
Yeah, the Fiend script from the Bane at bottom lane kills off the Phoenix, and it feels like Secret are getting enough out of the lanes. Arteezy's not really farming too on the PA, but PA's a pretty good hero to fight with even when you're not free farming away. Just with the Stifling Dagger, the Blink Strike, you can get a decent amount done.
I still wonder what this chainmail is going to be. I think a mech would be pretty good. It would be pretty cool to see a chainmail, though. Or, sorry, a blade mail.
It's like the old school Bone 7, Blade Mails on Prophets and stuff on these int heroes. I mean, Bane's a tanky hero. That's one of the big criteria for going Blade Mail is you want to be fairly tanky to begin with to get max value out of it. And with 1k HP already, this is not a bad idea for a Blade Mail.
Arteezy selfing up. He's hurting in terms of levels.
Yeah.
Mid. Oh, just asleep. Casual sleep. Into a brain step.
Shuriken finally out for No Tail, so that's the good news for him. He scouts out Puppy with a big stack here. He's probably going to look to leech XP on this one. Although there is a Radiant Sentry Ward nearby, so actually decides not to. Decides to go back towards the mid lane, and
Oh, that's a big... He didn't actually see the stack
oh, he's just
because of the sentry ward.
yeah, he was just nearby and got scared off. So Kuro nearby as well. Second sentry coming into play. Make sure that this bounty does not come anywhere near things here. So Puppy gets some catch up finally. Still getting him up to level 4 in a bit.
Puppy
Actually
also
shares
sharing
XP
some-
with
yeah.
Kuro, yeah. What a jerk.
Kuro's
Kuro.
behind.
Yeah, that's the thing. Secret are very behind as far as levels go, but it feels like they're being matched by C9. You talked about Bounty Hunter being behind. Similarly, your Rubik's
Smoke,
behind.
Misery.
Oh, they're going to get revealed from the high. Oh, Big Day No Tail. Walks into Zai. This is a tanky Bane, though. He gets silenced up. I don't think he's going to go down immediately for this. They need the Magnus here for some additional damage. There's your Brain Stab. As the Stifling Dagger slows Misery more. One more right click could be all it takes here. RP catches just Zai. In comes Arteezy with a shrapnel in place. I don't think this is a fight Secret want to take underneath that shrapnel. Blink out from Arteezy. Queen of Pain shows up. Sonic Wave Scream gets dodged by the Phoenix Egg, I think. Actually, no, Phoenix was just on about 5 HP, and PA goes down, the Supernova pops, and Queen of Pain forced out. That Phoenix at about 50 HP when he popped that Supernova, according to the little health bar at top.
So close. Wow. Well, unfortunately, they were not able to get anything out of the Bane right there. And as you said, yeah, you have a lot of farm concentrated on your Bane, but he wasn't able to do anything in that 3-on-1 situation.
There's going to be a Blade Mail coming out. One of the better items against a Skyreth, because it's not like Skyreth can really prevent you Blade Mailing his damage once he's thrown his spells.
It's definitely unusual. I can't even theorycraft if that would work or not. We'll see. That's why you got to play test.
Okay.
Smoke, 3-man. Kuro, Arteezy, and Zai.
And one Envy.
Do they have...
Envy's farming a bit too well for Secret's liking.
Well, relative to... Oh, Zai actually turns around and grips Misery at the tower.
Oh boy, that's going to be 2 going their way now. Misery.
Man, that smoke was... If it had come 2 seconds later, Envy wouldn't have died there. And if it had come 2 seconds earlier, Misery wouldn't have died. So just perfect timing for that.
Well played from Secret. They're going to look to turn this into the tier 1 tower as well. S4 going to just nuke down the wave as fast as possible. And this will be some much needed just gold going the way of Team Secret, especially on heroes like the PA, the Chen, the Rubik. Both teams with very underfarmed supports, and even some of these core heroes. The Phoenix struggling on the Dire side, but the PA struggling even more as far as Secret are concerned.
But getting the first tower of the game, so important. Secret will get a kill, but Zai will pick it up, and Phoenix goes in.
Assassinates on Arteezy. He's done for. Kuro going to go down as well. Just got too greedy trying to finish off the tier 1 tower. He should have gotten out sooner. And Zai maybe in too deep here. Sniper with no shrapnels available, though, means that's not going to be any kill potential on your Bane.
PA is so poor. He needs more HP. Well, S4 doing very well in terms of farm. 3-0, highest net worth in the game.
Smoke from Cloud9. That's Fata as well as Misery going to look to continue to be aggressive. S4 is the ideal target for this.
Oh, that's a newly acquired Blink.
Oh, Blink RP with a silence. They kind of overlap the RP with this, but it does amplify the damage, and that's all it's going to take to bring down the Queen of Pain. S4 brought down by a nice smoke gank coming out from Fata and Misery.
And looks like Queen of Pain did spend all of her gold before dying.
Okay. Not the end of the world there. No Tail now at mid. Gets ganked out. They have got Dust as well for him. PA gets the kill. Arteezy says, thanks, I needed that.
Bounty Hunter struggling for level 5, let alone level 6. Puppy is farming peacefully for once.
He's got his level 5 and halfway to level 6, so at least that's some good news for him.
So Bane was owning the Phoenix in lane, but Phoenix with those couple of kills just bounced right back from that atrocious laning phase. Blade Mail has been picked up by Bane, 1100 HP with Strength Shreds, and then add another 300 with Brain Sap, and then maybe a couple hundred with Chen Heal, and that's a lot of damage potentially reflected. Although Phoenix doesn't really care because he has ultimate. Stand-in Shrapnel and Blade Mail it back. Next level strategy.
That's the thing with Phoenix. It's like he doesn't actually need to get good farm in lane. It's all about the levels, and then you can either come back in the mid game through team fighting or just offer a lot to your team. Even with, I feel like a Phoenix with 1500 less farm at 10 minutes in does more than a Bane does with the extra farm.
However, the Phoenix does not have a Midas this game. Most of the time we see Bone 7 on the Phoenix, he gets ridiculously farmed. Like a Tranquil, Midas, Yules in 15-20 minutes. But this time it's probably going to be like a 20-minute Yules.
He really wants to rush it against the Orchid that's going to come from S4, I guess.
I mean, he can still get Grip, though.
Yep.
So he has to be careful.
Grip, Telekinesis, there's still, plenty of options as far as keeping this guy in place. Rubik at mid, now level 6, has stolen just Shockwave to give him some extra AoE nuke damage, some wave clear.
Fada's RP is up in 2 seconds. Let's see if he tries to make a play with it. He does have a TP scroll. They really would like to kill Quap, I would say. Quap or PA are the primary targets. Blade Mail Bane.
Yeah, we haven't...
I'm still watching him.
When's the Blade Mail coming to play? He's actually maxed out Enfeeble, by the way. We saw him with just 2 points earlier on, but this is potentially a pseudo way of dealing with the sniper.
If you can get to him.
Enfeeble's got a pretty big cast range.
Yeah, I mean, he has 121 damage, so he'll be plinking you for 1 damage.
It's actually kind of crazy how big that Enfeeble cast range is. So from that point of view, I think there's with how he pops the Blade Mail and runs in, no one wants to attack him while he's Blade Mail. This is the strat. You Blade Mail, you run in, get the Enfeeble off, and they can't stop you Enfeebling because you're Blade Mail.
What a strategy.
Unless you get, like, Ancient Sealed, I guess.
Or Shrapneled.
Nah. He doesn't want a Shrapnel. The Blade Mail's there. He's too worried about dying. Actually, speaking of Sniper dying, he's got over 1k HP with a Sanj Ring of Aquila build, so...
going for that damage control build. The Pycat build.
Yep.
I mean, he's ahead, though. I don't think he has to go that build.
Let's see. Once he gets to I assume it's going to be just an SMY, but we'll see. Fata now. Ooh. Skewer into Roshan and a TP out. Not even being chased by Secret.
They assumed he had Blink Up, but if he had Blink Up, he wouldn't have skewered.
C9 just playing things at a kind of slowish pace for the time being. They've got about a 2,000 XP lead. Gold favoring Secret by about 1,000. Kind of no difference between the two teams as far as the actual overall graphs go, but where the farm is the big problem for Secret especially, I'd say.
Yeah, PA is sitting at number 6, and on top of that, C9 finally have track online, so they can try and widen this gold lead or actually swing it towards their favor by getting some trap kills. And Fada, Bo3 smoked up, looking for a kill.
Well, they're going to catch out the Rubik.
It's a track kill.
Yeah, I was about to say, track's the big thing there. Oh, I don't think they got track off. County wasn't there.
Oh, he wasn't?
No track, so, I mean, at this point, if a Rubik tanks a smoke gank, it's not the end of the world for Secret. They'd rather it's Rubik than the PA or someone again. But opens up this mid-tier 1 tower for the tanking. Queen of Pain pressuring the bottom lane. But Sniper gets the tower, and they're going to look to defend bottom lane.
Oh, he's thinking about running in with Blade Mail, right?
Yeah.
He does have point booster, so...
Oh. Fata went for an RP, but the blink fell a bit short there. So he's tanking up now. Point boost is Ags, or do you go Bloodstone?
The Ags is pretty sick. The only problem is they have a lot of ways to stop it without him having... without them having to attack him.
Oh, no tail. Gets spotted out by a sentry, and S4 takes the free kill. That's his Orchid coming up, too. Probably didn't need to use the Sonic Wave if he had that before.
Izri's in a pretty tight pickle right here.
Got a slow on him. No Fiend's Grip coming. There, pop your Blade Mail. Now we're talking. Zai runs in. Where's that Enfeeble? Throw it out on the Sniper. He's going to self-Nightmare. Now he's going to Enfeeble. No, he's going to go for the grip, but it gets cancelled by a Skewer. Only Enfeebles now. It's too late for that one. Should have Enfeebled sooner. Puppey on the front lines. Already used his heal, but it's going to be a death to Bo3. The blink in from your Magnus. Making some plays happen. Fata.
Oh, he has Supernova on Kuro.
Oh, can they protect the egg? Doesn't look like it. Oh, the Sniper, S4. Just forced to blink out.
That.
Assassinate will follow S4 out. Puppey actually gets the last hit on the tower. One more blink out will help S4.
The Blade Mail Bane.
He didn't Enfeeble. If he Enfeebled the Sniper, it would have been, you know, you may have 1 damage on your Sniper, but you still count as a hit on the egg. Doesn't. Well, it was a Rubik egg, so you're not really thinking that far ahead. Like, you're not planning for your Rubik to steal Supernova. In fact, I think that's the first time I've ever seen a Supernova steal in Pro Dota because of how hard it is to do, since it stuns and you have dive as well as Fire Spirits. Normally, as soon as you come out of the egg, you just cast Fire Spirits if you're in a team fight.
Yeah, how did he steal it?
I don't know, Bo3 maybe just got orchided as soon as he came out or something. But yeah, that was an interesting little fight. Slightly Cloud9 favored. I think it was a 4 for 3 in the end. And yeah, we're seeing the gold graph dip down a bit towards their favor.
Arteezy's in Struggle City.
Yeah, this is not looking fantastic for him. He's up to 1,500. Do you think just like the Treads Homeless Dominator build coming out again?
Treads BKB.
I mean, this is, yeah, definitely a BKB game with the Shrapnel, the Magnus nukes, the Skewers.
He keeps getting nuked down to death.
Skyrath, yeah.
Phoenix, in particular, owns him. Because he only has level 1 Phantom Strike, so he can't counter the Fire Spirits by constantly Phantom Striking.
Now, to the enemy jungle, go Cloud9. They see Zai as well as your Chen. Bane pops the Blade Mail, not a target they want to go on. S4 did not Orchid Fata, but they get the grip on him, and Fata now locked in place, brought down. There's a Scream Sonic Wave. The egg becomes the new focus, and Cloud9 going to lose 3.
The Blade Mail.
Oh boy. S4 still chasing. No TP for 38 seconds. Misery just going to look to hide in this little nook and cranny.
There. Zai's pinging him out.
They got to go through and check, though. They may have seen he had a TP and just assumed he used it, not realizing it's on cooldown, though. So it seems that Misery will be kept alive for now. Not worth checking every little spot.
Why didn't they... I guess they wanted to kill the Quap, but if they had silenced the Bane, I think they would have owned. Regardless.
I mean, you silence him, you don't want to kill him, though, because he's got that Blade Mail.
Jeez.
I wonder if this is a Bloodstone or Ag. What is exactly is the Ag's upgrade?
If you attack him, you get Nightmared, I believe.
That's going to be a cool little change.
I have to double check though, because I have seen it like 1 or 2 times.
Misery brought down with the help of the Orchid as well as a Brain Sap. Big Daddy No-Tail gets in a deep Observer Ward here. Not being counted just yet. Sentries are available on Puppy's Chen.
Okay, I'm looking it up.
I need a refresh on some of these Ags upgrades that you never see.
Increases damage per second, mana drain, and duration. If an enemy tries to attack Bane while he is channeling Fiend's Grip, they will instantly have Bane's current level of Nightmare inflicted upon them.
So pretty good against the Sniper, at least.
I suppose, but they still have a Yules, Skewer, RP, Shuriken, Ancient Seal, Yules on Phoenix.
You BKB Ag Scepter it up.
BKB eggs would be good.
The only thing at that point is RP, but hey.
Or just BKB and right click.
Yeah, that's true.
Unfortunately, it seems like there are a lot of counters. Actually, yeah, that's a lot of counters.
Well, you've enfeebled the Sniper. That's the play, surely.
Yes. He needs like a blink though, I think, right? It looks like he is going for Ogre or Ogre Club into Scepter.
Yeah. All right. So a quick pause coming out. As Team Secret, 22 minutes in. Pull ahead once again by a small little margin here, but experience also going in their favor for the first time, but still feels like a much closer game after that Game 1 Broodmother walloping that we saw. This is cool to see something different. I mean, the Bane offlane. We've seen teams experiment with a lot of different offlaners, be like the Sand King for Yoki. We've seen the Rubik from him as well, the Earthshaker in the offlane, but now we get Bane.
An unusual one, and one that it just doesn't make that much sense on paper. And
do you think it would have worked if he was against, if he didn't have a 1v1? Like if he was against the Sniper Skywrath, what would this Bane be able to do?
Not that much, but then Arteezy gets free farm.
Yeah. Okay.
Which the problem is, does the underfarm Bane do as much as the underfarm Phoenix? Apparently, I mean, he seemed to have like more farm and he didn't do as much, so probably not.
I think Phoenix and Bane are kind of similar in that they both don't need farm so much. It's more they need levels. But if they get farm, they can make... I mean, we've seen the Blade Mail actually help out a bit. We've seen like a Phoenix with a Yule Scepter definitely is a pretty useful item to have. So I think Phoenix, though, falls off as far as items go a bit faster than a Bane will.
Yep. Sniper going for the S&Y and Mask of Madness.
Okay.
And not immune to the Blade Mail effects.
Snipers do not like to go BKB.
That's not. But if you hit hard enough, you can just life leech.
Yeah. Now, Bane and Feeble can't be purged. Does that include BKBing it off?
Correct.
So you can't BKB off Enfeeble.
But you can just BKB preemptively because he has no mobility items. Like you can't just let a Bane walk into your lineup.
I mean, if he's running at you like I guess if he's walking into your entire 5-man, your chances are you're killing him off. So.
And then he's doing 1,600 damage.
Yeah. That's worth it. It's worth dying. I mean, 1,600 damage spread between 5 heroes, maybe.
That's worth.
Okay, well, let's see what the next move's going to be. Arteezy working on a Battlefield, going for the farming item this game. Catches out No-Tail. And they got the detection. Here comes Kuro with a dust, and they'll bring him down.
They made a good job of keeping No-Tail underfarmed. They can't afford to keep him alive in fights because then he'll have track gold, and then Cloud9 will outscale them into a later game. They're still trying to play the catch-up game, and PA needs to get her farm on, but it's not going to happen if Bounty Hunter keeps getting track gold and track kills, and if he has like Battle Fury, they're going to have like BKB, S&Y, Maelstrom, MKBs, and all these items that he doesn't want to have to deal with.
Cloud9 smoke up, but it's just going to Roshan. I was about to say, smoking without your Bounty Hunter for track doesn't seem like the ideal way to do things if you're not getting track money for a kill, but it's a smoke into Roche. And power on your Sniper means he's getting a lot of bonus damage and bringing down Roshan fairly quickly. This seems like a Roche Secret will not be able to contest.
It's slow, though. Not that slow.
Well, Secret's still far away, have not even made a move towards the pit. Even with the fresh BKB on the Queen of Pain, it seems that they're somewhat unawares. Only now they're TPing towards mid, but too late. Envy picks up the Aegis on Sniper.
Time to kite him. I think they can probably kite him with like Sleeps and Enfeebles if Bane can actually get into there. It's a lot of it is on Zai, since he is so farmed.
So far, it's been pretty good. Even just being a distraction. We're going to see a blink in with a silence. There's a defensive Yules. Your Magnus went for this one. He picks up an RP, but it's too late. They lose the Phoenix and the Magnus to a blink. coup de grace coming out from Phantom Assassin. 4 dead on the Cloud9 side, and one of those is the Aegis Sniper who's about to respawn and die once more. Eternal Envy gets surrounded, brought down, and that was not a friendly arrival.
Man,
coming out of that Aegis.
Quap is so scary to play against when you're Magnus, especially when he gets a BKB like that. I mean, we talked about how Quap had a decent amount of farm early, and then she was, you know, not getting too many kills. But now that she has Orchid and BKB, she can just completely control the Magnus. Blink right on top of him. She casted Orchid. Magnus tried to counter by Yules, and then he went for an RP, but BKB met, did 0 damage to the Queen of Pain, and then everyone fell like flies.
Yeah, the Sniper is the only physical damage they have to like hurt the Queen of Pain during that BKB.
Yeah, but he went a tanky build, right?
He went a tanky build, and the rest of Secret can deal with the Sniper. If you're RPing just the Queen of Pain, that's where your Bane, your Rubik, with their control can deal with the Sniper. At least throw him up in the air and keep him locked in place.
And more importantly, the PA with abysmal items is actually getting back into the game. Battle Fury,
yeah, now
complete 700 gold, and I mean, there is like Chen Heal and stuff to keep him alive, but I think Cloud9 need BKBs to deal with the Blade Mail and everything else that they have to throw at him.
It does feel that way. Right now, Arteezy farming in kind of dangerous enemy territory where he will be scouted out by No-Tail, but
Fata certainly needs a BKB. Envy, probably.
Looks like Fata's picked up an ultimate orb. Is this going to be for a Linken's? Or a Hex?
I'm not sure. Is Lincoln's that good here? I don't think so.
The Orchid or the Bane? I mean, there's a lot of like telekinesis.
I think it has to be a Sheep, because if he were scared of the Quap, he would go Shadow Blade or actually probably not Shadow Blade. He'd probably go BKB. But if he just wants to kill the PA or kill the Quap before they pop their BKBs, that's what the Sheep is for. But he has to be able to get the jump on them.
Maybe to help out a teammate from like a Fiend script or something.
I mean, he has Yules for the Fiend script.
Scarier, but yeah, I totally agree. It seems much more likely to be the Scythe of Vice at this point. That does help counter the PA evasion, so.
Could be Scotty.
Scotty Magnus, that would be a first. Seems like a
Battle Magnus, man. I've seen Nendy do it.
I mean, you gotta get the Mask of Madness and stuff first. No, this straight Scotty with no, I guess it maybe gives some attack speed, but.
Arteezy still slightly poorer than Bane, but Bane is keeping up with the rest of them.
Oh, he's going BKB, not at least for now going BKB.
Casual point booster, yeah.
You can go back for the X top lane. Orchid coming out on Phoenix. Hasn't popped the Yules just yet. Nice telekinesis means they'll bring him down. And Kuro gets a stolen RP off on Skywrath Mage. Well played. Kuro managed to set that one up. And
is Arteezy getting BKB after?
On the PA, probably. He's got 1k gold. Hasn't bought anything just yet, but we'll have to see.
He just needs to survive these fights, because he can outscale the Sniper, even with Empower on the Sniper's behalf.
And Kuro's Rubik having out RP expires. He must have stolen that the last fight, which helped turn things around. And
Blade Mailed.
Oh, Blade Mail inside the Shrapnel. Does use the RP, but S4 will blink in and finish off one more. He wants Envy as well. The BKB from S4 gets some backup from Kuro. That Fade Bolt with a Mask of Madness doing a lot of damage. Now the Queen of Pain gets sent back. 4 Cloud9 heroes taken out for kind of 2 in 2 separate fights here, but that one was a 2-for-1.
The Blade Mail is doing work. It took the Sniper down pretty low, and Magnus was like, oh, what I do now? However, Big Daddy trying to get a track kill.
Kuro, don't see him getting out of this one. He's going to turn in Summary. Just do as much damage as possible. Not going to find a way out of that one. Chen just split pushing, using his creeps. Throws out the triple tornado as they do the little bird dance.
Wave those wings.
In comes Misery, just to defend this bottom lane.
Misery's so poor. 2 null talismans. Queen of Pain working on something with that Hyperstone. AC, actually, I don't know. She doesn't really need the armor. Mjolnir for more damage. I think Mjolnir is much better. Mjolnir on your Bane. have him just be a lightning bomb.
Oh boy. That sounds like a fun way to play a Bane. Not often do you get to run in as a frontline tank as the Bane, but maybe that's going to be the case here.
But now that he almost has BKB, he can just BKB and then grip the Magnus, and that's it for Magnus. Like, they can't stop him. He's too tanky to die to the right click from Sniper.
And Magnus is kind of the ideal target anyways. He's the one you want to kill before he pops the RP.
And if he RP someone else, you could just BKB RP or BKB grip the Sniper, and then what does Sniper do? I mean, it is nice having a farm Bane. He has a lot more leeway in this positioning.
All right, well, for
Bounty
now,
Hunter are going for a Lincoln's. Is it a Lincoln's? I'm not sure. He has a
gotta be.
Perseverance for some reason.
Refresher's not doing anything, and Battle Fury is not doing anything.
Yeah,
So
I would have to say Lincoln's. Casual Perseverance.
that's the old school way some players used to
Do
play.
you see that damage, dude?
The plus 10 damage.
Yep. Multiplied by Janata. Whew. The value.
He's hitting hard.
The value.
Not like he has unlimited HP and mana regen from Tranquil Soaring. You're getting burst. At that point, you're actually getting it for the plus damage, not the HP or mana regen when you've got Tranquil Soaring.
I mean, what else could he get that would be more effective?
Force Staff maybe, but I guess you could get another Yules, but
Drums, Vlads, Aura Master, Bounty Hunter.
Drums doesn't seem like a build anymore these days, unfortunately.
Yeah. Vlads would be pretty useful for armor. Actually, it's not that useful. I don't know. There's no BKB is usually a pretty good choice, but then again, he's pretty far off.
So BKB now picked up by the Bane. As Secret going to push the top lane. They've got all 5 up here, and C9 limited split push options available. They're headed down towards bottom lane, but
Almost BKB up on Arteezy. If he gets his tower, he will secure it.
okay. From there, imagine Secret just be ready to keep on pushing. They have a DD on S4, and they're going to threaten the high ground. Force TP's back in Cloud9. They do just that.
They're not scared of the RP. There was a 2-man RP right there. But look at Kuro's positioning. He's just right.
Yeah, Kuro's ready to steal it. Chen's ready with a send back. Do you really want to try and make that play if you're Fata? This isn't like that earlier game today where he'd just go for the 2 hero RPs and pull someone back against NIP and try.
This is why he needs
the game around
BKB.
there.
If he gets BKB, he can do it not with impunity, but close enough.
Yeah. Worried about the spell steal. I guess with the Linkers, it means that there won't be an insta spell steal onto him.
Yeah, but he can just Fade Bolt and then Spell Steal and then Telekinesis. Or Fade Bolt, then Telekinesis, and then Spell Steal. Lincoln's is not a solution. Not the solution. Sheep, however, if he blinks and Sheeps the Rubik. But you have to have vision of the Rubik, which is not terribly easy, especially since Secret covered their tracks with an Observer Ward on that high ground. And Envy, MKB, 2/3 completed.
That's good news.
That is good news.
Can help a lot against this PA. It means he doesn't have to rely on that Scythe of Vice from the Magnus when it comes out. Arteezy, though, has a BKB of his own, so as far as his ability to fight into the Sniper, he's going to be hitting level 16 soon to get that 3rd point in coup de grace.
S4, #1 on net worth by a large margin. And his items have just come in at the right time, too. Like his Orchid timing was impeccable. That BKB right at the Roshan pit was really good. And now he has AC on top of that. AC, very unusual build on Queen of Pain. I thought it was going to be a Mjolnir. Maybe scared about the BKBs coming out from C9 that are actually not coming out.
I guess the Sniper in general will be sitting back, getting off decent damage, but does amplify the PA's damage with some of that minus armor. And
yeah, but don't they need BKBs? I'm still like wondering why they are not. Like
on the C9 side?
Yeah, I think that Magnus desperately needs a BKB so he can initiate without the Rubik owning him.
Even just stuff like S4 has seen so many times with an Orchid, you try blinking for an RP and he gets that fast fingers Orchid on you before you can RP. Or even if you get the RP, you don't get the skewer out because of an Orchid.
I think the Yules is kind of overkill. I think having a BKB instead of the Yules would have been much better.
He went Lincolns.
He did go Lincolns. So
okay.
The only problem with that is that Rubik's cast point is so incredibly low that it's probably one of the worst heroes to get a Lincolns against.
And if Secret ever get vision of him, even if Rubik's sitting back, PA's in the front line, Stifling Dagger, Lincolns is broken.
If he had BKB Lincolns, that would be a completely different story because then he's preventing grip or spell steal, which both are which he's scared of. So difficult game for Magnus. Well drafted by Secret in preparation for dealing with a stacked Fata.
Now, next point of contest will be this Roshan pit. It looks like 1 minute about until the Rosh respawn, although teams aren't fully aware of exactly when this will be happening. C9 managed to deward above the pit as Secret smoked towards them, though, and C9 need to be careful. Sniper just spent all his money, will not have buyback in any upcoming fight.
A lot of this fight is on S4. He needs to get vision of the Sniper and the Magnus and be a man with BKB.
Oh, no tail.
Do they not have a gem?
They have just dust. Kuro was not in range, and definitely feels like time to buy a gem if you're Secret.
They really needed that kill. Actually, Bounty Hunter kill is not that important, so.
wouldn't necessarily even set them up to take Roche.
Ours, C9 looks like they're wrapping around themselves with the smoke to the south side, wrapping around west.
Secret aren't even Roshing right now, but they are in a kind of vulnerable position where they could get caught out by surprise. Notel going to lead the charge with the Shadow Walk in.
Uh-oh.
Sentry's available though. Puppies just picked some up, so.
This is close. Smoke has about 10 seconds remaining. And all of Secret are running away, and
they've got to, at some point, they've got to be suspicious that 5 heroes have been missing for too long.
He ran the help air away from the pit. That's an awkward pause. No comment.
You've commented enough on a certain player on this Radiant team, and
I don't know what you're talking about. No comment.
It may just happen to be that same player who just paused.
Well, at this point, it's too late, though, right? Like, if they go in the pit, it's already going to be dead. 7,600 HP left on it.
Oh, could be. I guess.
No.
Yeah, with
Queen of Pain is way too far.
Queen of Pain is the most important hero to have in this fight, it feels like as well.
If he TPs to the T2 and blinks twice, maybe he can make it. But even then, that's, what, 9 seconds at best?
Yeah. So PA picked up a point booster. We're going to see his Skadi come out. This is...
He needs HP, though. That's for sure.
Seems like a smart build to go for. Oh, coming back. The super lags. Not just lag, super lag. So, hopefully get things back underway fairly soon. Secret taking control of Game 2. This would clinch their spot here at Santa Monica for the playoffs of Red Bull Battlegrounds. They are getting very, very close with a 10,000 net worth advantage.
Do you think Roche actually means that much in this?
I mean, we saw last time it didn't. If Envy picks it up, he doesn't. Without a BKB, it doesn't seem to mean as much.
It seems like it means a lot for Secret, though. Like
I think if Secret get it, they can just straight up win the game. But from that point of view, it's important for Cloud9 to get this so that Secret do not. But
yes.
I don't think it really changes the position C9 are in that drastically. None of these heroes with an Aegis is going to be able to do a huge amount with a second life. If Envy's dying once, it's probably because he's lost the Magnus and he's going to die a second time.
Yeah. They don't all in on heroes, which is where an Aegis is really good.
Yep. We'll see. Maybe they'll prove us wrong. Caster's Curse has been pretty real today and yesterday. Hellraiser has proven everyone wrong.
Yeah.
That's all fat. When we're talking about fat, and then suddenly goes and like feeds like 3 kills, misses some RPs, and
Zai's been doing terrible today.
Yeah.
Picks Broodmother, wins in 18 minutes.
Oh yeah. My favorite was the Fata one. We've just been talking about him for like 2 minutes straight, and then he blinks into RP mid lane, misses the turn RP, doesn't get the skewer. They miss the arrow and completely blow the kill in that game against NIP. Oh man, can't get anything right some days. So looks like should be pretty straightforward here as far as C9 taking out Roshan, and hopefully pretty straightforward as far as getting this game resumed sometime soon.
Right-click Roche, pick up Aegis.
That's the plan. Don't see it going anywhere else apart from the sniper.
He's really underfarmed, looking back at it.
Sniper.
I mean, he's on par with Phantom Assassin, and Phantom Assassin was struggling mightily.
Yeah, PA was ridiculously far behind the sniper at one point. PA was like number 6 or number 7.
She was in Poverty Town.
And C9, some of these heroes really fall off the longer this game goes. I mean, looking at Bounty Hunter especially, he's just going to be a walking track at some point. I guess with a Lincoln's Fury, he has some extra added strategic benefit to his team. But
yeah, but Chen has a mech.
Yeah.
He also has a scepter.
You can't compare what Chen... Yeah. I feel like you'd much rather have the Chen than the Bounty Hunter at this stage.
He wants a golem. Man, if they have a golem. Ooh.
Bane, you got Fiend Script to go through BKB. It's a BKB Fiend Script too, so very hard to deal with or to count.
What I'm very surprised with is how Bane has been able to keep up his farm and keep up that 4/5 territory that he was in early. Like generally, if you think of a Bane and they do well in the lane, they tend to fall off because how does Bane farm? What are you gonna do? Brain zap creeps? You have to stay alive and you get to get kills, which is not easy.
144 CS. It's not just kills that he's been getting, it has been actual lane farm too, beyond the lane stage. Because yeah, like you mentioned, back when there was a period of time where Bane solo mid was kind of popular and the hero would dominate the lane, win most 1v1s, maybe get a kill or two, but then you flash forward to 30, 35 minutes in.
Yeah, if you don't have like Neko 3 plus BKB, you're useless.
Yeah, your farm quickly can kind of trail off a bit there, so. We're not seeing it with this Bane. Bane about to hit level 16, and it's getting a lot done, Zai.
Some reconnects back into the game. And looks like Bane will be picking up a Scepter post BKB. And yeah, it's fine if you have BKB and Scepter. I think getting Scepter with their lineup is overkill. Or actually, it's just a terrible idea without a BKB. But now, if you have BKB, and especially with Sniper not going for BKB and being underfarmed, it's decent.
I wonder if the Scepter Nightmare applies to teammates. Like, let's say your teammate tries to attack you while you're Fiend's gripping. And you have Shadow Strike on you, so you're in deny range. Your teammate tries to attack you, do they get Nightmared?
I don't know. Let's see.
You could Nightmare all 9 heroes in the game through
Technically,
that.
it says enemy on the tooltip, so...
Who knows? Maybe that's a bug to explore. I don't know if it's a bug. I feel like that's something that was not tested. Was whether you could Nightmare your teammates during a Fiend's grip. It's such like a very niche thing that could happen.
Yeah, I mean, the chance of Bane getting an Ags in the game is already pretty slim.
Yeah. All right. Well, Bane, he's looking like he will farm at this game. Elsewhere, you've got your Kuro Rubik, kind of the poorest of the secret heroes and the support.
But he's still stealing RPs. It doesn't matter. That's the thing about Kuro's Rubik. It's so scary, even, with or without farm.
And at some point, he will have a Blink Dagger. He's sitting on 1,600
I mean, he
gold
could
right
sell
now.
his Soul Ring and his Magic Stick right now and get his Blink. So he clearly doesn't want that badly. Not at the sacrifice of all his items. The Tranquil Soul has been way more popular. I actually kind of like it because if you have Arcane and then you take like one spell nuke, like an Assassinate or Shockwave even, then you have to go home and heal, or else you're just going to flop to whatever AoE comes your way.
I think it was yesterday we saw one game with a Sniper versus the Chen. I think it was the Na'Vi game versus Hellraisers, where the Sniper, when they were pushing, just kept spamming Assassinate on Chen, and Chen would just be constantly on like 200, 300 HP. He has no HP regen, so it seems incredible. The HP regen seems incredibly valuable. It gives more movement speed than any other boots outside of Boots of Travel. Even when it's broken, it still gives... The broken Tranquils gives more movement speed than phased treads, well, unphased phased boots and treads and all that.
It's good. It's just so much sustain.
Yeah.
And, like, Arcane is nice, but if you're not 5-manning, Arcane is not that much value. It's also super expensive. You can get...
You never want to go Arcanes as a support. You're only getting it because it's like the team really needs it. It's like it's like getting a pipe. You never want to go pipe. You'd rather get a BKB. And you'd rather be selfish and get a BKB, but some games it's like, okay, got to get a pipe and help everyone out. Arcane Boots seems kind of similar. But not even Chen getting out. I mean, at this point, Secret don't need Arcane Boots with their lineup. No mana problems anywhere.
Tranquil's too good.
I mean, even like a Magnus. This is a hero you used to see as Arcane Boots as a core item on. It's just treads these days.
Yeah, I thought Tranquils were a bit weak, but looking at the amount of Tranquils in this game, it does not look weak. There's, what, 4 Tranquils maybe?
Dude, Tranquil's OP.
3?
3. Just 3. But like, it's this kind of support-only thing, so... The only support who... I guess Puppey doesn't have Tranquils. Theoretically could get them. Misery also, yeah, that's a offlane Phoenix, so... I guess Misery, yeah, it's got the money for him.
I wonder if C9's like been really antsy these last 5 minutes. Like, we don't know where they are. Are they gonna come to us at Roshan? What's our plan?
That's the thing. Secret have had all this time to like be like, okay, they've been missing for at least 30 seconds. They can think about Roshan going down right now. Like that's. But
yeah, if they lose the fight, they lose Roche, that's a huge swing. Whereas if they just lose Roche, it's not that bad. So,
at this point, C9 are committed. It feels like.
Yeah, and the risk reward is just I don't think is worth it for Secret. Like they can probably win the game without Roche, but if they go in, they have a huge chance of losing.
Yeah. It doesn't look like they'll be able to. Mouse Commanders will wear off, but.
Yeah, it's not happening. Well, looks like game will be resumed shortly, guys. Game 2 of Secret versus Cloud9 in this finals for the Europe region of Red Bull Battlegrounds. G's come out.
All right, let's get things underway. They're going for Roshan. You can see they only spotted the Bane in mid lane, but he's headed up top.
Yep,
so
they're leaving. Nope.
Yep, they're ditching.
So yes, I agree. Like whatever, Slamberg gets Aegis, still doesn't hit that hard. As long as Arteezy is able to survive, which he probably should be with the newly acquired BKB. He was able to survive before, so if he has BKB, he has an AC Aura, he has a Granite Golem, a Mech, and a Chen Heal. You're pretty much doubling his current HP.
They got the Granite Golem yet?
Oh, that is really lucky. That
there we go. Yep. Just respawn. As I say that.
Yep.
Here we go. Triple Wild Wing. I'm not sure how this is necessarily the ideal creep arrangement at this stage, but
I think anything with a Granite Golem is an ideal creep arrangement.
Put some Ice Armor in there maybe, but the Ice Armor is probably one of those better late game creeps.
Ice Armor? He probably has ridiculous amounts of armor.
Oh, but it's like more. Why not add more armor as well as the slow?
Tornadoes, dude. 3 tornadoes.
No tail pushing forward. This is where it's Secret still no gem coming into play just yet.
Yeah, the heroes that you want to focus on just have incredible amounts of armor. 23 on Queen of Pain and 15 on Phantom Assassin without the AC, so 20 armor on her.
Yeah.
Oh, and then the Wild Wing armor. The armor. Think of the armor.
Okay, so Zai taking damage here. Shrapnel as well as Assassinates kind of locking in place. Dive forward from Phoenix.
Yeah, he has BKB though.
Yep.
They could just send him home if they want to be
back.
safe.
Puppey gets caught out. He's tracked out. They're going to supernova defensively. Not going to go for it. Enfeeble comes into play.
The Sage proc.
Oh, Zai on the run. The track giving vision. Everybody tracked up at this point. Not really a good fight for Secret to be taking because of that. But Arteezy going to BKB and look to turn things around. Without a supernova, this could be the death of Bone7 on Phoenix, and he'll get taken out by the Chen. Chase on. S4 blinks forward. BKB still active for the time being, and Misery slowed down. 1 or 2 more right clicks will finish him off. He's getting bottled back up, and
S4 hits so hard.
Oh, the blink scream. S4 brave plays as he blinks to the high ground. He'll be sent back home, and I think off of that, Secret just back off and farm the lane.
Secret's so tanky. Like, they tried to kill Puppey, didn't work. They tried to kill Zai, didn't work. And then they tried to kill Arteezy, he pops BKB, and they're just no good kill target. And generally, you view a Chen as like super easy to kill, but with all this armor from all the auras, the +8, as well as the mech and the Chen heal and the Grain Gold aura, everyone's just impossible to disperse. And that's really what you rely on with heroes like Skywrath and Bounty Hunter.
And Cloud9 also just with a lineup without that much burst at this point. The Skywrath Mage, maybe with the Mystic Flare, one of their better heroes, but none of their cores really have great burst damage. Sniper, decent right-click damage with the MKB, but he got hit by an Enfeeble as well fairly early on. Doesn't take away all his damage, but even -120 is a big, big deal to have to deal with.
Especially for agility heroes.
Yeah. Like, I clicked him, I'm like, oh, he still has +60 damage, but that should have been +180.
Yeah, I think versus a Sniper, or versus a Bane, you might actually have to vary your build and just go a damage build instead of attack speed build. But, I mean, no one expected the Enfeeble to actually matter in this matchup, right?
That Blade Melt
That's something in
just
hindsight
running in.
you... Yeah, I know. What do we do?
God. Just panic. He actually was just like BKB in the middle there and throwing out Enfeebles and Nightmares, and
he could have gotten like a Manta Scotty. I think that might have been... Like, it's not that much damage, but if he gets Manta, then he might not be able to Enfeeble. And then if he gets Scotty, he can also kite the BKBs reliably instead of having to rely on a Sage proc.
Rubik now with that Blink Dagger as Kuro's ready to go, already stealing RP once this game, and we'll see what more he can do. The Kuro Rubik, always fun to watch.
BKB on Phoenix. So that is really important considering they have no Slice of Vice and they have to... I mean, he's really squishy though. 1400 HP, 6 armor. If he gets crit by the PA, he has to be really quick on that Supernova button.
The other scary thing is S4, AC complete, is now sitting on 4,000 gold, ready to get to work on his next item as well.
I'd say Scythe.
Yeah.
They don't have any force staves.
Absolutely.
I mean, he could also go more right-click. If he got like a Daedalus, oh my goodness.
Oh, Big Daddy No-Tail gets too aggressive there going for a track, and S4 immediately just blinks forward with the Orchid. Had decent vision around this area with the Radiant Observer, so knew that there weren't too many more dire heroes in the neighborhood, and Secret are just going to go look to push high ground, it seems. Get that triple Wild Wing going. They got the Granite Golem for the bonus HP, and
Fada, what can you do? Get the big RPs. That's what they need.
Seems like the main option here. Tier 3 tower being chipped away. They've got Glyph as well.
Look at the triple tornado
Let's cancel some blinks. Fata gets a bit too close to one, and he cannot blink in right now. He's being chased around. Stolen track from Kuro. That's actually a really important spell to steal.
The Golem's dying. Puppey,
he's gonna heal.
Please.
He's got Hand of God. He's baiting. Hand of God? Okay, never mind.
That's a big deal.
Yeah.
The 15% HP on everybody. Time to bounce. No golems.
He's being pinged.
And it's another golem. What in the world? Still, they're not done yet. S4 in a little bit of trouble.
Looks like he'll get out okay. Puppey heals up his little Wild Wings, his trusted birdmen.
Kuro's like, oh, here you go, golems.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm sure C9 are looking at him with track and be like, what, really?
Track has got to be one of like the best spells Kuro can steal outside of like a team fight where he wants an RP.
Or Supernova.
Yeah.
It's still Supernova.
Like, to kind of lead into the team fight, this is the ideal spell to have, and then you're looking out for that RP steal like in the mid fight, or a Supernova if for whatever freak reason you can get your hands on it, which seems like it should never happen. But it helps set things up so well in a team fight. You mentioned Envy going for a damage build. He's doing just that. He's picked up a Crystallis going more of a glass cannon build, but without a BKB, life is going to get very difficult this game.
Yeah.
Not to say he shouldn't do this build, but he's going to have to be very careful with his positioning.
He's going to crit for like 200 with Enfeeble. A little bit more.
Okay, and I think Arteezy has got a completed Skadi. Yep, Courier's going out, and that's going to give him just more HP, more armor, better ability to fight the sniper if he ever blinks it onto him.
This is a big problem for Cloud9 because now PA can just stick on the sniper, and then what are they going to do? He can't run away. He doesn't have BKB. If he has Mask of Madness on, he might die in a crit or two.
Caught out No-Tail here. They're going to try to bring him down. A couple more right clicks. It's the Bane with a Brain Sap. Is that a gem on Puppey? Yeah, you betcha. Top lane, meanwhile. S4 going in on his own. Trying to just 1v5. Doesn't get the kill on Envy. Blinks out of there just barely. Shockwave not enough. Great mech saves him. Puppey with the clutch Chen plays. S4 tries to blink in for a kill. It's Fata to the side. Fiend's Grip, Nightmare both available. And Zai gonna get the kill on Magnus. Meanwhile, Sniper got chased down by Rubik. Kuro with the track vision. Keeps up with Bone 7, and oh my gosh, S4 somehow goes into a 1v3 fight, comes out alive, gets saved by Chen and Rubik.
That's such a smart build from him, getting mass armor. If he expects an RP, he BKBs, and he doesn't die to the sniper who went mass physical damage. And that's just incredible, a quad being this relevant 42 minutes in.
He got sent back to base, buys boots of travel as well, so he's here for the push now. The ACR is there, the rack's gonna fall fairly fast because of this. Zai, BKB, Fiend's Grip, who's he going on? It's the sniper. Magnus has no RP available. Skewer not going to hit, and that's a dead sniper. No chance for C9 to defend without the sniper, it feels like. Fata's next in line. The Supernova X-Stun doing decent damage. Rubik only sealing off the dive. Arteezy's BKB wearing off, but Mag dead. Dive through the fountain. Kuro just trying to keep everybody at bay. And Secret, I think, realizing, okay, we got to back off now. Zai, his Blade Mail on cooldown. Not going to do too much more. Bane going to actually buy back and look to seal the deal here. Top Racks has been claimed. Arteezy turns around, fights onto the Skywrath Mage. S4 in the front lanes as well. Tornadoes everywhere.
The tornado vision is highly underrated, keeping it all about
I mean, the track vision as well. I guess most of those tracks wearing off now with Kuro not having it anymore, but he wants to steal it once more. If he sees this bounty, he's going to try to grab that, but
looks like Secret well underway to take an undefeated sweep of the Europe region.
They have, every game from them has been pretty decisive. This has been the closest game for Secret yet, but their mid to late game has just looked like they've been completely outplaying Cloud9.
Yeah, their team fight and execution is, it's really nice to watch.
And with all these heroes dead and their buybacks on cooldown, boots of travel for your PA. Not an item he was probably expecting to buy as his next item, but there's an opportunity now. 10 seconds on Sniper, 24 seconds on Magnus. Second lane of racks to be claimed. Secret getting closer and closer to sealing the deal here. Bottom lane unable to be taken with a tier 2 tower up. They're pinging the tier 4 towers here. They do have to worry about a Magnus RP, but very tanky on a lot of these heroes, and they will now finally decide to back off, but with a 2-lane advantage, this game gets very, very difficult for Cloud9 to win.
Yeah, still not giving up yet. Still could turn it around with a big RP coming out from Magnus. But Fata has been coming up short due to the excellent control from S4 and Kuro.
Zai, maybe in over his head, has a defensive Nightmare. BKB available. He's trying to buy time and space. Doesn't BKB, instead goes for the Blade Mail. Now going to turn and fight onto Misery, who Ghost Scepter's up. Sonic Wave on the side. PA gets one kill on the sniper. Misery going to burn down. Meanwhile, Arteezy, during his BKB, wants to chase for more. Fiend's Grip on Fata. Fata's dead, as is the sniper. GG. Secret have won the European group stage for the Red Bull Battlegrounds Dota 2, and Cloud9, true to their name, have finished second place.
Some excellent Dota here today, and I am usually impressed with Secret, and today is no different. Some unusual drafts, offlane Bane with the Blade Mail, running PA twice when PA is not even close to being hot right now. All in all, good work.
It's good to see some different picks, because for a while it was like a lot of rinse and repeat. If you look what they were kind of doing during the Summit 3 qualifiers, DAC, it was always going back to the same bread and butter picks. They were definitely doing it with their openings, like the Chen, Queen of Pain, the Shadow Fiend and all that, but sticking to the PA. We saw now an offlane Bane. Secret have been dominant from start to finish. Hasn't been perfect, and we talked about some of the kind of shaky plays from Zai in the first game or two, but the overall results, the games, and the way Secret won, very one-sided.
Yeah, and they found ways to manhandle Troll too, one of the banes of this patch.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. We got to see a lot of Troll today, which wasn't the case yesterday. So Secret seemingly not having issues with that hero. And, well, they're your champion. They're going to be coming out here to Santa Monica, guys. If you want to meet some of these guys, be sure to head on over to redbullbattlegrounds.com. You guys can pick up your ticket for the main event. The playoffs is going to be taking place on May 5th and 6th, but the tickets are for the grand finals on May 10th. Battlegrounds to take place at the Warfield Theater, a historic venue in San Francisco. You can get your tickets now, as well as for the San Jose LAN the day before. That's going to be on May 9th, but May 10th is where the finals goes down. You guys can meet the players, interact there, hit up the Secret shop as well if you want some of that Valve Dota 2 merchandise, but whew, gotta say, Secret, they're going to be one of the favorites coming into the playoffs here, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, just incredible games, as many what's called the most stacked group of Red Bull Battlegrounds.
They made it look easy more than anything. So we'll get to see Secret joining the likes of IG, Team Malaysia, and Hellraisers out here. Still one group remaining. We've got America still to take place. That's going to be happening later on this month. We'll have our schedule come up for you guys. April 28th is going to be the America Group Qualifier. Not today, as well as Team Tinker, as well as Root Gaming, who came through the American Pre-Qualifier, is going to be joined by Jimmy's team, of course, Demon. We're going to have Team Summer's Rift battling it out for that final spot here at the playoffs, which takes place May 5th as well as May 6th in Santa Monica. And then there's your San Jose LAN as well as the San Francisco Grand Finals at the Warfield Theater. But once again, congratulations, Team Secret. Ben, it's been a lot of fun as always, and I got to say, it's fun to cast some Secret Dota because they're just playing some great Dota right now.
Yeah, thank you all you guys for watching.
Yep.
Be sure to follow this guy, BTS Gods, myself, Merlini Dota, Red Bull Esports.
Yep.
Thank you for organizing such a wonderful tournament and event.
We'll be back in 10 days' time for the America Group Stage on the 28th of April. I'm about to say May. We're not in May just yet. It's been a long 2 days. It's CIS Europe back-to-back constant Dota, but it's been a lot of fun, guys. We're going to see you guys next week. Stay tuned to @Red Bull Esports on Twitter for all your Dota 2 updates. But for now, we're done. See you guys later.